feature works better than the Twitter Spaces does.
No shit, dude. The Twitter Spaces is fucking terrible, dude. Elon needs to rework that shit.
Yeah, right now there's two hexagon on my screen, bro. I don't know what the fuck's going on.
There's a whole rack of people in there, bro.
No, I'm saying like there's duplicates on my screen, like of some person.
Might settle down in a bit.
Damn, the OG hexagons down there, Papa Boner. You remember when he used to moderate in the? Does he still do it in the Hex Telegram?
Oh, he's always up to something.
OG motherfucker right there.
Dude, if the Cybertruck autopilot feature worked as bad as the Twitter Spaces, I'd be pulling a baby bassinet out of my bumper every day.
All right, guys, I'm done. Lammy, what are the ground rules? Thank you.
Well, basic the ground rules is respect your opponents and put your hand up when you want to talk. And judging by the amount of requests to talk in here, when you've said your piece, if you don't think you've got anything to add, please just step down, if you don't mind. So yeah, I would say good evening, feckless rabble. Tonight's debates going into the question of basically which is better, Hex or ICP. We've got Hex, the self-proclaimed king of passive income, just stake it and forget about it. And on the other side, we've got ICP, internet computer. Right, who wants to start this conversation going? Who wants to, well, we should have a toss, shouldn't we, first? What we're doing first? Who's going to open the case on Hex or ICP?
Who's pissed off? Is anybody pissed off and wants a platform to get their voice heard about something?
What is there a reason to be pissed off?
No, I think we start with, and obviously Christian, the majority of people in here are hexagons. I think somebody from my ICP community, they want to come up and start with their pitch and why we should all invest in ICP. I think that would be an interesting start, and let's try it from there. Anybody?
So what is?
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, what is ICP? Like, to a total noob, a third grade level, like what is it? What's it do? What's it for? What are the goals? Who's it meant for?
If anybody's
Hey,
not
make Crypto King a speaker if he's not.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, go for it.
All right, I'm Saratoshi. I'm from the ICP community. I interact with a lot of other blockchains to include PulseChain. I mess around with HEX, and stuff like that. But to start, I'll start what ICP actually is. ICP is a blockchain, a standalone blockchain by itself, right? That's developed by the Definity Foundation, And the goal of ICP is really to create what we call a world computer, right? A world computer that can host applications, websites, any service, any web services directly on the blockchain without using any Web 2 stacks like AWS, Google Cloud, and so on. So ICP basically gives you a complete stacks like for building and hosting decentralized applications. That's what ICP is in a nutshell, unless anybody from ICP side wants to add anything else.
It's basically a cloud compute storage operating on blockchain rails.
And it does include staking too. There's staking with it. And probably, I don't know, did we lose Trevor? We got to bring him up because he's in the know. But it's also a staking feature within it, and there's also a deflationary mechanism through cycles. And so this is something where developers and people pay ICP and it gets burned so that they can run their protocols. So it is a feeless operation. So the fees are paid on the front end by the developer versus the user.
Tell us about that staking. Tell us what the time periods are. What's the commitment?
Okay, yeah, go for it, Trevor. Tell them about the staking.
So you can stake up to upwards of a maximum of 8 years, right, for a period, and get approximately 16.7% like annual percentage yield. And the minimum amount is 6 months, which provide roughly around 8.9% APY.
Is it just absolutely locked? Are you able to cancel that with penalties?
So it is locked. However, we do have other projects and platforms within ecosystems that allows you liquid staking, which Saratoshi can get into liquid staking with Water Neuron. You can also sell your current Neuron on ID Geek. So you do take, a penalty as far as the amount that is made for it, but you can sell it just, peer to peer.
But when you stake it, you earn more of it, or you earn something else?
Yeah, you get more ICP. So, and you get bonuses. So we have a dissolve delay. So if you're not dissolving, so let's say you stake it for 8 years with no dissolve, then you get a bonus, a maturity age bonus. So you get more APY for your stake. Now, however, as soon as you start dissolving your neuron, which means that you click the clock and start to dissolve your stake, right? So that the clock starts, it'll start counting down from 8 years. You get less maturity age bonus rewards. But currently, even if you're dissolving, it's still at like 16.7%.
What if somebody dies and they don't tend to that stake and unstake it and all that? What happens then?
Then I hope that they kept their seed phrase in a nice, safe spot for their family to, retrieve the benefits of their maturity stake.
So it just continues to accumulate?
I mean, you have to vote on proposals, but you're still going to accrue maturity just at a lower rate.
That's if you're non-dissolved, but if you're dissolving and you set the clock out minimum six months, you can get maturity, and then you can actually spawn that maturity in a new, what do you call it, neuron, and you actually cash that out and sell that ICP.
Tell us about the founding of ICP.
ICP, like when it was founded and so on.
Yeah, and if it has a leader?
So ICP was founded by Definity in May 7th, 2021 by Dominic Williams. He's the head of Definity. He created Definity in 2016. And basically, Dominic Williams was into the gaming space before crypto got big. So he owned a game called Fight My Monsters, and it got over 5 million players back in 2013. And in 2016, once like he started between 2013 and 2016, he was working with Ethereum and Vitalik, and he was working on that team with him. And eventually, he wanted to create a decentralized version of Ethereum, obviously. So he went and branched out on his own and created Definity, and that's when he worked on that for those years and actually made the coin in 2021 and launched it.
And to add a little bit on that, in terms of the Definity Foundation and the people working there, in terms of the team, currently, Definity has about 250 and 300 full-time personnel working on the internet computer blockchain. It is considered to be considered to be the top two or probably one in terms of largest R&D in the blockchain industry, with over 1,600 like publications and hundreds of thousands of citations in the hundreds of patents. And most of the people that come from there, is former IBM, Google, Facebook, computer scientists and engineers. And ICP, Definity, it's a research focus, right? A research focused organization, nonprofit organization. It is a major contributor to the ICP blockchain, but it is not the owner, right, of the blockchain itself. It's a contributor, just like any other developer can come into the ecosystem and start building the ICP protocol itself. So that's pretty much where, like, it's adding a little bit more to what the previous caller was saying.
Hey guys, I'm actually going to step down. I want to give my spot to Sage. Can you bring him up here?
Yeah. So this is interesting. It really kind of sounds like a more accurate comparison would be ICP and PulseChain rather than just HEX itself.
Correct.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick, can everybody retweet, like, and share the space real quick? Appreciate y'all.
Can somebody explain what are canisters in this reverse gas model?
So canisters are, well, Saratoshi, go ahead. You're better at that. Go for it.
Yeah, canisters are pretty much what we call like containers in the Web2 world, like Docker's containers. What canisters allow you to do is to run both back end and front end within a smart contract, right? You can have the entire state of an application within the canisters, so that you don't have to build other component of the application onto like a Web2 stacks like AWS, or you can decide to go maybe with IPFS or some other component. With ICP, with canisters, it allows you to build the entire application within a single environment.
So like at the moment, my SaaS, I've got front end, back end, and middleware. I don't need to do that anymore, is what you get.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that includes oracles as well. Like I'm talking about the entire thing, like oracles, back end, front end, any component of the web stack, you can build it within a canister.
And it's the only one like that. That's why I got into it, because it's 100% on chain, front end, back end, everything, the whole entire application, and then you can build onto it as well. And so that's where the cycles come into, and that's where the reverse gas model comes into play. But also they're quite large. So in other words, you can put, you can put other blockchains even within it. So what it would do is allow somebody to operate their blockchain, but 100% on chain, And so there's also no need through threshold technology. There's a lot of things going on here, but you don't need a bridge. And so it's bridgeless. So therefore there's no keys, because that's one thing about PulseChain that's problematic, right? Or any chain, is that you have to bridge and people have to have keys to bridges. And Richard doesn't believe in keys, but he has to have them because you have to have them to run a bridge. And so the one thing about beneficial about internet computer is that you don't have to have a bridge.
Yeah, so our canisters, so another thing about canisters, man, they're autonomous, right? So they provide autonomous computation. So it's very similar to like traditional cloud computing applications that we're all familiar with, right? But in a more tamper-proof and decentralized manner. And they scale, right? So as the network and the application of ICP grows, the canisters will scale. That way it doesn't, the performance of the network actually is optimal and it doesn't get bogged down.
Did you just go quiet, or?
Yeah, I see.
It's your turn.
Yeah, I
Parkway.
mean, there's so many things you can say about canisters. There's just,
So,
right.
I'm reviewing and cross comparing. So the problem in regards to security, obviously, I mean, it's a community thing. I understand. The more people believe in the project, the better it is. But if your ship has or could have potentially a hole where water could flow in, then you could be set up for like a sinking ship. And so I was looking at this. You guys have something called the NNS, which is the Network Nervous System. That's your unique governance model that governs the protocols and manages the upgrades and the changes. So right there we have like admin keys, which is fine. It's not a bad thing, as long as it's being handed with multi-sig. And there's maybe a more like however they construct it, as long as you guys feel good and it gets audited, et cetera, et cetera. It's a community thing. Again, I'm not trying to bash you guys. The only thing is, again, with HEX, it's decentralized, it's immutable, which technically means it was mentioned earlier by someone. That just simply means nobody can go into the code and change things up, change an address, change parameters, variables, nothing. The code was written once, it was audited, and the keys were burned. And the protocol runs forever, immutable. So it's also a community thing. Again, I don't want to knock you guys. I don't want to portray HEX as anything. I mean, HEX is indestructible. I just show you what it is. You try to knock it, you won't be able to because it's immutable. Other than that, I'm still going through it, through the mechanics and how they compare to each other. If you give me like 10, 15 minutes, I'll expound on that.
Yeah, but something real quick. Hey everybody, how's it going? I just came onto the space.
Hey.
It's funny when you said it's immutable. So I had a good friend of mine, Sam with Evergrow. They launched a really big project. They raised a bunch of millions of dollars. They got like certifications, and one of my main dev in my coin, he was like, "Oh, dude, these guys are gonna get hacked." I was like, "What?" I was like, "What are you talking about?" He's like, "Yeah, because they're going through CertIC and they're going through all these stuff, and there's just like so many devs." And I think that like you know what, like Richard, like he kind of like he keeps everything on an island a little bit, like where it's like, because my friend Sam, he's like, "Hey man, I want to carry PulseChain. Can you reach out to Richard? I want to talk to their devs. My devs want to talk to their devs." This is where you kind of open up like points of vulnerability, right? Where the devs kind of get like a little bit of information and then they can exploit that information. And so I think that like a lot of times, like, like right now and listening to this conversation, like, a lot of people, I hear this all the time. You know, why are like, you can't, you know, the UI sucks, or this sucks, or that sucks. You can't really talk to devs. You can't really, you know what? Maybe in hindsight, that might be a good thing, you know, because there's just like a lot of bad people out there that want to do nefarious things. And so it kind of like being reserved and being on that island kind of helps you in the end. So sorry, just want to say that.
We do have video of Richard saying that he pays his devs very well.
Yeah, and one thing is there's not admin key for ICP, or there's not whatever you were saying there. The proposals come out and it's code, and people vote on it, and the code's there. And if people vote in the affirmative, the code is ran. If people don't vote to the affirmative, the code is not ran. So it's not anyone having any kind of admin authority on the thing, actually. Just want to clear that up.
Yeah, it's DAO controlled.
How are you doing cross-chain transactions then?
We use a concept called chain key cryptography.
Yeah.
Drowny, go for it. He knows about it.
And there's no bridge involved at all with that then? If
No
you're
bridge.
into-
No, we use smart contracts to execute pretty much a one-to-one transaction. There's no single entity that actually controls the cryptographic keys. It is all handled by smart contracts through nodes.
Yeah, so that's the economical side of things, right?
And where's the liquidity come from for that transaction?
What do you mean? Like,
well, if you were going from ICP, if you were moving across Ethereum, you've got to hold. Where's the liquidity coming from in that? Doesn't the bridge hold the liquidity, or who's in charge of the liquidity pools?
There is no bridge though.
It's a one-to-one transaction between like CK ETH and normal ETH. It's just a one-to-one transaction. It's not wrapped. It's not bridged.
Okay.
But do you guys rely on dApps, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so no dApps, no ICP.
No, ICP is independently. It's cloud computing. So dApps are on ICP. So the decentralized applications actually utilize ICP. So even if dApps go offline, ICP is still its own cloud, still conducting computation.
Yeah, and one bang on it though is like you might not have admin keys, and you might not have it's a contract that was deployed, and there's no changing hex. But the big knock on it is the OA. So now you got Richard with a duplicate of all the tokens. So as soon as you were in the AA, because I was there day one, and I know all about it, I was a Bitcoin free claim in hex, and so you have the AA. If you went through the AA, there was immediately a duplicate. It was 100% inflation immediately that when the token was created. So now you have the OA, and this is why a lot of people have problems with HEX. And is
Yeah,
that
that's no problem. So let me ask you.
but let me finish. Let me finish though.
Yeah, sure.
So the OA, it don't need any other vulnerability. And there's a problem because everyone wants to call it a benevolent person, a benevolent whale, this and that. But the issue is that does not, and you said it yourself, people get greedy. It doesn't change that somebody could get control of the OA, could hack it. A lot of different things can happen. And then you have 50% of your supply that could be dumped on market. So this is a major vulnerability.
Hey, King. So real quick, guys, I'll drop down as speakers. Dan's down in the audience. Daniel, he's been developing on IC since its inception. So if you guys want to bring him up as a speaker, that would be great. I'll hop down for him to take my spot.
Awesome. Yeah, if he comes up, that would be great. I'm just going through it. So I understand. So you guys use cloud computing, right? But isn't there like a centralization risk just because of that?
Okay, what? All right, I'll answer this. I mean, what do you think the centralization risk would be when referring to cloud computing? Because ICP is a decentralized cloud computing platform.
So from what I understand, ICP relies on data centers, right, and a governance structure, and they could then be subject to a centralization risk compared like to HEX, right? or of like a more decentralized model? Like,
Well, ICP does rely on data centers, independent data centers, right? And those data centers are scattered throughout the world on in different geographics in different jurisdictions, right? And with the way ICP the network is architectured, right? You have like subnets and stuff like that, right? So within each subnets, there are a number of nodes from let's say 13 nodes all the way to 40, 44, whatever, right? And each node is in different jurisdiction. If some, let's say a government, try to censor ICP, they would go to one of those data centers, one of those node providers, right? And then they would ask them to do it, but that still wouldn't do anything because, how, what you call it, you would essentially need to censor 3/4 of the nodes, and then the nodes are scattered throughout the world. So
no,
you
I
get
think,
some
yeah, no,
censorship resistance there.
no, um, so my conclusion would be the following. Again, ICP, I think it's a cool thing. I think they're trying to decentralize the internet in a sense, even though it looks, then it's like a snake eating its tail in a way, but it's cool because it's a new approach. It's a different philosophy. And they're ambitious, like in going decentralized internet. It's beyond just tokenomics, right? So it has other potentials. And HEX is a protocol for time investment, right? You invest in time, knowing that it's an immutable protocol. It will run forever. It's all about the participation rate and the continuous participation of that.
Dude, I think this is an amazing space. I would like to hear the elevator pitch on ICP, because I've seen ICP in the last year. A girl I know told me she had it, and I looked at it, and since then it's gone up, so it's a good thing. So what's the 30-second elevator pitch on ICP? And then doubling down on that, then what is the relationship to HEX or any of the Richard Hart tokens, and how there could be some relationship to those two? Because that'd be awesome. This is a great space. I love this space, man. Way to go, El Hexicano.
Yeah, Rob, that's actually a really great point, and that's actually why I joined. I don't have too long, but hey guys, I'm Daniel. I've been developing on ICP since its inception about 3.5 years ago. And I started on like Polygon and Ethereum, so I've been a bit cross-chain or chain agnostic myself. And I was big on, when I first heard about the space about a week ago, I was big on what can we do to work together, because ICP is not really looking to compete. It's looking to work together. It's looking to help glue things together. So with that being said, I'm not going to give you a 30-second pitch on ICP, because that's not, well, that's not really what I'm here for. But I will say, we have a few good things, a few bad things. There's always a give and a take. There's always trade-offs for all these things. There's 10,000 plus blockchain networks or protocols out there that do different things. They all have their own strength and weakness. And this space is really great for pointing out those strengths and those weaknesses, and where we can help each other. ICP is mainly good at three things. It's good at computational throughput and transactional throughput, so we can throw a lot of data around the network really fast. And our block finality rate is pretty out of the world for most of the chains out there today. So that's a good strong suit. Our asset layer is the cheapest on-chain storage out of any network that's currently out there. Irrefutably so. If there's other metrics I'm not aware of, please somebody feel free to correct. I'd love to know if there's any more out there. But for actual decentralized on-chain storage, I would be willing to say that ICP has the cheapest storage. And we have chain key cryptography, which is a threshold signature relay protocol, which allows us to create subnets or sets of smart contracts that are capable of signing transactions on another layer one network, which is why I believe a lot of the interoperability lies at the core. From literally, it's built as glue from the core out. So if we could
figure out what. I mean, I'm a little bit late to the space, so somebody could give me a quick rundown on what Hex is really good at, like a bullet point list on what it's really good at. I would love to talk to some Hex people about like where we might coexist, because there's definitely room, and I think our communities, each other's communities, are great. So if anyone from the Hex community could speak up, I'd love to chat.
Yeah, we got a hand up too. If Coach, I think. But yeah, was it Rob?
No, I'm going to say Pat. Let Coach come in.
What?
Let Coach come in. He's had his hand up for ages.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Was it Rob speaking before Coach goes? Who was speaking?
That was me, but no, Coach,
cool.
go ahead. What do you got, buddy? No, it's all good.
Yeah. Oh, we're following each other. What am I saying? Cool.
Well, hey, so been listening to the conversation. Great conversation, by the way. But I've been following ICP from conception, even though that like I don't really have too much bags, or I haven't been building on it. But the one question that I have in coordinates with like the concept of Hart's law with ICP, does ICP have like kind of like 5 different type of tokens that kind of like follow each other to like maximize the consensus of the network? Like in regards to like PulseChain, there's Pulse, there's PulseX, there's Inc, there's EHEX and PHEX that kind of follow the same kind of ratios. Does ICP actually have? I haven't been following too much on ICP. Apologize, but is there like that same kind of like ideal? And if you don't know what Hart's law is, I can explain after.
I don't believe so. No, I'm pretty sure we're just stable with the one. But we have, if I understand it correctly, the need for that in certain architectures has been mitigated with ICP due to its use of subnets. I could be wrong, but I believe that's the answer.
Yeah. So basically, what you guys on the liquidity side of things, so like you're more dependent on like Bitcoin or Ethereum and some of the other networks to move up, coinciding with like the overall consensus of like the markets in general. Is that what I'm reading?
Well, we're talking about token price increases of per se ICP in this context, right?
Or like liquidity bondage and stuff like that, like wrap Bitcoin or wrap ETH, or
it's kind of weird because yes and no. That's what makes the chain key stuff pretty special. Is it's really like a weird layer 1.5 solution that we can implement with any chain. Period. So while we do have our own tokens that get launched in and out of projects, we also, yeah, I would say we would. One of our solid aims into being chain agnostic is to lean on other ecosystems.
so if there was like a project that was built on ICP, like PTGC on PulseChain, would it have the same kind of reflect of the ongoing uptime that it's had, comparable to like other network or like ICP network, with like connecting with like ICP to the DEX to wrap Bitcoin to wrap Ethereum, etc., or they're the best performing projects there?
I'm not sure I understand your question all the way.
Well, it seems like there's different reasons why different projects would go to other projects to outsource, like to use another project's strong point, and then that other project might use yours to exercise your strong point. Like in PulseChain, somebody asked earlier if there's any room for parallel, or like if there's any room to work together. And PulseChain being a layer 1 that's live, you guys can just use it. And I don't know about your security levels, being that you're using like data centers and a node system, but if you guys ever needed to have super ultra secure transactions, you could just do that on PulseChain in a decentralized manner and like leverage our security. Or if we needed to have computing done, we could go to ICP, or PulseChain users or PulseChain developers can go to ICP and leverage your ability to do large throughput operations. And there actually is a need for that on PulseChain now. Like there's people that are using kind of weird oracles on PulseChain. And from what I can tell, we don't really have a solid oracle system. So we might need to use a higher throughput computer that's not just some guy's data center.
Well, it's being built out right now. I know.
Yeah, for all the
Yes.
ICP people, you guys need to understand. Seeing that everybody has agreed, I think there's a consensus here that it's HEX is secure, right? And so HEX is your savings account, right? It was originally designed as a certificate of deposit, okay, so a CD, and you pack your money away that you're not wanting to risk for anything else. You're just putting it away, and you're making your yield. And so that's it. That's what it's designed for. So that's when you come, like somebody asked before from ICP, they're like, well, okay, well, what's your pitch on HEX? That's it. It's your savings account. So what you want to pack away that's up to you.
There's a problem with that though, because the interest is played in HEX and it's super volatile. The other thing is I mentioned is the OA, and no one wants to address that. But the OA is a problem because it can be hacked. Number one, it can be compromised, and it's 50% of the supply. And that's a problem because you're talking about 50% of the supply
Hold on.
being accessible. And Richard could just dump it.
On. Volatility is kind of it's a little, I don't know. It's up in the air because when are you getting out, right? How long are you in for, and what cycles are you going through? So there's a lot of like unknowns there with volatility when you're dealing with HEX, because if you pack away HEX and you don't touch it, you come back later, you got more. Okay, so I don't agree with you 100%.
Okay. And what about the OA? Because that's a big problem, man. That's a real big problem.
What? The OA. What's the problem with the OA? The original address? What? What's the problem with that?
The problem with that is you have 50% of your supply in somebody's hands. That's the problem, and it's an entity that.
Okay, out of everybody here, I know Richard Hart. He's my friend. I know him.
I'm just saying,
my wife knows him. Okay, so out of anybody who's here on this space, dude, I'm telling you right now, he ain't dumping. He was rich before all this. I know Richard before HEX. Okay, so I got into HEX from way in the beginning.
So did I.
Trust me.
I was day one.
He ain't dumping. Okay, I know him.
Well, hey,
and he ain't dumping nothing.
Hey, let me add to that. So I'm a developer on PulseChain, and I basically burnt about, maybe I think it's up to about $1.5 million worth of liquidity to PulseX, HEX, EHEX, PHEX, Inc. So those kind of measures come into play, but essentially, like, you have to think about like Apple. Did Apple have a central supply to CEOs, executives, and stuff? Same thing with Microsoft. Same thing with Apple or Amazon. Same thing with Tesla. Same thing with. Do you want me to keep on going?
But none of those people have an SEC complaint and legal action against them.
Actually,
so you can say,
Apple,
but wait.
No.
Wait,
Apple has an SEC complaint. Tesla has.
No.
Okay,
I agree with him. I agree with him.
I'm just saying.
You're 100% right.
Complaint.
Yes,
Microsoft
you're 100% right.
SEC complaint. So like,
yeah, there is a lot of stuff out there. There is a lot of shit out there on Richard.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying it's a risk. You know what I mean? I was day one in HEX, bro.
Dude,
I mean,
everything
I made
is
my
a
money.
risk. Everything.
Yeah, and it's a risk. And what I'm saying is you're saying trust Richard.
No, I'm.
Hexen, would you like to respond from the OA? Thank you.
I would, yeah. I would just say, somebody mentioned nobody likes to talk about the OA, but I actually like talking about the OA. The OA is HEX. HEX works because of the OA. The T-shares, the equation that allow the T-shares to pay the yield doesn't work without the OA. Like, we have it for a reason, and it's a pretty long list of reasons why we have it. People have concerns. Those concerns are valid.
Give us three, please. So we have three at least at the table. Thank you.
So T-shares wouldn't really work without the OA. The OA absorbs a huge amount of the inflation that HEX is inflating every day. There's more and more and more pumped out. So the OA having stakes allows the OA to siphon off that inflation, and the end inflation is much lower because it's allotted to the OA, and that starts to come into play for the first 15-year super cycle. So like right now, we're still in kind of the infancy of HEX, but once we get into the first 15 years of HEX, it starts to be that the inflation increases and we actually get more of it, and the OA gets diluted over time. So yes, the OA exists now. Yes, your concerns are valid, and every day the OA possesses less and less of the total HEX tokens, and in 30 or 90 years, the OA is just going to be an infinitesimal thing that we're not even going to really be talking about because it's just a small portion of the circulating supply.
I really hope we get off this topic of if Richard Hart is stealing everybody's money, because I think that I really want to talk about ICP. I would love like collaborations and these kind of things, because I think we're like beyond that point of like, is HEX like going to zero? Let's like talking about all the gatekeeping that's been going on this whole years. Like, come on, like seriously, we're still talking about this?
Yeah, let's move on from that.
And wait. Let me add on top of that.
Talk about this.
Let me add on top of that.
Hold on, Parkway, please. We have hands. We have hands, please.
Let me add on top of that. That we also promise we won't be talking about this anymore after Richard wins the SEC case.
Yes, 100%. Oh my gosh, that's gonna be validation day. Everybody's gonna be like, I told you, motherfuckers.
Of course, people are going to talk about it. Come on, we have hands, please.
All right, guys. I would like to just jump in with a couple of thoughts. So
after Daniel, it's gonna be Eco. Thank you.
I will say this first and foremost, and I think I can speak on behalf of a lot of the ICP community and the builders here. I know most of them, have met them personally. We're ICP is a community with projects that are prepared to work with teams who are ready to work with other teams. So I would go to say that if you guys don't have stuff figured out, it would be good to figure that out. What ICP is good at doing is good. Our smart contracts can run servers. We can call out to other networks. We can bring data in and out of other networks with our smart contracts. And that is the bread and butter of collaborations with other networks, is that there are applications that we could host and run on ICP that interoperate with HEX almost seamlessly. And that sort of technology is really what we're looking to integrate with other networks. And that is really the turnkey operation style of collaboration that we're looking to run with ICP. But we are looking for, actual solutions. We aren't looking for meme coins and necessarily just DeFi stuff. We're looking for, utility. We're looking for functionality. We're looking for novel approaches to new technology. We're looking for innovation and teams that are ready to bring something to the table where we have a bunch of things on the table ready to go.
Okay, I got something.
Collab. So I just kind of wanted to state that, but yeah, our smart contracts can.
I got something.
Server. Hang on.
I have a question.
Hang on. Please let me finish. All right, our smart contracts and ICP can run servers that can operate smart contracts on other networks, and that is something important to think about as seed for thought moving forward.
Okay, so I've got a coin that's on PulseChain, and we have an
Please, no
artificial
shilling. We
intelligence
got
application.
hands. Rob,
I'm not
please,
shilling.
no
I'm not
shilling.
trying
We
to
got
shill. I'm
hands.
not trying to shill. I have a question. I have a direct
We got
question.
hands. Not a question
I'm not
for
shilling.
ICP, please.
Hold on. It's for ICP. So if I need to pull data, right, from AI servers and they need to be paid, right? Is that something that you guys can handle? Like, so my app needs to like pull data. How does that work?
Sorry.
What?
Sorry, ask one more time. It was a little
Okay.
drawn out for a minute. Yep.
Okay, so I have an app that runs an AI protocol for like just basic tasks.
It has an
It's
API,
just
yes.
it's like it's okay. Yeah, so it's basically like a calendar based protocol, and so it just but it needs to queue up like daily to the server and get information. So is
Yeah,
that something?
we could run that entire thing in a smart contract.
Love it. This is awesome. Best space ever.
Yeah, that we can do. That's pretty much what we're really good at doing. Is we're good at taking full stack applications, front back end databases, file storage. We're good at linking it all together and storing it on a decentralized cloud network. That's what ICP is good at.
Okay, but then at the end of the transaction though, I need to pay with my coin that's on PulseChain.
Yeah, I don't see why that shouldn't be a thing because ICP smart contracts can act as servers that can call out to other networks, and that means can call out to other smart contracts. So it could theoretically make a call over to another network to call a token.
So who do I need to connect with about this?
Honestly, there's quite a few DeFi experts on ICP. I personally do not specialize in DeFi. I'm more on the foundational side of engineering with engineering new technological concepts. I really don't. I live in New York in the U.S., so if I'm playing with DeFi, everything I do is regulated. So it's like not worth it. But there are quite a few people in the ICP community that are DeFi centric. Basically, any of the teams behind any of the current DEXs are really good to talk to. Sonic, ICP Swap are a couple of the good ones. And a lot of the OGs who helped create token standards or auth protocols are really good for talking to about stuff like that. I'm really more on the server side and interoperability side of things, so I'm good to talk to about architecture, planning, and things like that. But as far as DeFi goes, that's not quite my.
All right, Eco, you're next.
Can't remember it anymore, but maybe one of them was our argument for security is that a layer 2 is quite secure, Hex being a layer 2.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Who's next? Security Fund. You go.
Thank you very much, Parkway. Even though you're not a co-host or a host, I appreciate the invite for me to speak and ask a question about ICP, because ICP is actually the question for me. How does it really, like, give me a breakdown? Like, you don't have blocks, you don't have a chain. Basically, it's like an internet somehow protocol, whatever. How do you secure the data? What's really going on there with ICP in the basics and the foundational? As a newbie, as somebody who doesn't know shit about it, let me know. Please just give me the breakdown. I'm getting thumbs down. I don't understand it, why I'm getting thumbs down, because at the very principles of it, I just destroyed your entire shit. So
Well,
please
no, actually, no.
give me your best elevator pitch,
if somebody wants
how
me
this
to
shit
answer
works.
that, if somebody wants
Take
me
it,
to answer
Daniel.
that,
Take it.
if somebody wants me to answer that without muting me before I'm finished, that would be pleasant. If not, I'll happily take a step out if that's what you guys want.
Yeah, please do.
Do you want me to answer, or do you want me to take a step out? I couldn't.
No, I want you to answer. I want to hear.
Okay,
what's good for
because
ICP.
I wasn't here for
What does
when
it
you
have to offer?
apparently slaughtered ICP or whatever your take on that was. But I mean, you guys are a layer 2. We're a layer 1. There's no slaughtering coming from a layer 2 to a layer
So
1.
you know what? Hold on. I'm just
Okay.
using bad words, but anyway, it's like, is it a blockchain? How do you secure your data? How do you secure the chain? Are there nodes? How does that function?
So we work with a subnet basis of a foundation. So we have anywhere between 13 to 42 nodes per subnet. We have about 14 to 17 subnets, and they all serve sometimes individual or they serve universal purposes. Now, each subnet connects with one another via a protocol called chain key technology, which is the same protocol we use to interoperate with other layer 1 foundations. This allows each subnet to process approximately 1 or 2 blocks per second finality rate, but connect with each other into a grand chain. So essentially think of each subnet as having its own security, and the network itself is a network of networks. So each subnet is a blockchain of nodes, and the blockchains connect with each other into one chain that is ICP at the end, and it uses chain key to do so.
Thank you for that answer. I appreciate it. How is the governance of such nodes coming onto the chain? Or like if I want to be a node provider, what do I need to have? What do I need to do?
So there is a set technical specification because our network is unique in that all nodes, one, are run by independent data centers around the world. And the node machines are all set to run at the same spec because they're designed to not run indifferently from one another. They're designed to produce the same level of output. That way they're not running faster than one another to meet that 1 and 2 second finality, or sorry, 1 or 2 blocks per second finality rate. So what you do is you'd buy the equipment, you'd register up with the NNS, which is the on-chain DAO governance system. I heard there was an argument about admin keys. No, there is no admin keys. It isn't on-chain. It is an actual set of smart contracts that governs the DAO. The foundation Affinity has a play in it, but so do we all, like the rest of the holders. And basically, you get on a waiting list. And when the network needs a new subnet or needs additional nodes to a subnet, then a proposal is made to add people from or node providers from the waiting list to the network. When that proposal is voted upon and succeeds, that is when the node provider begins to host, and the node rewards are distributed from there.
Fucking outstanding. Thank you very much for that detailed description. How is the data actually then secured? I guess through the nodes, like the nodes, each node has to secure all the data from the entire chain, or is it just partial data from parts of the chain?
So it's a data replication system. So we have a replication model where, so per subnet, if I launch an application or upload a file on a specific subnet, most application-based subnets are 13 to 16 nodes. The data is actually replicated from the nearest node to me regionally, and then replicated across all of the nodes in that specific subnet. So therefore, what it does is it validates the information coming from each other's nodes. So each subnet has its own layer of security.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the description and operational procedures. I appreciate you.
So you're
Very
gonna
good.
become a noder now, or?
Dude, if I had the equipment, I'd node everything. I'd node Cardano. Whatever. Come on, PulseChain for sure. Whatever.
So, but here's a investment idea. I don't know, like in regards to equipment and infrastructure, but a security fund does have a farm. I guess you guys could harness the solar power and then run machines from there.
I don't have a farm. What are you talking about? I have no farm.
You have chickens.
My only farm is eggs, man. I got some eggs. You got to feed them, the chickens, blah, blah, blah. And then you get some eggs. That's my only farm. But anyway, that's a real life farm. And those actually provide real calories to the table. But that's a whole nother topic.
Appreciate it.
Dude, I just had to say, I'm getting this like deja vu. This project is so similar to one of Richard Hart's early projects that it's just kind of cracking me up. I don't know. A lot of the Hexicans probably heard of CFD, which was basically an internet computing service that you could use the coin to get access to the computers and process data in a secure manner. And I'm wondering if anybody that's in ICP now has looked at any of that research, because we've been through this in excruciating detail of like, what would an internet computer be good for? Like, why would we have it? What are the downfalls? Like, why doesn't it work? And Richard, in the end, decided it doesn't work because we can get access to secure computation cheaper elsewhere. And he decided to just not launch it. And I'm wondering if anybody in ICP has looked at that, or maybe come up with reasons why it is a good idea.
To have decentralized computation, because most other platforms aren't decentralized. The nodes are owned by centralized companies like Google and Amazon. I mean, why would I store a file on Filecoin? Sure, it's cheaper, but all the 70% plus of the nodes are hosted on Amazon or Google. If they wanted to, don't think they couldn't shut those down. And that's one of the core narratives behind ICP is, okay, well, you want to shut down a subnet or take down a specific smart contract. Okay, well, go find one of the 13 to 16 node providers around the world that are data centers and tell them that they specifically are doing something wrong. Go ahead and control their narrative in one of the 16 countries that one of the 14 subnets on ICP are on. The idea is decentralization from the layer 0 out, not layer 2 security wise, but layer 0 all the way out. That's what makes ICP unique.
How do I scale a canister?
What was that?
How do I scale a canister if a canister's only got 4 gig? If it's only as big as 4 gig?
So a canister is just a smart contract. It's really a smart contract, but the reason they call it a canister is because it does stuff that traditional smart contracts don't do, like host servers and hold files. Canisters scale on their own. The current file storage for one smart contract, I believe the maximum is upwards somewhere around 300 or 400 gigabytes.
No, it's 4 gigabytes. It's 4 gigabytes.
No, it's 400, not 4 gigabytes. It's 4 gigabyte, 4 gig of heap memories, not. But in terms of the total storage capacity, it is 400 gig, right? For heap, it's 4 gig, and then once we go to WASM 64, it's gonna be whatever that spec is for WASM 64, which is something is fucking out of this world.
It's 1.1 terabytes or something, I believe.
Well, how much total gigabytes does the chain actually contain right now? And what's the future projection? Because this may actually become a problem. This is why Bitcoin.
It's like 5.3 terabytes, but we have hundreds of nodes
5
in the
terabytes.
waiting list. We have hundreds of nodes in the waiting list already, just waiting to be launched, and we're pretty much scaling at need to not introduce unnecessary node rewards for nodes we're not using. So we have a couple
based on the governance, then basically.
Yeah, so basically, as the network scales, as subnets reach their computational limit, per se, we have a couple apps that take off that were launched on a subnet a year or two ago. They've really taken off. They're scaling super hard. Say we just need another subnet. So the on-chain DAO will propose another subnet, and then we add another subnet.
So you could potentially take PulseChain as an entirety and put it as a subnet. Would that be possible?
Not exactly, because what's probably possible is very likely running parts of PulseChain or other networks inside of a smart contract as part of the subnet.
But not the entire PulseChain.
Okay. Because it's ICP's subnet distribution layer is a layer 0 to 1 effort. So it's not exactly. It's meant to scale as a decentralized, almost think of it as an internet provider, almost, or a hosting provider type of service. So
you wouldn't be able to host like the entire PulseChain. What you're saying? Yeah. Okay.
I don't technically see why not. I don't technically see why it couldn't. I don't see why it would, but I also don't see why it couldn't. So.
Yeah, how a quick question. How big is the state of the PulseChain right now?
It's at least the size of ETH.
Okay, the size of ETH, you're talking about just
minimum
a little bit
plus.
over
Little bit
1
over,
terabyte,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
A little bit over. So right now, a smart contract in ICP, right, the 400 gig would not be able to hold the entire PulseChain network. However, once like we get WASM 64 and the memory limit, like the storage capacity increase to more than a terabyte to a few terabytes, that like from a technical perspective, it will be possible, but I don't know what the feasibility, like even like why you would want to do that.
Quick question there. How do you guys? I guess you guys have like had a sacrifice or like an ICO or like something. Where's this money coming from to buy equipment? or is it just being outsourced to third-party hosting platforms?
Wait, for what? For ICP? Like, where is
Yeah.
the money coming from to buy what equipment?
No, in general, like you guys are talking about storage limits and da. So I'm like
Yeah,
thinking like,
so the independent node providers, the independent data centers that run nodes get rewarded with ICP every so often for hosting.
okay,
And depending on obviously what they're hosting and what kind of node it is, because there's Gen 1, there's Gen 2, as the network scales, so does the technological requirements to run a newer node. So those types of things exist. There's a scaling procedure for ICP, and it's supposed to be on an on need basis instead of a guess what we should have and try to hit the mark. It's more of the on chain DAO allows it to be a flexibly scalable system. So if something is in need, we can add it instead of basing everything in an absolute at the very beginning and expecting that in 5 years down the road, tech is supposed to scale to our expectation. We don't have that. We have more of a flexible system.
that's an interesting approach. Thanks for the clarification, Trap. Sorry.
Hey, Hexen, think about this. What if the CFD token is the OA? What if that whole concept that Richard was doing, what if he turned that into the OA, then created HEX? So basically, he took ICP's idea, took their idea, and that's the OA now. But without their neuron, that's another thing I want to ask the ICP guys. Okay, so neuron, you got to have so much ICP to get the neuron, and that's involved with the governance, right? For y'all's DAO.
Oh, sorry. Say one more time.
You have neuron, and you get neuron based on how much ICP you have. That's used for your governance, correct?
So basically, you start a neuron, which is essentially your on-chain staking. Like, it's basically how you'd stake ICP in exchange for voting rewards, and you can use that neuron to vote on behalf of you or a group.
So that's like y'all's OA.
No, I wouldn't say not really. I would say it's
It
deeper
is.
than that. I would say it's deeper than that. It's legitimately an on-chain DAO. That's just what it is. It's a DAO.
But who controls most of that?
So it's progressively decentralized. So obviously at the start, the foundation
just like HEX, though.
Well, obviously at the start, the foundation at the start of any DAO, the foundation that launched it obviously has majority stake. But as more people stake ICP and more neurons pop up, because anyone can start a neuron. It could be team, it could be an individual, it could be an investor, it could be whoever wants to. Obviously, as that progresses over year, you become progressively more decentralized away from the initial foundation. So there is no one team that has the keys to it all, though. That doesn't. It's a proposal and acceptance based system.
Okay.
And I should say that it has direct access to the layer one. So if something was to be proposed to say, again, add like a subnet or a node to a subnet that was proposed, and once that acceptance happens, nobody says, hey, here's the key to do it. It just kind of happens. The proposal is code as well. It's not just, hey, a proposal, and then somebody has to go write the code to add the nodes. The code is part of the proposal, and once acceptance happens, the nodes are onboarded.
Cool.
So basically, what you said before was you wouldn't know why somebody would add a PulseChain node to ICP. But here's the proposal for me, and I would just verbally state this right now in this space. If you propose that you would provide a PulseChain node that would validate as well the chain, then you could be rewarded with validation rewards and then somehow add that to the ICP protocol as funds rewarded to whoever node provider or whatnot. I'm just spitballing ideas out here, but
it could actually, it's actually just a little bit simpler than that. You're pretty much almost on the money, except we can do that with the layer 2 of internet computers. So because the smart contracts can run as servers, you theoretically could spin up the same sort of node, web-based infrastructure node that you would for Ethereum or another network. How you would get an Amazon compute or a Google compute sort of rental, and you would just spin up a node. You could theoretically do that with an ICP smart contract, just as a layer 2, layer 3. You wouldn't even have to go protocol level for it. It would just do the computation. How that would work is something that I've researched for a while, and we're still digging into it. There are teams doing it. A lot of ICP folks have seen the BOB method. That is actually really fundamental toward moving that way. But yeah, we definitely have thought about nodes on other blockchains running inside of smart contracts. It is 100% possible, and in my opinion, and we've looked into it with other networks, considering like Tau and Flux.
Daniel, quick question for you. You guys have a token, right? So like people conduct transactions with those tokens, they stake. How many cyber attacks did your users see so far? Like I just want to see like the scope of
To my
how
knowledge, 0. And the reason that is because we use a very novel WebAssembly based approach that allows interoperability with smart contracts through multiple languages and is secured intrinsically through the way that the subnets and the boundaries encrypt data, and is secured through the threshold relay protocol that processes transaction throughput. So ICP kind of has an inherent level of encryption and security to it that really comes as a unique one-size-fits-all solution. So
Right.
far, to my knowledge, I mean, there's probably like front end, layer 2, layer 3, like phishing scams and stuff. But even
That's
the
literally
wallets
what I
we
was
have,
getting to.
even the
Like I wanted
wallets
to
we
see
have
like what
are
the infiltration rate is in inside your community in regards of phishing attacks, people
we
receiving
haven't had any
emails.
phishing attacks to my knowledge. We've had a couple people try, but our wallet technologies, or even our wallet providers, use the technology that the layer 1 and 2 exposes to be able to check and bait for those things beforehand. Like, you have to approve all the calls, you have to grab the calls and approve them as a dev. Like, I can't even autonomously call transactions as a dev. So to my knowledge, there hasn't been many. I know cyber attack wise, you could DDoS a subnet, maybe, probably wasting your time. We haven't had any downtime or any significant cyber issues, not to my knowledge.
Yeah, no, again, it was so like the people would use the traditional way by creating a wallet and connecting to the network, right?
Of course.
Yeah. No, and then like what I wanted to get to is like what's the education level in regards of OPSEC? I guess I misformulated myself.
Can you expand just a little bit further in context?
Yeah, like operational security. Like what type of wallets do you guys recommend to your users, or do you guys recommend anything at all? Or
We
what are
have a
the
couple of good
philosophies?
ones. We have a couple of good ones. There's Plug, there's Stoic. NFID is a great identity provider. It allows you to sign up with a Gmail address and actually create and own canisters and smart contracts and everything else with your Google address. Like that is, they're huge. But we have a really cool solution. It's not exactly a wallet, it's an auth solution called Internet Identity. And it is probably one of the most secure identity solutions, individual identity solutions that I've seen come out of blockchain in a long time. It's hard to explain the fundamentals of how it works, but I highly suggest looking into it. It is the Internet Computer's native identity solution. And that more uses biometric key pair and physical ledger hardware devices to authenticate calls. So that's, I would say, is the safest method. Of course, the most obscure and safest method for interacting with anything on the internet computer. But as wallet goes, I got to lean on Plug. Some of you ICP folks are going to give me some laughs. I hope you guys do. But my take's on Plug, Stoic, NFID. So
Right, so you guys don't recommend Trezor or Ledger 24 seeds, add an additional one,
Well,
make it 25.
so Ledger, yes, because Ledger can actually hold a wallet on ICP. So you can use a Ledger to unlock an internet identity, and you can also use it to hold pretty much anything else. So Internet Computer has direct integrations with Ledger devices.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna I did follow a few guys from your community. I'm gonna definitely stop by in your spaces and tune in and see and learn and see like what you guys create and stuff. Because our community, we're very creative in our own way. We do have devs, we do have creative minds, we do have marketeers, we have fact checkers, we have like you know, it's more like an organized community versus a FOMO community. Oh, let's buy hacks. It's not like that, right? Like we we do try to help each other in any which way possible, especially in operational security, because that's where everything starts. And yeah, thanks for the info and the enlightenment into that subject.
Yeah, anyone who would like to learn more, has questions, would like tooling. I built packages to make things easier. I have tutorials. I've been deving here for about 3.5 years. So if anyone wants to learn anything or wants to know anything, needs documentation, feel free to reach out. My DMs are always open. I'm here all the time. So love that for you guys, and I do appreciate you guys having me up here, allowing me to answer these questions. I know ICP is just it's a hell of a drug, man. It's got a lot of parts and pieces to it, and a lot of things that can really come off as confusing. We use a lot of weird terminology. Not quite sure why they did that. It can be simplified. So if you guys need any help or want to learn anything, would like to connect with a team, have an idea, you think something's possible, please feel free to reach out to me. We are super friendly. The ICP community is actually really open to collaboration, and we love other ecosystems who love us, and we're all out here fighting the same fight at the end of the day. So please guys feel free to reach out, and I'll be here if there's any more questions too.
Hey, I see nobody saying anything. I just kind of wanted to jump in real quick. Hey, quick question for, well, more of a statement. So I remember one of the HEX guys said something about PulseChain would probably be the better comparison to ICP, even though they're quite different, given that PulseChain is more of like a token database as opposed to ICP, which is a more of a decentralized cloud computing platform. But it would make better sense to compare those two rather than HEX, right? HEX is a protocol, is a smart contract on Ethereum, right? It kind of doesn't compare like on a one-to-one basis, right? Because you do one thing, it does one thing, it does it well, and that's pretty much it for HEX, right? So, like for example, right, we could like integrate the HEX token onto ICP quite easily because it is an ERC20 token. So, we could pretty much use it on ICP actually. If anyone wanted to push through the proposal to integrate it with the ICP ledger. So that would be pretty cool if somebody wanted to do it.
Thank you, Saratoshi, too, for kind of recapping that. Yeah, I really, that's kind of what I was trying to say earlier, guys, is I don't believe that they're directly comparable. They aim to do different things, and I think we're better off discussing how they complement one another and trying to understand where the play together portions of this is instead of well, who solves what better than who. It doesn't matter. Let's try to figure out how to solve the bigger thing together the best way, and that's really what I think ICP is here for, and I hope that's what you guys are here for too. So again, I love that, and thank you, Saratoshi, for that, because that's huge.
Kind of quiet.
I was about to say it's gone quiet.
Yeah. Well, I mean, let me see. I have questions more, but it's more about PulseChain itself rather than HEX, right? What is the staking requirement to be a PulseChain validator?
There is no requirement, or the requirements. What, 32
Well, you don't
million
have to
pulse?
stake anything.
32 million pulse. I was thinking about days.
Oh,
32
okay. All
32
right.
million pulse, but
Cool.
you can run it.
How much
however
is
you
that
want.
right now in dollars? Like, is it quite a lot, or is just?
It's 32 million pulse. Shit. Where are we at? Like 4 zeros and a 4. Let me do some quick math for you.
Let me see. Because I know Ethereum is like 32 ETH, right? I mean, that's a lot of money. And Solana is very expensive to be
The
a validator on.
$1,000, $1,200.
Oh, okay. That's pretty. Yeah, that's pretty good. It's pretty good. Yeah, but it's only good right now. But if PulseChain like price just fucking take off, then all of a sudden you could be looking at like $30,000. Or is it like based
Yeah, it's
on?
gonna take a while. It's gonna take a while for pulse to get to $1.
Well, I
Yeah,
mean,
I think I was looking at it, dude, and it was like 12,000, like at one point there. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, when it first was coming out.
yeah, that's pretty. Yeah.
Look, there's pretty good prices all around right now with HEX, Pulse, PulseX.
So, being an Ethereum fork, right? Are all the Ethereum tokens available on PulseChain?
Everything, every single one that was from May the 13th, 2023. All of it was a system state copy over fork. You
Damn.
got it. So if you
Okay.
had a billion Pepe on Ethereum on May the 11th, you have a billion Pepe on PulseChain right now, and there is
No, you
liquidity
probably
pools there.
sold it. You probably would have sold it or put it in the farm that got rugged. Never mind. Sorry.
A lot of people didn't even realize they had it, and still don't.
Yeah, a lot of people still don't.
Yeah, that's true.
Every
True,
NFT, every NFT, every single
Everything.
NFT.
Yep, everything
that people have. You had Bored Apes on fucking Ethereum. Guess what? They probably don't realize they're sitting over here on PulseChain too.
Yeah, it's just the liquidity thing. It's unfortunate what went down with Richard, because I do think that this would be a whole different ballgame, obviously. You know what I mean? And like PulseChain would have probably, I mean, taken off obviously at some point here. So it just throws a big wrench in the thing, what went down with Richard, whether people agree or disagree. But it's kind of, and then one thing I do want to say about Richard is he taught me a lot about crypto. So I mean, Richard is a fucking smart guy, man. I'll say that.
He taught all of us, bro. There's probably not many people in here right
Some
now.
things,
that could
not
say,
everything.
Richard,
Hold on. Not everything.
Not everything,
Trap.
but he
I
taught
do
us
my own
something.
research. I've learned on my own. God damn it.
Go ahead.
But he did
Go
teach
ahead.
some people. He did teach me a little bit too. Thank you.
Oh,
I think
Thanks,
he crossed.
Richard.
I'd like
Getting
to.
a soft spot.
I think he crossed all the I's and dotted all the I's and crossed the T's when he on the sacrifice. I think this SEC case, whatever comes up, is going to be interested. And watching his lawyers in front of the in Congress the other day, I'm going to say he was pretty impressive, that bloke there. So, and then we've got this advantage. It started pumping on the back of this Ripple interpretation, didn't it? So we've got that on our side as well. With the SEC,
I mean,
doesn't have a clue what they're doing.
yeah, but given that PulseChain, like as an Ethereum fork, it has the same similar setup in terms of the validators. I don't think like this Richard thing should be that much of a big problem, because it's a decentralized chain. Like, let's say Richard Hart end up getting arrested, right, for whatever. I'm not saying that's gonna happen. The PulseChain network should still work. Like, it has been working for the past year because it's a decentralized network. Similar to Ethereum, Vitalik could be arrested or whatever. Nothing would happen to Ethereum at all.
And look at Caesar in prison, and BNB's just going for it.
Yeah, obviously people would react to the news, right, in terms of like speculation and shit like that. But the network itself would still continue to going, because it's a decentralized network. As long as you can't get to the node providers or the validators, and the network should be fine.
Yeah, the network's good, but it's that PulseChain and HEX were built on the backbone of Richard. I mean, so like you say it's decentralized, but in some ways the OA, I'm not going to keep harping on it, but there is centralization about it. And so it's highly dependent on Richard. And so, I mean,
But
when he does a stream, you know what I mean? But I think one last point. But I do believe that this can settle itself. I do believe that it will settle itself because you're not wrong, bro. Saratoshi. Another thing is there's a shit ton of liquidity already there. If you go look at like what's PLS or some of these tokens, they got like Hex got like $30 million of liquidity. So I don't disagree, but also without Richard is helpful, but without and people. He did it once, and people know the OA or the SAC wallet comes and it pumps the price, and that's okay, whatever. But I do believe that it can settle and have a recovery. But without Richard, there's a potential. There's still a lot more downside if you understand what I'm saying. But you're right. The thing's going to run, and there's liquidity. That's a real thing. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I get what you mean. Yeah.
But
From
what
a
if the OA
marketing
is not
standpoint, yeah.
Richard? What if the OA is not Richard?
Exactly.
that
That's
too.
what
I'm
I was
just
going
saying.
to say.
Yeah.
I was going to say not
Yeah.
just what if, but we have to assume that it could possibly not be him. And then the second thing is Satoshi Nakamoto also has a shit ton of liquidity. Nobody says shit about Bitcoin, right? Like, look, it's like the same kind of comparison or not. I mean, nobody knows, even if it is one individual Satoshi, right? So nobody knows who the OA is or any of that shit.
Yeah, but
And
the
that's
OA
proven,
thing,
right?
the OA thing is mostly pertaining to HEX, not PulseChain, correct?
There's a
No,
sacrifice wallet the
PulseChain
same,
has the
basically.
same. Yeah, the same, because they was 2 days of transactions, which basically drained the liquidity from a lot of pools, replaced it with blah blah blah. There's a whole nother story.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see. Okay, all right.
But the basis of what you're saying is true as far as crypto goes. There is he did leave, or whoever did provided a bunch of liquidity on the primary tokens, PLS, I think Inc.
Yep.
And all that, and they provided that liquidity. I think go look at it. I think Hex has $30 million, $28 million in liquidity. You're right. The chain runs. The chain continues to run. It's just where is the bottom? And then if the bottom is found, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like I would invest in PulseChain.
The
I know, I'm
bottom's
just saying.
in. I think the bottom.
Well, the
might be in
bottom is
already.
zero. Like the bottom is people shut down
Yeah,
their
right.
validators and go home. That's why ICP
Yeah, you're right.
could
You're right.
provide a potential realistic value to PulseChain, because if ICP could potentially host a PulseChain node and profit from it and add liquidity or whatever to their ICP little gig, PulseChain could also benefit by having an additional node providers or people that are willing to support the chain. I mean, the bottom of PulseChain is zero when it's wiped out, when nobody freaking
True.
validates.
Yeah,
it.
and Richard used to say that. He said, wherever your coin is, it can still go down 99%. Like,
And then another 99, and then another.
God damn, too many 99s, bro.
Yeah, until you run out of zeros on your 0.00 whatever 18 decimal points you have.
I
You
mean,
can always
also,
turn your phone sideways.
yeah.
Provide more zeros.
Hey, couldn't Richard or whoever is the OA account owner or whatever, couldn't they take themselves out of the equation by just
It's
burning
AI. I think it's AI personally.
It's just AI.
Yeah. I mean, that was the thing about it, is because a lot of people said, like, as far as like Hex and the gatekeeping goes, a lot of people were like, why it was quote unquote gatekept. There was a couple things, and this isn't my argument, it's just the argument that I heard. There's a couple things. One is those coins, right, being out there. Like, it's really hard, like for somebody, like, say, I'm not saying even Hex wants to be on a centralized exchange, but it's hard for a centralized exchange provider to say, hey man, let's bring Hex on here. But we all know, and people know, hey, the benevolent and all this stuff, but those guys are dollars and cents, and they're looking at, hey man, there's all these tokens out here that are free floating, bro. Like, you know what I mean? And so that was one of them. And then the other thing was, where's the ETH and stuff? But that's stupid too, because whatever, bro, people put the money in there. So I'm just saying, like, some of the points that were said about the thing, but it is what it is, you know what I mean? And I think that definitely PulseChain definitely can do something at some point.
At the end of the adoption amplifier, the stakes rolled in so fast that 2 people that participated in the adoption amplifier said, there's no way a human did this shit. The amount of stakes that rolled in at the very end was just bop, 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 bop. Like, I mean, it's not humanly possible. It's a program. That's what I was telling earlier. That CFD token, that might have been no way right there. He might have realized with the CFD token that ain't gonna work, aka ICP. It's not gonna work. We got to build bigger. We got to build stronger. And this is just my thoughts, so everybody can discredit it and hate on me all you
Hey,
want.
what do you mean, like ICP is not going to work? Can you like building on ICP?
Well, no, just the whole thing. It's already been done before.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I
mean,
know
I wish
about
y'all
that.
luck. I'm not.
I mean,
I'm not here to fight.
can you explain to me why it
Well,
wouldn't
just
work?
I think
'Cause-
y'all hate on Hex, but if you
No,
look at
no,
the
no, 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 no. Hey, guys, I want to
with the
clarify this.
neuron,
Hang on,
with the
I would like to.
neuron.
I'd like to clarify this. I don't hate any community. I love all crypto people. We're all actually here for the same reason. And the whole chain hates a chain or a protocol hates a protocol thing. I'm not the ICP community. Okay, I do represent ICP when I show up, but I'm not them. I'm my own person. I'm a single dev. I'm a guy. I've been here for a long time, and I love ICP's tech. But I'm an engineer first and foremost. I'm a technologist. I build good stuff that makes sense. Okay, it's not about ICP being. I'm not an ICP maxi. I'm not a crypto maxi. Frankly, I don't care. All right, I'm here to build useful things to help people. So with that being said, it's not. I don't think ICP hates Hex. I don't think, and I'm talking to a lot of the community members. Again, I'm pretty well respected here.
Do we have some community in the crowd?
But let me just clarify. I think the ICP community was off put by a level of initial toxicity, which I don't think was purposeful on either side. I think people were off put by a level of toxicity that was fueled between misunderstandings and misconceptions on how each other's projects work. I don't think there's an inherent hatred or a dislike between the projects. I think it's just the way the community first got together was who's better than who. I mean, look at the name of the space. Hexkins versus ICP. How about Hexkins X ICP? How about we have a debate about Hexkins X ICP? You know,
or how about
versus...
we have an integration channel? How about we
get
a freaking PulseChain node on ICP? Let's go. Fuck this shit. We need to integrate and yes, sir.
Exactly, man. We've built a really good relationship with a few other communities, like DAG, for example. They even have stuff like on Open Chat where like a lot of ICP community members are on there. It's just kind of like just going with them, and we even own
We have
DAG.
native integrations with DAG. I mean, Sonic Dex on ICP released native DAG. You can hold native DAG right on their decks. Like if the community is good with us, and we're all getting along, we're like so happy to interoperate. I don't think we don't hate Hex. We hate how you guys came at some of our community members, and we do stick up for each other. We're more of a family than a community. And we're not maxis. We're very chain agnostic. We're very warm, welcoming. It's just, I have to say that because I watched some of it and I experienced it a few days ago in a comment line where I had a guy just call our coin trash left and right all the time. And it's like, dude, do you even know anything about what we're doing? It's not even about the coin. I want to hear more about ways to work together than who's better than who. If you come at me with who's better than who, I'm turned off from the conversation. And I can't.
Well, the thing is, a lot of people look at price, right? Price action determines a lot of people's motivations, thoughts, and feelings and actions, and that's so. I mean, that's just a human nature side of the fact. You can't get around it.
Horrible. I mean, our chart looks fucking. Oh my god, dude.
Does it look as bad as Hex? I mean, if you compare the two, are they the same? Let's do a Hex versus ICP chart comparison. Put it up in the Jumbotron. Let's
Hell
fucking
yeah.
go.
That
Come
nigga-
on.
Sorry, I love
Well,
you.
it depends on
I'm just bringing up some shit.
No, dude.
But we got a
ICP
copy.
guys, let's
Come
get
on,
their
Trap.
own chart.
You got her, baby.
We got a
Yo,
copy though, on
ICP
PulseChain,
guys,
so.
ICP guys are the king at shitting on our own charts because we've all gotten shit on. Okay, we already know this, but the thing is, Definity has an 18-year roadmap for ICP. You guys really think that 3 years in we're supposed to be looking at price? The price attack that happened at the beginning was part of a DeFi spike. Should Definity have launched right in the middle of a bull market? Probably fucking not. That was pretty dumb.
You've
right?
got a gorgeous back pattern at the moment if you study harmonics, which starts on the November 23. Harmonics completed on what date is that? July 6th of July. You haven't hit target, even hit target 1 yet. I'd be looking at this chart here. I'd be looking anywhere between 1160 up to 1517 in the short term, and it's a daily pattern. It's gorgeous. Hidden bullish.
Yeah, it depends on how far back you go. The further back you go, the shittier it looks. But if you just,
Yeah, but all new tokens dump. All ICOs.
yeah, that's true.
The whole market dumped 90%. Get used to it. Welcome to crypto. If you bought at the top, it's very unfortunate for you. It's how this market's operating. It's like I've been in it since 2012. Just rinse and repeat.
The problem is some of the coins don't actually recover.
You're straight down. You were straight down.
Here's the thing. We're
You've
not
got-
worried about our price. We have an 18-year roadmap from Definity with extra things being added every other month or two, including DAI, DPIN stuff. We're doing decentralized GPU. We're essentially making a TAO inside of our network. Like, there is in no way, we're not worried about price right now. Any of the OGs who realize this, we're not worried about price, and we know where that price spike came from. And if you guys think about a moonshot, it's never meant to happen. If it happens, it's because someone made it happen. All right. The way ICP's price is supposed to go up is through usage. We have a deflationary measure. We have a reverse gas fee model. The more users and the more developers build with canister technology, on-chain servers, and smart contracts, the more use we have. Computation burns what we call cycles, which is our gas, and developers pump up the smart contracts with gas ahead of time. So the more users using each app on ICP, it burns more cycles. We've seen a huge spike in cycles burn or computational burn recently, which actually caused us to burn about 40,000 ICP in a week through somebody basically releasing a concept that was running a node of a blockchain inside of a smart contract. And that is something that can prove that our network can become deflationary against its inflationary measures. It can become deflationary over a long period of time through sustainable use case. If we want to think about a chart going parabolic over a long period of time on an 18-year roadmap, 3 years in should be about where it is. So if you were to think about where that price spike came from and think about the behaviors that have happened since it hit its bottom, it's actually in the most healthy state that it's ever been. And this comes from not an investor, but a technical perspective of what the network is designed to do from a tokenomics and a foundational standpoint.
I don't look at things like that. I look at where liquidity is and
That's great, but that's not what blockchain technology
yeah.
is. That's what crypto is. That's not blockchain. Blockchain created crypto.
Well, that's
not the other
hold
way
on.
around.
Yeah, but that's the financial power, the driving force behind what should or shouldn't. I mean, it is the driving force.
Well, blockchain's a
drives
technology.
development
It's
and
not a
hosting
financial
and
law. It's a
capabilities. Like
technology.
no, but this is exactly. But
do you really think jump trading are sat there with their market makers going, that technology is really good, going to make price pump? Or are they looking at levels? Are they looking at algorithm?
But the way ours is designed is irrefutable. If we have a bunch of people building with real, intuitive, innovative blockchain technologies and protocols designed by ICP, and the usage goes up and it drains more than it can inflate, then what we have is we have a consistently potentially parabolic system, 5 to 8 years in the future. Hence the term 8-year gang.
I mean, I would think like Lamb, you had a point with liquidity, right? Like, and that's where I look at HEX even, and I look at ICP and HEX more or less in the same way personally. I mean, I'm like, look, you guys are. It could be way better. It's not so good, but it is what it is for these tokens who are invested in that system. ICP. Look,
No.
is that what you had, Lamb? I don't know if you were like
I'm just
because you're
looking.
talking about liquidity, right? So
No, because you can see whether you only got to look at a chart to see where liquidity is.
well, how much liquidity versus
I don't look at.
ICP
I
versus
just look
HEX?
at. I look at charts.
Millions of dollars right now. Where are we sitting? Where are we at, Lamb? Are we at at least one Global Express or two?
I just look at charts.
Come on, give me 3 Global Express aircraft sitting in FIE hangar in Nuremberg, Germany,
I'm gonna
please.
say I look at charts. I'm looking at the monthly charts at the moment, and it's holding. I'm looking at the levels on the chart, and I'm going to say everybody who knows me, I always use an expression of
Okay, I'll switch it over to Munich or Malta hangars and MCM. FIE can, yeah.
I mean, if you are a
Shout
trader,
out to him.
that's totally fine to use, chart and stuff
No,
like
I'm
that.
not talking about trading. I'm just talking about the actual valuation of what's happening right now in the real world with people and computing power and community and actual dollars behind what's extractable. I mean, extractable, I mean, growable, whatever. But here we have the reality of the fact, right? Because you're investing in people, computers, equipment. It's not so simple as just A, B, C. Like there's community and words of mouth, and there's things that are happening. And if the liquidity is not there for the big boys to move their money, then they're not gonna mess around with that bullshit, right? I mean, it's basically simple as that.
I mean, there's no doubt that liquidity is extremely important in crypto, right? I mean, when we're talking about prices for tokens, the prices of any asset, liquidity is extremely important. But I think what Daniel was referring to is more of a like about the network itself, like the revenue from the network. Those things can also influence liquidity eventually. If the network is bringing a lot of revenue, meaning that developers, people building on it are spending a lot of cycles, right? That is revenue for ICP. And typically that what you would see, or I hope to see, is that people would see something like that, and then they would, the liquidity would follow.
You got to look at it too. So you got to understand, like, ICP is a full stack blockchain solution, right? So it provides end-to-end ability to support end-to-end web applications. So if you think of like early day Google, Amazon, etc., they were formed out of a garage, right? And that liquidity wasn't there instantly. Now, however, they have blossomed into something extraordinary. So when you're looking at ICP and you think of integrations into other ecosystems such as HEX, Solana, Ethereum, Bitcoin, that provides liquidity to the network. Just the usage, it is a full cloud compute platform that can literally host any ecosystem within ICP instead of using, Amazon web services.
Yeah, that was my question before. Like, if it could host PulseChain, like a node, and then profit from the node of PulseChain, and then bring that liquidity back into ICP, perhaps to continue hosting and providing services for PulseChain. That's
I mean, sure, yeah.
goal,
We
hopefully.
could integrate it as chain key, right? So I mean, there could ultimately be CK Pulse, where you guys get extra added layers because it's an ERC20, I believe, right? Hex is or Pulse ERC20.
Yeah, I think he's talking about Pulse as the blockchain itself being like holding like
Yeah, the
a node
entire chain.
itself, not
It's a
the
little bit
token.
more than that, I guess. Yeah. It's not
I mean,
so
relatively
simple,
speaking,
probably.
yeah, you could put it into a canister. I mean, that's why the majority of these community members, like, you'll hear us say, like, we can put Arweave in an entire canister. Like, so I mean, it is possible to put an entire blockchain into a canister.
How big is Arweave? How much terabytes do you have over there? I never even heard of that
believe
chain
right
before.
now it's at
Could you put 2 terabytes?
I believe. Don't quote me on that.
And yeah, I
Okay,
think it's more like Cardano. Those like the slimmer, like what that has like the chains that have like a smaller state right? The Cardano, I think it's like 350 something gigabyte currently. Ethereum is a little bit bigger with over 1 terabyte. So and so PulseChain kind of fall in the same line as Ethereum. Uh, uh, yeah, but eventually the internet computer will be able to hold the entire PulseChain as we get uh, updated from WASM 32 to WASM 64. And they're working on making the subnets bigger and also the smart contract bigger, like a few terabytes. So we should be able to pretty much like hold most blockchains, not every one of them. Like Solana, for example, I don't think that's something that we even thinking about because there are like terabyte. I'm talking about like over like petabytes of state growth to where they cannot even store it themselves. They have to store it directly on Google, and they're also
So
using this
you're
file.
basically saying it's impossible for law enforcement to actually. I mean, never mind. I don't go that. Never. Shut up. Whoa. Trap
Keep
Gravity, you're
going.
supposed to shut
Keep
me up.
going.
Man.
No, keep going. I
No,
wanna
come on now. You're supposed to shut me up.
No,
You're supposed to mute me,
go.
bro, before
Go.
I spout some ABC guys. I don't know, man. I gotta be careful with this. My language, I got cut down earlier today. Started saying some ABCs and then
Yeah,
nobody could hear me
PulseChain
no
is
more.
definitely
That's
in the
how that works.
card. It's definitely in the card.
You saying the card? What do you mean?
Like it will be possible to host like the state like or like a node eventually of
Like
PulseChain.
3 terabytes is possible. What you're telling me,
Yes,
or whatever,
well,
3, 4.
currently no, but eventually yes, because the Ethereum integration. I'm talking about the full blown Ethereum integration of ICP depends on ICP being able to host a full Ethereum node on it, right? So if ICP is like, capable of doing that, right, that means it's also capable of doing the same thing for PulseChain.
Here we go. Let's go. Fuck yeah. I'll pass you an orange, my buddy.
It's just the cost of doing it, isn't it? Wouldn't it be dearer than? Isn't it dearer than
It's
centralized?
I mean it's 5 gigabytes or $5 a month.
$5 per year, I think.
Oh, per year. My
Yeah, it's
bad.
$5 per gigabyte per year per se, but it's more burn is more on the side of uploading than it is viewing. And by the way, I do have a specialty in ICP, and that is the asset layer. I work very heavily with ICP's asset layer, so
Yep. Awesome application, man. I love your app. I'm starting to use it more now.
what was that?
So is your data, hold on, Daniel, man, is your data like open source? Is everything like all the code, most of the code or whatever, what's going on open source? Like anybody can read it and check it?
For
somewhere?
what? For my app?
No, for the entire, not your app. I'm talking about the entire like ICP like protocol.
Yes, yeah, yeah. You can go to Definity's GitHub, and they have an entire swath of multiple heavy sets of open source code. I actually have a copy of the entire internet computer, the node systems, the boundary node systems, the tooling, all of basically all of it. I have something that updates weekly by script on my computer. And I receive all of Definity's weekly updates for everything. So all of their code, pretty much every new technology, I can read their source code. I could jump in, I read their build protocols, and you jump in and you just kind of learn to build with the newest stuff. So yeah, ICP is Definity and ICP are very good at that.
If you would compare open source code from ICP to, let's say, Ethereum or PulseChain or even HEX, I mean, okay, HEX is open. It's clear. Anybody can read that shit. Hopefully, if you can't, then sorry for you. But ICP, it's also the same like Ethereum, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Most of it's open source.
Yeah, the entire protocol. You could theoretically fork it, but you'd obviously have to have the grand vision. Everybody can fork anything open source, but you'd have to have the vision behind why it was created in open source to begin with. For transparency, Definity is pretty good at that stuff. You can pretty much take any of the new tech that they push, and you can grab it, and you can use it, and you can copy it, clone it, fork it, whatever you want. just as long as you obviously you know what you're doing. Like you said with HEX, I feel bad if you don't know what you're doing. But if HEX is open source and you guys wanted me to understand it, I could theoretically write. I could go on. I could clone or fork HEX and then learn about the different.
No, don't do that, man.
Can you do
we got
that?
enough of that. Don't worry.
I mean, do you guys
you're
want me
fine,
to do a
dude.
deep dive on
Forget
HEX?
it. No,
I
no.
could
You got bigger
I
things
could
to work
do a
on,
deep dive.
bigger fish to fry. No, don't listen to Trap, man. Just continue
Do
on
it.
your thing. You're gonna make
Do
way
it.
more progress.
If
If you don't, if you focus on that, dude, you're gonna wreck your time and energy. Forget it.
listen,
Stupid.
Dobby is free elf. Dobby is free elf. Okay, if you guys were interested in our deep dive in HEX,
If you wanna provide a service, provide a PulseChain validator, validate our chain, please. That'd be freaking amazing. Like if anybody would do that out there in your community and actually profit from it and bring the money back into ICP
that's the
and grow
thing.
ICP from that,
That's the
you
thing,
guys
though.
would be amazing.
That's
We would be amazing. We could help each other. You know what I mean?
That's
Some
a
kind of thing,
collaborative effort.
perhaps.
Though.
I don't know.
That's a collaborative effort from an engineering standpoint. So we'd have to have your guys, some good tech guys, because I would consider myself one of the top, ICP tech guys here in the ecosystem. And I would consider myself to know a lot about the network from someone who's read the source code to the network. And I would need somebody else on your guys' side of the network to even begin those types of collaborations. Otherwise, I'm subjecting myself to learning an entire network in order to mostly benefit you guys. Because yes, it would increase cycle burn for us, but there's also 100 other networks who are interested in doing that with us. So it has to be a go-to and go-give solution.
Well, it's just a partial, right? Because it would more or less, out of the entire ICP thing, it would just be a partial piece of what, and that's only theoretical if you could host such a container or whatever you guys call it, like an NFT or whatnot. However you guys roll with that, but it's not completely from our side. So you got to look at the benefits from. I don't know how many people you guys really got out there. Sometimes the Hexicans try to estimate how many people are really out there, and I try to estimate as well. It'd be cool to really know how many people are actually out there supporting and using ICP or promoting it or developing on it and hosting it or whatever. Because with PulseChain, in my mind, I have a rough number. I won't, tell anyone right now, but with ICP, I don't know. I think it's less than what we have. So I don't know what you're talking about from one side to the other, but unless you guys could provide some other data, I think you have a lot less users than we do. And that's just from the user base.
I'd be willing to heavily disagree with that unless somebody was willing to prove metrics.
Yeah, I'd love to see some data on the top.
Let's just go look at the chart. Let's go look at the chart. Go check at the pill at the bottom.
No, I'm just talking about daily transactions or
well,
whatever.
Let's talk about daily transactions. So right now, currently we're running about 10,000.
You can do the month.
Hang on. Right now, we're running about 10,000 transactions per second. Our network is capable of well over 6 figures of transactions per second.
Yeah, but how many? How many people is really out there? Like,
so that depends on the app, the subnet.
Because
we have 6.
You could have a computer running 100,000 transactions.
We have 15 or 16 subnets full of 13 to 42 nodes each, and we have people from around the world. We have 580,000 smart contracts running on the internet computer right now that are all processing some sort of transactions. So if we were to calculate transactions just from a foundational number, I can come up with something that's competitive. But if we wanted something, then I could definitely tag it or get involved some of the Dfinity guys who could bring some real analytics to the table. But I can promise you that it's not. I mean, if you guys wanted to talk about a layer 2 versus a layer 0 to 1, again, they're not comparable. We're talking about an entire decentralized network here, not a protocol. If we want to talk about user basis to a protocol that's built on ICP,
well, how is PulseChain going to?
Well, you guys, hang on. You guys would have the take from a layer 2 standpoint. Of course, you guys would have a lot of users. Now, HEX is, from what I'm reading, and I've been reading it this whole time on you guys' docs. I can see it, right? I'm reading up on you guys right now. Like as we're talking, I've been reading up this whole time and at my PC right now. So of course,
yeah, that's amazing. Let me stop you right there because as a layer 0 PulseChain, right? Because we actually rely on the validators
But
who
is
actually
PulseChain a
support the
layer
chain.
0? Is PulseChain a
So
layer 0?
basically, yes. I mean, it's as a fork of Ethereum, it's starting from a 0 point. And from that 0 point,
Let's
which
talk
was
about a layer
the day
zero.
of the fork, the hard fork, and that's the 0 point from right there. It's basically a layer 0 token because it's a 0 point token from that day forward. So if you don't understand that, I can't help you.
Oh,
That's
I
that's
However,
not
understand.
what
I
a layer
understand what a
zero
fork
is,
of the 0
brother.
point is, my friend.
basically it is because that's the chain. Like, what are you gonna do outside of that token? The same as ICP.
Okay,
What are you gonna do
no,
outside of
man.
it, homie?
I'm sorry, man. You're far from an understanding in ICP if that's what you believe. So
Oh, really? Thank you.
hang
All
on,
right.
without the
Adios.
laughing
Yeah,
emojis,
yeah. I'm getting laughed out of
let's chill. Hang on,
house.
hold up. Let's chill
Man,
with the disrespect. Let's chill with the disrespect here. Everybody, both communities. Come on, guys. You want me to fucking
Oh,
just
we're not
leave?
trying to be
You know?
disrespectful.
Yeah, enough with the laughing.
we
Enough
are
on both
also a layer
communities too. Enough
0,
with the
and it
laughing.
started
Hang
on
on.
May 12th or 10th or whatever.
From the ICP guys too. Come on, guys. Enough with the disrespect. Come on, get real here. All right.
Can I throw some data points up?
Yeah, go
I would
ahead,
love
throw
that.
them up.
So you got to understand. So at our
Hit
peak, we had
us.
31,000 active internet identities. That's just internet identities, right? That does not include the mass amounts of developers from other ecosystems involved in chain fusion. So you got Ethereum, Bitcoin, Chainlink, Sheeb, Pepe. Pepe. I mean, you have a lot of people working within ICP because of chain fusion. So we're involved in a lot of ecosystems.
What's chain fusion?
Chain fusions is chain key integrations. So bringing
Okay, that's the same thing.
Hey guys. Oh, damn, it's gone.
Hey.
Okay, so as far as the users is concerned, oh man, what the hell? I dropped my phone. ICP is just too different. Like the metrics we're using just doesn't make any sense, right? For us, for ICP versus like PulseChain or Ethereum, because ICP is a cloud infrastructure, right? It's a cloud infrastructure. You wouldn't go to AWS and say, okay, how many users you have? How many people are using AWS? Is it everybody that's using an app on AWS, or is it like just developers, right? So ICP is kind of the same thing. There are a lot of people that use ICP that never come on Twitter. Like, for example, ICP has a huge Chinese community, right? But they are building their own thing. They are doing their own thing. They don't want to have anything to do with X, Twitter, or anything like that. Even like communicating with the community, it's the ICP community itself. They're just building what they need and what they want. They have their own users, right? So do we count these people as users or not? Right? So it's a cloud infrastructure. So it's kind of hard to account for everybody that's using the blockchain, because they're not all conducting like swapping a token. You know what I mean? They may be just using a social app, which is completely invisible from a like an Etherskin type thing, for example. You can't really see those type of users. So Hex or PulseChain doesn't have that. Everybody that's doing PulseChain is doing a transaction. They swapping the token or something like that. So it's kind of hard to compare.
You're comparing a layer 0 to 1 to a layer 1 to 2, and that does come with comparable metrics, but they're not the metrics either of us are throwing. We're throwing
Exactly.
raw network usage metrics.
So what's the layer 0?
So the
What's
layer
this
0 is
zero
because
talk
we
we're
have
talking
our
about?
own node set. We have our own node system of independent data networks. We have our own subnet system right from the bottom up.
So do we as PulseChain.
Yeah,
Please don't let them brainwash you.
I know.
All
Oh
right.
my god.
All right. I mean, hey,
Like,
hey,
this
guys.
layer zero
guys,
talk, this layer 0
if
talk.
we want to
I've never
laugh,
heard of
if
layer
we want to
zeros in
laugh
my
about
life.
it, I mean, we could have a real fucking discussion here instead of like.
I know we were trying
Well,
to.
no.
We
No. Hang on. Let me say something. Y'all have been blocking ICP community members left and right that disagree with y'all.
I don't block.
No,
anybody.
you haven't. You haven't.
block
No, you
anybody.
haven't. All the co-hosts have. I mean, let me just tell you this right now. So we have some of the most brilliant minds here, and you
Christian.
guys are shitting on them because you don't
I'd
want to
never
hear their
block
opinion.
anyone.
I have proof in the comment lines y'all did. I don't really care who you guys blocked and he didn't, but I'm down to have a real discussion how we can work together instead of comparing these
from
metrics.
speakers, but never
Instead
blocked
of
anyone.
Hey, here's the fact. The fact is, PulseChain, Ethereum, Solana are not layer 0 blockchains. Period. They're not. They just don't have the requirements, the structure, the architecture to be
What?
considered.
What are
Thank
the
you.
requirements
Thank you.
of a layer 0? Hold on.
How about
Stop.
not
What's
to have all
what
of
are
your
the
nodes on
requirements?
a layer 0 already? Amazon and Google Compute Clouds are layer 0s already.
What?
You're building all of
Okay,
your nodes
so
on top of theirs.
I'll tell you what a layer 0 is, right?
Let me hear your definition.
Okay, so
please.
a layer 0 is like a foundation, right? Which you can build other L1s on top of, right? That's what it is. Like, for example, Polkadot, right? It has parachains. Parachains are individual blockchains themselves, right? And then there's what they call a main chain, right? Like an interchain communication that link all of them together. That makes
Isn't Polkadot a layer 2
no
though?
Polkadot is a layer 0.
No.
Similarly,
Yeah,
ICP
Polkadot's
is a
layer
both
0.
layer
That's
0
correct.
and layer 1, right? ICP, you have
Y'all are both bi-layer. We got a
uh,
bi-layer chain here
yeah.
now.
So,
Okay.
We're not getting into that LGBT stuff, bro.
Yeah, that's where we're at though.
all right, so you have multiple layers. Like you have the layer 0, and you can build like other L1s on top of it, which is connected by an interchain communication protocol. ICP has a bunch of subnets, right, which are individual blockchains on them by themselves, which validate themselves, and then you have the ICP, like the Internet Computer Protocol, which with chain key, which link all these blockchains together to make up either a layer 0 or an L1. So ICP kind of function as a both layer 0 and a L1. Polkadot is a layer 0, period. And there's like Ethereum is not a layer 0, it's a layer 1. It's a single blockchain.
What is Polkadot built on? What is Polkadot built on?
What do you mean? I don't understand. What do you mean? What it is built on?
So
I
it's
think he's asking
L0.
about the code base, probably. I don't.
Yeah, the code base.
What
Yeah.
code is
What
it
is it built
using?
on?
What programming language is it using? Is that what you're asking?
Okay, no, what is it? L1?
No,
You're
Polkadot
saying
is
L0.
Polkadot is a L0, a layer 0, right? It doesn't have any smart contract capability. All it does is connect multiple blockchains, the parachains. That's all it does. That's what a layer 0 is.
Yeah, layer 0 it's to make blockchain networks functional, accessible, and also interoperable. Guys, it includes hardware and protocols. Like, you got to understand what a layer 0 is. It is a thing.
I mean, basically, any chain could become over time developing, like example, Bitcoin has developed like ordinal. It's developing over time, right? And as the chain develops, you can develop into whatever it's gonna develop into, right? Like
No, I
layer
was just saying it's
0
not a
and
layer 0. There's no
so
bad blood.
you got.
You can't go backwards on it though. You can't go from a layer 2 to a layer 1 to
Yeah.
a layer
So,
0. You
but
can
if
go
you want to
one
look at the
direction.
Yeah.
if
So
you want to look at a
Bitcoin has
layer
to be a
0
layer
for
0
liquidity,
then.
for
Bitcoin has to be a
liquidity,
layer 0 then.
Bitcoin's a layer 1.
yeah, liquidity speaking.
We're talking liquidity.
For
We're talking
liquidity,
hang on. We're talking liquidity as if crypto is the only reason blockchain exists, guys. You know, there's data security outside of financial transactional value, right? Let's talk about that. Can
yeah,
you
but
guys
without the financial transactional
layer
value,
0 process?
you're gonna lose.
Can your guys' layer 0
your
process anything other than transactional value? Because we can process data value at the layer 0 level. Can you guys do that?
Okay, so Bitcoin started off as a layer 1, but then people came around later and created a layer 0.
No, Bitcoin is a layer
correct?
0.
I
Bitcoin's the
mean,
layer 0 to 1 protocol.
Somebody just said Bitcoin was a layer 1.
Oh no,
I'm
no, no,
confused.
no!
No, Bitcoin is a layer 1.
I would say.
I'm confused.
So if you're a platform that's taken from another platform, you're forked from another platform, right? And you're using the same protocol they are, you know, you might be considered a layer 1. A layer 0 considers the same layer 0 for anyone who's interested or is familiar with network stack architecture on the physical level. to become a network engineer, a distributed network engineer. Let's talk about network engineering from the bottom down. You all know that layer 0 is a textbook definition. There's a textbook definition for this. It isn't some made
Y'all
up
made
term.
up
Hang
this
on.
layer
Hang
0.
on. It is,
Of Bitcoin. I think he's describing
guys,
Bitcoin.
no. You guys
That's the
are no.
layers.
You guys no. You guys aren't even. You guys are way abstracted
Because
further.
everything
No,
else developed after
Go take a basic networking class and learn about layer 0s. Switches, architecture, stacks, routers. Layer 0, physical network layer. Okay? And then go ahead and tell me that you've designed a
but
physical
layer
network.
0 with
That's
financial.
where you got.
Go
with
ahead and
finance.
design
went and took a
protocols on a
class.
physical network layer on how physical networks,
With
physical
financial
distributed
implica-
networks interoperate with each other, and then come to me and talk to me about what a layer 0 is.
There is no such thing as a
That
layer
is
0.
Talk to me
incorrect.
about
That is
zero
incorrect.
layer
No, you know
zero
what,
with
man? You know what,
financial.
man?
Because
You've
none of that
hang
shit
on,
had
hang
a
on, hang on.
financial
You
implication.
just
None of it.
validated your whole chain by saying
Before
that, dude.
before Bitcoin.
Dude, the
Before
very people,
Bitcoin.
the very people,
The very first one of
the
those
very people
motherfuckers.
who created
What are
blockchain,
you talking about?
the very people who
Bitcoin
created
was the first
blockchain,
one.
the very
Get the
people,
fuck out of
the
here,
very
man. It's
people,
my problem. I'll get out of here. I've had it. Good night,
the
folks.
very people who
Hey,
created
can we calm
Good
blockchain.
down?
night.
Let's calm
Bitcoin
down,
was the
guys.
first one. It's a
We're
layer
just
0
talking about
with
technical stuff.
financial. Adios, amigos. Ciao, ciao.
I wish everybody had Google. Like, just Google fucking layer 0 and read a
What
little bit
the
about
fuck?
it, man. Like, it's on Google, guys.
Hell
Like,
yeah.
just pull it
Just
up,
like I
read
Googled.
about it.
Just like
It's
I
a
That
Googled
textbook
COVID.
definition. Go look it up. It's a textbook definition. Take a fucking networking course if you don't believe me.
They're right.
All right, guys, come on.
No, they're not.
Let's bring it down. Let's calm down.
We got layer 0s now.
Either way,
Hey,
I
you know
don't.
what?
Ever
You know
heard of
what?
layer
You know what?
0s?
You guys don't even deserve my time. I'm sorry. Listen, Hex community guys, I love you guys.
You're right.
No,
We
I
don't.
love you guys.
We
No,
don't.
I
You're
love you
too
Yeah,
guys.
enjoy your
smart.
pyramid
No,
scheme,
you
Trav.
guys, guys,
Enjoy your
you guys,
pyramid scheme, brother.
you guys are
Whoa.
building great things. You guys are building great things. I love you guys. Thank you guys for having us.
When it comes for them shitting their stuff, they'll stay all night, bro. But whenever we talk about other stuff, fucking bounce.
I mean, I'm happy to stay. It's just I felt super disrespected. I was just trying to explain a technical concept that's in networking. Like that's a very common networking concept.
But there are no layer
Then go
zeros
take
in
an
crypto.
actual networking course, bro. That's a physical part of it.
Okay, I am not going to.
I mean, he does it
Then
for a
you
living,
don't know
though.
shit. Then you don't know
Well, he
shit
does
about
do it for
network
a living,
layouts,
bro.
bro. That's a common practice. Come on, I learned that in high school, dude.
Hey, guys, like, hey,
You learned layer 0s in high school. What high school?
Let's talk
Hey,
about high
most
school.
of us-
Let's talk about what networking is, bro. Go look up the OSI layer model. Come on, go for it.
hey,
Okay, then how come isn't Bitcoin a layer
It
0?
is.
It's the first thing we've ever
It is.
had.
Go look at it.
Then
Go
why they
look it
call
up.
it
Go
L1?
look up what a layer 0 is, and then come back to me, please. Thank you.
CR just doing some technical ass terms because y'all went to a
No,
little
because
bit of
you
school.
because you
Y'all ain't
haven't
never
gone
He
went
does it for a
outside, never
living.
touched
You haven't
grass
gone
in
to
your life.
school, and you're not going to come at me, dude. I'm a trained, seasoned engineer. If you have anything useful to say to me, say it to me.
Oh, you're an engineer. Was your dad an engineer too? I'd
You
be
know what,
more
man?
impressed.
You know, man.
I'd get more impressed.
Honestly, with the amount of tech knowledge I've given you, I should fucking bill you for it.
Bill me.
I
Bill
would
me.
love to.
I'll send you some hex, brother.
He'll pay,
I'll
he'll
send you
pay
some
you
I
in
will
hex
take
as
some
well.
hex, and you know what? I'll build something more useful with that hex than you built in your entire lifetime. So please sit down, sir.
I'm not a builder.
I can see that. I can see you're not a builder. I can see you're not a builder. I can see you're not a
Yes,
builder. I
Lammy,
can
you got
tell.
something to say?
No, I can understand how it's a layer 0, but I don't understand how Bitcoin and Ethereum are level 1 in my head.
I just told you
But
that
you
they
are,
were layer
but you are,
zeros, and
you
that's
are level.
okay.
I'm going to say you're level 0. Internet computers level 0. I can see that, but I'd still say Ethereum and Bitcoin are level 1s.
yeah. Well, I mean, Daniel is an engineer, right? He has his probably, he's using the term in a different way that we understand it as just
No, it's
lay
not.
people.
It's not. You've got to understand. If I'm building a network for a client and I'm using Cisco switches, Cisco routers, etc., that's level 0. And I can understand how ICP would be interpreted like that quite easily.
Well, technically that would be a level 1 because you're using their system.
No, you're not,
to
because
build.
your layer 1 is what runs on the infrastructure.
Right.
Well, you're running on that infrastructure.
But with ICP is the infrastructure.
Yeah, that's why we say
So
technically ICP is both a laser.
ICP is the Amazon. It is the Amazon Web Service. It is the
Well, that
IPFS. You know, they've got their own cloud in the sky floating around that can't be struck by lightning at any goddamn minute and fucking nuked by a higher cloud, right?
the what?
Yeah, and that's why like other blockchains can go inside of it. Like we can fit a whole blockchain, ADA, any of them, inside of a canister.
Y'all can't even fucking handle PulseChain.
Yeah, okay,
Well,
yeah,
bring it.
totally. I'll tell you what, man, I'm gonna post a comment here and I want everybody to go look at it right now. For everybody who claimed that I was so wrong, I'm just gonna post this right here as a basic point of knowledge I learned in high school. For anyone who wants to dispute it, go ahead, go take a network class, come back to me and talk to me about what a layer 0 is and why the internet computer works before you come to me with a layer 2 solution and claim that it's better than anything we have to offer.
I think we found the founder of ICP right here.
Oh, no, I'm far from the founder. Have I met him? Sure. Do you want to talk to me about actual tech instead of making baseless claims about your personal opinion when you're not even a builder? Sure. I'm a technologist in belief of the blockchain technology at heart. I'm not here to make tokens. I'm not here to run DeFi. I'm not here caring about liquidity. I'm here to build technology that lasts, to build something useful that helps people. If HEX doesn't help people, believe me, I can do a deep dive right now. If you want me to, I'm happy to.
Do it. Do it.
And you know what I'm going to expose?
Do it.
Any good or
Fork
bad.
that
Any
shit.
good or bad.
Fork it.
No, I don't want to fork it. I want to dig into it, and I want you to debate with me about it. And if you're not ready for that, then don't come to the table acting like you are, man. I'm sorry. Don't do that.
Okay. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you for your time.
Oh boy, man, that's crazy. Layer 0, layer 1s. I don't know.
There's a definition of a layer 0 right in the comment line. Y'all can go read that. Thank you.
Well,
Yeah, I just
Cisco,
read it.
Cisco does have free courses, man. I mean, you can use the packet tracker and you could go look at it.
Thank you very much. Yeah, please go use the Cisco.
I'm never doing that.
Please go do
Never
that.
doing that
Please go
again.
take the Cisco networking course and come back to me, please. Thank you. That's what I took. I'm Cisco certified. Thank
It's
you.
free. It's free.
It's absolutely free.
Oh, wow.
I'll send you the link.
Awesome.
I'll even offer
Send me the link.
paid tutoring if you need help.
Hell yeah. I appreciate it. Love the ICP community. Thank you for all y'all's education.
Something that was mentioned was that, you know, HEX is a freaking CD. It's meant to just be financial.
Okay,
And
I
we
got a
would love
question
for
for
that
the HEX
We
community.
would love for that CD to run on a canister. We really would love to interoperate. It's just we can't have this comparison talk where one network, one protocol is better than another. How will we play together or else? I mean, that's really what the narrative is. There shouldn't be a versus. It should have been a talk about collaboration, but it seemed to be a competition the whole time. And it's been very disrespectful. I mean, we've interacted with a lot of communities, but
We've been
never
listening
something
to you
this
guys speak for
disrespectful.
2 hours, asking questions.
And I've
A lot of our
answered them, and
members
I've been a
throwing
lot
up
of
the
great
thumbs
people,
up,
Hexicano.
throwing up 100% all the time. What are you talking about?
Well,
Disrespectful.
Hexicano, you've been great. You've been
Disrespectful
great.
the last maybe 20 minutes, but it's just, debating, friendly debate.
It's been
No
been a
bad
great
words or
space.
anything.
I met a
There's
lot
no
of great people. Hexicano, I read all your posts, man. You're great. You seem like a great supporter of networks and the technology, and there's a lot of great Hex people. I don't hate the Hex community. I just don't like the way that ICP and Hex are communicating right now. I just don't think it's necessary. I think we're trying to understand each other's networks, but it should be less of a technical challenge of who's better and who can do more, and more about what we can do together. And I tried to lay that down, and it just didn't get through. You know, we are competitive. Yeah, we have to be. We've been shat on by a lot of fucking people for reasons we don't quite understand. And a lot of times it's because people misconstrue what our networks is designed to do. You know, we're not trying to be hateful. I'm trying to be informational. But when I'm being challenged on the information,
Bro, we can vibe. Hey, we can vibe with the whole being shit on. We've been shit on for
we
years.
don't want to
bro.
do that, bro. We don't want to do that.
We
I'd
know what
rather
that
be
feels
friendly,
like.
guys. You can ask anybody in the ICP
We know.
community. I'm usually really fucking friendly, man. Like, I just don't like.
Dude, I would consider you a friend right now.
I don't mean to be that way, guys. I just don't like our community and our tech being disrespected. I work really hard here to build cool things to help people. I don't feel like our community deserves the disrespect because generally we're pretty good people. A lot of people here are great people. I don't mean to be hateful. I just don't want to have this versus thing. I'd rather figure out where we can work together. Like, fuck this versus thing. We're not comparable.
El Hexicana, change the title. Hexicans and ICP community.
Instead of debate, make it collaboration discussion or something. You know what I mean? Like, let's
talk. Yeah.
I just don't want to see us fight, man. That's not worth it. Like, obviously we can fight. We both have tech people. We both have finance people. Like, obviously.
And we're passionate about what we love.
That's what it is, guys.
We're passionate about what we love. And you're passionate as hell about ICP and your shit that you're building. And you're a builder. Congrats to you. I'm not a builder. I'm an investor. But I've just seen a bunch of funny shit.
And you're just as important to the ecosystem.
3.5
You're
years.
just as important to the ecosystem as we are. You as an investor or even as a user are just as important to ICP or to any of the crypto or blockchain ecosystems as the rest of us. Don't think that that's any different. And I do appreciate it.
Hey, one thing we both have in common is BitBoy fat ass crackhead crypto promoted both of us and fucked us and left. He might still be lingering around on y'all's chain.
I mean, I haven't seen anything. But guys, I mean, I'm.
But hey, you remember that
we took him during
right?
his darkest times, man. And
no, for real.
We promoted a crackhead. Not we.
No, we all did.
Bro,
No, we all did.
What happened to him, bro? He went unhinged, bro. Like, what the fuck? What the
meth
fuck?
and cocaine are hella drugs.
Man, when you make a lot of money,
Richard, Hey, Richard said liquor, ladies, and leverage, bro. That girl got to him.
And she's not even that cute.
Oh, I love that, guys. And by the way,
he gave up his whole goddamn family for
I
that.
do want to shout out. I think it was Trap or Lammy that I was a little bit loud with. I apologize, guys. I know we were debating.
It was me.
Okay. It was. I apologize.
No,
I apologize, man. We don't like to be that way. We really don't. We just listen, man. It shouldn't be about comparison. We really should figure out how we can all work together, or it should be a fuss. You know what I mean?
I'm just working out how I could dump MongoDB and put it into a canister at the moment.
You're funny. Hey, one thing is everyone here is passionate, and I love that because you know what? Everyone here is a real fucking true because we're here. When you've been through the bull market, you've been through the bear market, and everyone who's here is real, bro. Like, I mean, because they're not just some guy who showed up. You know what I mean? You aren't in this conversation right here, and at this point in crypto, and right here, if you're not really about it. So I give respect to everybody on this chat, every fucking buddy, because we're here and
we all went.
Yeah, we're gonna make money though. If you get in the right thing right here, I'm not even gonna say what it is. If you put your money in right here, I've been in through 3 cycles. This is right here. Look, you put your money in the right thing right here, which is hard to not find the right thing right now, and you're gonna make a lot of fucking money. $1,000 in the right thing right here will make you a lot of money, man. I got respect for everybody here though.
Hell yeah, we all went to a P. Diddy party, no homo, and we didn't experience the Diddy, right? Like,
I was just about to say, Trap needs to be told to shut the fuck up every once in a while, so good for you, Daniel. And then he goes and says that shit.
I mean, listen, I'm not trying to be that way. I really like, if you guys ask the ICP community, I'm a people lover. I love community. I love people. I'm actually a really friendly guy. I just don't enjoy having my technical experience trying to be like undermined from people who aren't exactly technical. And you're asking me, you're arguing with layer 0 stuff like that. I literally learned that. Like that's a textbook definition. I'm not trying to argue to be like some bodacious douchebag. I'm arguing to try to have it be understood. Like, I'm sharing technical knowledge that's, to try to help us understand why people even mention layer 0 in the first place. I don't care if a protocol is layer 0 or not. There could be layer 2s better than layer 0 and vice versa. It literally does not matter. It matters more about how we can make each other worth more. You know what I mean? And I think that's what this whole thing was supposed to be about. So I'd really like to move in that direction and less on the whose tech is better and more of how can we make each other's tech better. And I mean to apologize to anybody I got loud or got stern with. I don't usually do that.
You ain't got to apologize at all, brother.
Yeah,
You
I
ain't gotta
do,
apologize at
man,
all.
because I hate doing that. Like,
No, you don't. I
well,
love it.
that's
I
just
love
that's just
doing
me,
that,
man. That's
so.
just me. I again, my
That's
biology.
me
I'm a
too.
technologist at heart. I'm technology thorough first, and like, dude, I've lost more money than I've gained here. I'm not a crypto maxi. I literally could give a fuck less about crypto. I could give a fuck less about tokens and prices. I care more about security, passion, and people. I care more about the technology. I care more about building something that's going to help people make money rather than argue with who makes more money. That sounds pointless to me. It sounds like a waste of time for both our communities. Instead, let's figure out how we can all help each other, and that's really what I came in here for. So I just also, you know, I'm big on ICP. I do stand up for my guys, you know, and for my fellow devs, and for Definity a little bit here and there. I don't work for them. I don't anything. I've just been here. So I just don't, I'd rather hear collaboration, man. I'd rather hear it's peace, love, and positivity. I hate competition and stuff like that. So.
But I want to know, how do you see Bitcoin as layer zero?
It's just a layer it's an architecture, network architecture at the bottom point. You know, it's got its own technical specifications for what runs a node. It has its own cost of entry. I mean, if I was to design a document of what classifies a layer zero, it'd have to be based off of the raw networking and physical distribution networking concepts.
Yeah, but
that you know that have been there for the past 30 years. It really, there's a lot more layer zeros than people realize. A lot of people, like, Flux is a layer zero. A lot of people don't realize it. Flux is a layer zero, and they do a great job. And I like Flux. I like the network architecture. It comes down to, like, if you're a layer one, you've likely forked a concept from another layer zero concept, and you're building on top of that, and you're building a layer 1 to 2 protocol, and a layer 2 to 3 is built on top of that. That's your bridges are layer 2 to 3. A layer 2 is built on top of layer 1, and layer 3 is your front end. So essentially, your layer 0 is any cryptocurrency blockchain network that has architected their own node system, essentially from the raw physical, like purely physical network design aspect. So
no, it's what I'm going to say. I'd still say Bitcoin's a layer one and ICP's
Yeah,
layer zero. Really would.
Bitcoin's taking off right now, though. It's trying to.
Your chart looks gorgeous. Your chart looks like it wants to go.
Oh yeah, it's right there. You see that? You see that triangle down there? So I mean, that thing's about to pop, man. Look at it on a month.
You've got a bloody gorgeous harmonic, and it's bouncing on a monthly support.
Yeah, it's got to go, man. Look at the monthly chart. That's what I was doing.
I've just charted it. It's lovely looking.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good entry because you're on that support there at that bottom fib.
Yeah.
If you take off right there, it just bounced off support on the bottom. I mean, outside the very bottom, this is the second best buying opportunity because it's on confirmation. You see it?
Yeah, as a trader, it's perfect because you can manage risk on it. You can really manage risk at this. You've got
everything's about to take off. Go look at Ethereum right now. Go look at Bitcoin right now, man. It's 64.4. I mean, this shit's about to go.
Look at the daily on ICP. You know what I mean?
Yep.
You've got the 3 higher lows. You know what I mean? Somebody's accumulating it. It's so easy to make a decision at the moment on that, to trade it on ICP. Basically, price drop below 690. You don't want to know it.
Yeah, and price also came up from 270 when Cycles Burn increased about a year ago. But we could talk about price point all day, but you know what I mean? Can we talk about how we can help each other, or are we just going to talk about price or technology? Because there's finance people and there's tech people. Are we going to make them coincide? Or are we going to find something useful, or are we all just wasting our time? You know what I mean? Like, you guys seem like really cool people. You guys seem like people who are super passionate about the tech. Otherwise, we wouldn't have argued about it, right? That's my understanding. So why don't we find a way that we can help each other instead of shitting on each other? That would probably be the way, right?
I'm trying to get around. I'm just trying to get around these layer 0 and layer 1.
I think we're way past that. I mean, I kind of. I mean,
No,
if you
no.
still have
Funny,
questions, I'm happy
going
to
to say
answer them.
I'm a Cisco engineer. Are you all right? I'm a protocol developer.
So you should know about the OSI model then.
I worked for Cisco in the 90s. I worked on the H323 and H320 standards. Right? That's my background. And I'm just trying to.
Well, there's an OSI. There's a 7-layer OSI model that specifically explains
but the way I've always understood layer 0 is you've got protocols and network can run on the top of it. Yeah.
Well, you've got switches and routers.
Basically, they're designed.
You've got switches and routers at the physical level.
Yeah,
So
which
creating
is
a
what you're trying to
protocol
mimic.
for design.
Which is what you're trying to mimic. Yeah.
Yeah, if you're creating a physical design, if you're a network that's created a physical design.
And you allow other blockchains to be built on you, which would be in a layer 1.
Yes, well, which would make you a layer 1 blockchain. Are you designing the layer 0 though? Like Bitcoin designed its own layer 0.
Bitcoin's a standalone blockchain. It runs its own protocol.
Yeah, and that's why it's a layer 0.
It handles its own consensus. It handles its own security.
Actually, Bitcoin can't actually, you know what? That's funny you mentioned that. Bitcoin actually qualifies less as a layer 0 because they leverage other people's node and network architecture.
Exactly. That's why I see it as a layer 1.
Yeah. So Internet Computer created its own, though. That's why we call it a layer 0, because from the boundary and the machine node, like 100% from the technical layer of how the machines are laid out physically, their actual tech spec, all of it is engineered in a way all the way up. And then the layer 1, the node software runs on top of it. That's what makes ICP a layer 0.
And Bitcoin
and that's
a layer 1.
Because Bitcoin does a great job at leveraging other layer 0s to host its network. ICP has a layer 0 you have to use, which could be seen as a deterrent as well.
Which makes Bitcoin a layer 1.
Sorry, go ahead.
Which makes Bitcoin a layer 1.
Yes, it makes Bitcoin a layer 1. Yeah. So I'm sorry, I didn't understand exactly what you were getting at there, but yeah. So ICP designed its physical node architecture from the bottom up to handle its workload, rather than Bitcoin leaning on lots of layer 0s like Amazon, Google, and the rest. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry we had a misconception there, but yeah, that's what I meant by the layer 0 versus layer 1. There's a couple of layer 0s out there, but that's why they're not comparable. It shouldn't be layer 0, 1, and 2 shouldn't be comparable with each other. They should find out how to work together.
Yeah, but there's people don't understand them in here, so I just wanted to.
I apologize for that. I really do. I apologize for the misunderstanding between the two of us, because I didn't realize that I was talking to another Cisco expert as well. I do have a Cisco networking certification. I passed the A+ exam and the rest of the stuff. So I've been around.
Mine's old. Come on, you got to think when I was doing it all, we're just coming out the days of token ring.
You know, I have respect for anybody in the distributed networking field. So again, I apologize for that wholeheartedly. Sincerely apologize for that, and I appreciate your professionalism.
And this is all new to me at the moment, because I'm building a big MERN stack at the moment. So.
Well, yeah. So that's what I mean by layer 1 to layer 0. I mean that, like genuinely ICP, like the Definity has designed a protocol for how the tech is put together physically that hosts its layer 1. So yeah, I would say that is the direct distinction between a layer 0 and layer 1. And there are a few layer 0s out there. Again, one would like to shout out Flux as being one of those layer 0s in some way. There are a couple of other self-sovereign networks out there that also do the same thing. But yeah, let's just be clear on the 8s and designs the physical network architecture of the nodes, not utilizes other people's physical architecture. Like if you're launching your nodes on Google Cloud or Amazon Web Services, like if you're doing AWS or Google Cloud, then you are likely launching a layer 1 node, not a layer 0. If you're physically buying a device and launching node software on it, that might be considered a layer 0.
Hey guys, I've got a question. So I've been in here. I showed up like an hour late, and like we've been talking about ICP this whole time. I was just wondering about PulseChain. So to my knowledge, it's basically an Ethereum fork, right? It's cheaper and faster. Is there anything that like really sets it apart from some of the other,
It's a system state fork. It copied everything from Ethereum.
Well, yeah, it's a fork.
Everything.
But I'm just like, besides it.
But no, it's a system state fork. It's not just like these L2s, like everything else out there.
No,
it is a system state.
Yeah, I get that.
So if you owned a token on Ethereum, you have a copy of it on PulseChain. What your ERC20s are now PRC20s.
Okay, no, I understand that, but I'm asking, like, are there any like technology advances that were made there? Like, is there anything that's possible on Pulse that's not possible on, Solana or Avalanche or Ethereum or any of that besides just like speed and cost and stuff?
Basically, it's cheaper.
It's cheaper, and our DEX PulseX is probably faster now. It was slower, probably about 2 months ago. It's speeding up. You can go and see it. You go to PulseX, pulsex.com, app.pulsex.com to be specific. Run the IPFS if you want, or host it on your own computer.
Has anybody else thought Ethereum proof of stake?
No
one
one.
yet.
It's the only one. It's the first of its kind. So it's different.
Don't
we're in a
sleep on it,
different
guys.
realm here with it.
Don't sleep on it.
I mean, I'm just.
This is new to a lot of people.
I think this whole conversation is just kind of weird to me, because I mean, I guess it's supposed to be like about HEX and ICP, but I'm kind of leaning more towards Pulse and ICP since Pulse is.
It is. It's.
I
it is.
agree.
It shouldn't be about hexes. Completely
Yeah,
different.
to be honest, I should have just put it as PulseChain since the beginning.
So, I mean, well, first off, is there anybody here that's building on Pulse? Like, is there anybody here in the space?
Oh, let's see. Evergreen was down there.
Yeah,
he was building
certainly
on
was
Pulse.
earlier.
Yeah, the coach guy was, but he's gone.
Yeah.
Rob
Prompt on Pulse
also.
Chain's building. He's there.
Okay. Well, I'm just.
Yo, Kyle, come up and speak.
Oh yeah, Kyle's already built on PulseChain, so
This is kind of a weird, just whole conversation we're having, trying to compare these two networks because they're not real, like they don't really seek to do the same thing, And Daniel was talking about like leveraging each other to build something better, So I think that's probably a good angle to attack this from, but
It wasn't really a comparison. It was more of a, hey, let us know about your coin. Let us ask questions about your coin, and then you ask questions about our community, and like whatever hard questions come in, that's where the debate will come in. But we're not really comparing it.
So,
well, Daniel got deep.
I've got a question that maybe you guys can answer for me, or if there's a dev here or something. But so, like, if I wanted to build some kind of DeFi app or something, why should I build it on Pulse instead of like, you know, Ethereum or Avalanche or sorry, Solana or something like that?
Gas fees. Solana inflates what? How many tokens per day?
Solana
What, $1
goes
billion
down every
or $1
Are
billion?
you talking about
like once a
inflation?
year or whatever.
Well, no, I'm talking about why would you build on PulseChain versus Solana ETH gas fees are going to be extremely high during high gas times.
Yeah,
Right?
that's
When there's a lot of volume on the network. You already know that. If you've been on Ethereum, you already know that. Solana is just a shit ass layer 2, in my opinion. It's for the degens. If you were to build, I would say go PulseChain for sure. You know.
so like
So
if
what?
you
What exactly are you
well, I'm
asking?
just saying like what sets it apart, because like Solana, and I don't really like Solana, it has a lot of its own problems that are unique to Solana, but like as far as, you know, from a user standpoint, I've used Solana and it's fast and it's cheap. So
Yeah. So is PulseChain.
yeah, well,
PulseChain's probably faster now.
so yeah,
2 months ago, I would have said no. 2 months ago, I would have said no. Solana's faster.
I'm just wondering
Right
like
now,
if there's anything that you can do on Pulse that's not possible on some of these other L1s.
you can do anything on PulseChain. Anything you can dream of, you can do it here. You can chase your wildest dreams.
Well, I
here.
mean, like compare.
Kyle's here. Kyle's built. Hey, let's ask Kyle. Kyle's built. He's built on PulseChain.
Compared.
So I'm gonna let Kyle
I mean, so
take over.
listening to it, I would say it depends what you're trying. What are you building? You know, if you're building a meme coin, yeah, do it on Solana. There's like 100 times more volume. Like their top meme coin will get more volume than our entire chain in a single day. So, but if you're trying to, like, I look at PulseChain as for the
Reliability.
contracts. Like if you're trying to build something with sweet game theory, like you have the community here that would be easy to get it adopted. Versus if you put that on Solana, where all these guys they just want to make their money in, you know, in under 30 seconds, then you're better suited on Solana. You know,
So
just depends.
you guys use like Solidity, right? Just like Ethereum.
Yeah, not Rust.
Yeah,
Okay.
ERC20.
So like, do you know like the maximum size for a smart contract? I don't know a whole lot about Solidity, but
the maximum size, no.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I could.
What are you trying to build?
No, I'm not a developer. I'm just kind of wondering like what sets you guys apart.
Oh, well, I mean,
If
it's
you want
just
a
how...
shit coin, if you want to create a shit coin, you can go to
I think
gopulse.com and you can launch any token name you want. But it's gonna get wrecked. You know, you might make a couple 100 million pulse off of it, but it's gonna be dead. If you want to really build something, there's people out there you can reach out to. You could reach out to Kyle. I could put you in touch with people that actually build real contracts if you want to know. But
there
I
are
don't know what
launch
you're trying to
pads
build.
on Pulse too.
I think the main
But fuck launch pads, Kyle.
the main benefit.
You know that launch pads are for women.
No,
Richard's words.
when I say launch,
pads are for women.
Richard also said that he hated tax tokens, and a tax token has the best chart on our entire chain right now. So
I think your main one would be sort of decentralized. Your main would be decentralized, like cloud integration, wouldn't it? So
yeah,
your Pulse projects wouldn't have to rely on AWS and stuff like that if they needed to.
exactly. I mean, that's definitely a big aspect of it, especially if you keep up with the news and see where we're headed as far as crypto. It's not getting any better, that's for sure. So
That's just the US getting their house in order.
well, I mean, the EU is pretty bad too, right? I don't know, but
I'm gonna say they're sort of coming in line. I know we're We've actually got it sorted now. We're actually saying it as personal property crypto, but that's
Yeah.
only because they can tax it.
I don't know. I'm with the guy who I don't think he's up here anymore. But like as far as crypto goes, I don't care about doing leveraging, doing loans, figuring out, making it a full-time job. Like I want something that I could buy and I know in 10 years it'll still be here. And I don't have anything to worry. I mean, I like reducing risk as much as possible of any of my investments.
Yeah, ICP is pretty much like a roadmap with promises.
It's the decentralized storage that's interesting to me.
PulseChain is like finished. HEX is finished.
Well, I mean, ICP isn't just a roadmap. It's a very
Finished as in
powerful.
like it's done. Like it's a
It's
finished
very
product.
powerful network. There,
You don't want something as a finished product in tech as a layer 0 or 1. You don't want that. That means that it's lacking scalability. You want something with a future roadmap. I mean, if you were to ask Mark Zuckerberg what he did, what he planned to do with Facebook for the next 3 to 5 years when he first launched it, sure, it was the first of its kind. Sure, it had first mover advantage, but damn best bet that he had a roadmap out of
Yeah,
him.
you can build around HEX. You just can't fuck with the code.
Yeah, but how scalable? How
build
like,
around
we're not
PulseChain,
talking.
you
Yeah,
build
I'm not. Again, I'm not saying you can't. I'm not saying you can't. I wasn't saying that at all. I'm just saying like in tech moves so fast. You don't necessarily. If you think that you've got it right, you're wrong. And that's the fundamental experience that everybody in tech has. Every engineer, every network analyst, everybody. If you think you've got it right, you're wrong. And that's what tech teaches you by being in it long enough. So you don't necessarily, you do want something that's built and ready to use. And I wholeheartedly, fundamentally agree with that. But you also want something that's ready to scale and is flexible enough to scale with the going times. So if AI died tomorrow and something else popped up, what if next year quantum computing is the big topic and AI falls to shit? Everybody, all these coins, all these networks, all these layer 0, 1s, and 2s that are focused on AI, they're not going to be the focus anymore. Again, you got to have a roadmap that's built to scale. You got to be thinking about not only technology, but product market fit. It's a very high concept it's a very highly competitive concept to try and tackle. So it's not always about who doesn't have a roadmap. It's what's in that roadmap and how are they doing on it.
Right, question for you then. One of my biggest clients, I don't know if you heard of them, is a company called Sunbelts. Don't know if you heard of them. I have all their asset inventory on my database on Amazon. It's on a MERN stack. So every bit of equipment they own globally, I have. I'm looking for a way to track that, so I want to tokenize it. Could I do that using your cloud?
Yeah, I don't see why not. You could use it doing a single smart contract realistically, as long as the databases were scaled properly.
Yeah, we've got about 7 million items.
Well, it depends on what your databases are scaled up as. Are they vectors? Are they SQLites? Are they?
No, we're moving it. We're all on SQL at the moment. We're just moving it all over. We're actually moving the whole database.
Yeah. We support SQLite databases inside of canisters, upwards of 400 gigabytes per canister. We have multiple canister scaling systems that you can launch, and we have one canister that controls 6 other database canisters. So we have scalable systems that self-scale. We have a whole bunch of stuff that can do that.
Because we're looking at tokenizing all the inventory. It's not just Sunbelt. I'm using Sunbelt because I know they're big in America as well as in Europe. But yeah, we're looking at doing asset. We're looking at waste.
Hell yeah, that's the Little Debbie cakes over here. That's the Little Debbie, right? Little Debbie cakes.
I don't know what they do over there, and we've just got all their.
Yeah, in the U.S.,
we have
Sunbelt is Little Debbie.
We have all their JCB, all the diggers, all the caterpillars. We have all their accommodation. We have all the jackhammers, all the drills, the lot, and it's all on at the moment. That's just one of my customers. So we're looking at actually tokenizing everything, tokenizing every asset, so we can, in effect, pass the token around as that asset moves around. So we know where the kit is at any one time. So it's but I want it all decentralized.
That's some big money. I mean, Little Debbie cakes are in every fucking grocery store here.
No, not cake.
Sunbelt, right? Sunbelt?
No, they're.
Or is that Sunbeam?
No, Sunbelt.
Is that Sunbeam?
No, we do Sunbelt.
So I think it's Sunbelt.
Yeah. They do all caterpillars and accommodation. They're the largest equipment hire company in the world.
Okay. Oh, okay. Sunbelt.
Yeah.
All right.
So,
You got Sun, but then you got Sunbeam too. You need to get Sunbeam.
Okay. So yeah, I'm working on their new platform at the moment.
I just I wanted to say, saying that ICP is just a roadmap is kind of ridiculous, because I can, things can be built on there right now that are not even close to possible on something like Pulse. So
Why hasn't it been done?
it has been done.
Well, you just said it like it hasn't.
What's that?
You just said it like it hasn't.
No, I didn't say that. Like you can look at like Open Chat, for instance, and that's a messaging app that's built full stack on ICP. It's not utilizing AWS or any of that. So like that's not possible on PulseChain or any of the other common layer ones like Solana or Ethereum or any of that. So saying that it's just a roadmap is kind of ridiculous. Like that. I think
So you're saying Solana is a L1?
No, what's that?
And then you're saying Solana's a L1.
Solana's an L1.
Yeah.
Ethereum's an L1. PulseChain.
So I don't know, like if you haven't done the research on ICP, if you haven't poked around enough to see what it is and what it can do and what's built on it, but saying that it's just a roadmap is either you're uninformed or something else. I don't know, but yeah, that's a little bit ridiculous.
What's the liquidity like?
Are there any companies currently using ICP? Because I know a bit about it. I remember when they first launched it. Well, at least on Coinbase.
I think it's been around for a minute.
Oh, it's been for
There's
a long time.
minute, bro.
There's 0x.
I mean,
it was like one of the most venture capitalist coins out there in the beginning. Like everybody.
It went from 600. Remember, it
all
went
these
up to
big
$600 on Coinbase.
It pretty much launched at the top and it went all the way down and it wrecked
All the way
a
down.
whole bunch of people, bro.
It's
Like
it's
there's a
Jazzy
coin out
and
there
all
that
those
wrecked
shit.
a lot of people, man. ICP was one of them.
Yeah.
So we can
Oh,
we can have this price
Dude, it went down to like 50
conversation,
cents.
but the thing
Yeah,
is,
from like
I
$300
think
all the way down. Oh man, that's
600.
I think you're just
I
looking
remember
for a way to cope because, I mean, you don't know about ICP. Obviously, the technology. You don't seem like a very
No, we understand. I guess.
No,
like,
you obviously
totally
don't.
different. You can't compare the two. Like like people are saying.
The
But
kind of
You said that
Y'all been
you said that
trying to
ICP
explain
was
that
just
tech.
a roadmap, which is either you're
yeah,
Y'all
you
been
guys
trying
have
to
explained
explain
it
the
some, I
tech
guess,
to us
but you guys.
all night.
either you're willfully lying or you're misinformed. So I hope it's the latter.
But y'all been trying to explain the technology to us all night, and we're listening. Well, let's ask. Hey, we got a new speaker here, Sonny Detective. Sonny Detective, give us your thoughts on this. If you don't
Hey,
mind.
what's up, Seth?
He's a new speaker.
Evening, y'all. I don't know. I kind of joined a little bit just to zoom out and put.
What's up, bro?
But yeah, Rogue, stick around so you can ask any more questions for PulseChain or HEX. And if we have any questions for ICP, stick around since Daniel left.
Yeah, I'm here. Just be aware, I'm not a developer, so I like.
Yeah.
I do know a lot about this, but not at the super technical level.
Can we go back to Sonny Detective real quick? He was speaking.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right.
We can hear you.
Yeah. I mean, the basis of PulseChain and why it will succeed is just a simple math. And it started with zero liquidity. Obviously, liquidity came through the bridge. And what that did when the way that Pulse and PulseX buys and burns, it put liquidity there forever. And as long as there's Ethereum over there and a stable coin, there's always going to be arbitrage. So it's always going to be sitting there with a little bit of gas fee, someone doing arbitrage and just buying and burning and adding a little tiny piece to liquidity. So like the beauty of PulseChain is it literally never needs anyone to trade it again, and it'll just arbitrage and do its thing as long as Ethereum moves up and down. What's really cool about it is the way they did the airdrop is that all of Ethereum is that forked copy, and it's I mean, there was no liquidity at all, right? But then everything that's forked copy of PWETH, which is interchangeable on the contract one for one, you can actually mint Pulse and burn WETH and back and forth. All those liquidity pools they're sitting there churning too. So like all the forked copies, even the ones that aren't trading technically, are growing in value. So like price performance isn't really what I think the chain's necessarily about. It might have it one day, but the reason to use it, the reason to build on it is that it will be here forever. And there is like the money, the whole chain is made for liquidity. And if you're getting in on that, then that's why the chain's good. You know, other than that, yeah, it's just another EVM to build on. I mean, just to add, like, you know, any token, basically, like every other chain, you know, if you're on ETH, you add liquidity with ETH, they go up and down. That's its thing, right? But like, if you come on a Pulse chain and you add liquidity to Pulse and PulseX, no one ever has to buy the coin. The arbitrage bots will figure out a way to go through both of those when they're off, and it'll slowly build liquidity if it goes to that liquidity pool, right? So like, taking advantage of that you can do on any chain. But on Pulse chain, that free airdrop, it wasn't meant for the people that got it and want to dump it for free money. They can do it, and all that does is make our liquidity pools stronger because we now have those tokens in a pool where they're attached to something with value rather than just being out in some airdrop, right? It's the same thing with Pulse and PulseX. Everyone got this airdrop, and even now, as more and more people that got it from the airdrop and didn't buy it from the liquidity pool dump it into the liquidity pool, our liquidity pools just get stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger, right? So like, you might be down 10% in price, but you might be up 10% in tokens because they've dumped so many on both sides. Like, there's a pendulum swing to it all, but it's years off. And until then, it's a liquidity builder, and building on top of it and taking advantage of those arbitrage bots and the price discrepancy in those pools is it's like nothing I've seen on any other chain personally.
Hell yeah. Look,
Yeah,
go to the DeFi Puzzle wallet. You could see those 50 tokens dropped in the DeFi Puzzle wallet right now that are earning fucking all 50 fucking tokens printing every fucking day.
I assume
you seen that?
Are you talking about my ecosystem?
Yeah, 50 fucking tokens
So
printing every day, just constantly adding value. It's not a lot. It's not a lot, but we're at the bottom of the bear right now, or we're going up.
I'll touch a little on the
but
basis
it's
of that
still-
too, because you say 50 tokens, all of a sudden people, you know, like, oh fuck this guy, you know. But like, none of them
real.
are actually made really for profit, right? There's like there's 42 of them or whatever, and whatever they reward, they'll have a small 1%, 5%, 2%, whatever tax. When the arbitrage bots use that path, they reward that token, and a lot of it's the forked copies, right? So now these charts that have like a buy and burn on them, right? You take a rewards token, you send some of it to the burn, you send some of it to wherever, you let people buy it. It's all, and you spread it across 20, 30, 50, 100 different liquidity pools. And every time you get an arbitrage, you trigger a buy on this other chart, right? So that's what most of these tokens are. The main token is token A1A, and it's paired liquidity-wise with all of those. But token A1A is a reflection token, right? Like SafeMoon was. Rather than get a reward of a different token, you get a reflection, the same token. So A1A has 900 liquidity pools now. I'll have 1,000 soon. I'm pushing it hard, but no one ever has to trade this token. If there's a 2.5% price discrepancy in any two pools of 900, the arbitrage bots go through it. More often than not, they pay more in tax than they actually make, right? Because like if it puts $100 through it, it pays 1% tax on the buy, 1% on the sell. It's 102. It might make 102.01 after gas, right? It doesn't care. It made its 1 penny and it left $2 to go to reflections. And the reason that A1A is so powerful is its biggest pool has 80% of the tokens in it, and the reflections go into LP pools. So for a year and a half now, all, like not all, but 80% of the reflections are literally just going to this huge LP pool. And it's sitting now at almost $1 million in LP with like a 1.5 mil market cap, 80% in liquidity a year and whatever later. I mean, it's not even in price discovery yet, you know, but it's because I don't chill it. I don't tell people to buy. I don't want people to buy. I don't really care. It doesn't matter. It takes advantage of the arbitrage bots. You can go run your own, or you can just have them do it for you and, you know, make the reflections on it.
So I'm just still struggling on exactly why all this attracted you to Pulse, because literally I can just, you know, copy these contracts and go run the exact same thing on Ethereum. So it is cheaper on Pulse, but there are a lot of chains that are
No, I get it. The secret to the sauce is everything that's an airdrop that was never in a liquidity pool, when it gets sold into that liquidity pool, it now has value. And if you are the holder of that liquidity pool, you now hold that value. So you could start it, like in theory, right? And this is a huge whatever, but like when PulseChain launched, right, there was nothing. Someone made the first PulseX pool. If they'd only put one token on both sides, and then the entire airdrop sat here and just traded on that for the last year, there'd be a lot more than one token in there, right? Like that person would probably have billions and billions of tokens because that's the LP pool, right? All these tokens came out of nowhere. So that guy could have put it in at $1 a piece and put $2 into the pool, and it could be at 0.0000 whatever, and he's got 10 billion times the tokens. He don't care what the price is, right? That's the power of PulseChain. Is all these free airdrop and tokens that come out of thin air are actually worth more value this way. And if you really get deep into it and look at it, you look at all of our from Ethereum tokens that come through the bridge, they actually mint on our side, and then those get dumped into the LPs. So like we're just taking all these minted tokens out of everywhere and just flooding the LPs. Like the LP game on Pulse is just ridiculous, man.
So ICP, it could connect PulseChain to any other EVM, right? Like that's one of its technologies.
Yeah, technically. So it can
That's pretty sweet.
It can write transactions to other blockchains. So yeah, like directly
That's interesting.
without any kind of intermediary like a bridge or any of that stuff.
Wonder if you can use that to stake HEX on Ethereum from PulseChain. You guys, so ICP is its own oracle too, right? It has one built in.
Well, that's
I mean, basically what
That's
it is,
what I
right?
want to hammer on is the oracle. I want to know about this oracle.
So it depends how you define oracle, because some people will say, you know, like Chainlink, it's basically it aggregates data. Like say if you want to price feed it.
Yeah, Chainlink is probably one of the best oracles. Teller's probably second best. Some people say Teller's better. Some people say Chainlink's better. But what oracle do y'all use?
So ICP doesn't really need an oracle because it can talk directly with Web 2. So where Chainlink,
It definitely needs an oracle.
So
that has been determined.
Well, no.
So Layer 0 is
time
different,
and
bro.
time.
Layer 0 is, it's, even though it's Layer 0, it's really built on top of, it's built to assist any chain out there.
So
Am I
here,
saying that correctly?
I mean, yeah, that's
Like
part of it. Yes, it can write transactions, data to directly to other chains without a bridge or anything. So,
and if you want to lower storage and stuff like that,
what's that?
You would use layer 0.
Who controls that data? Who controls that data?
Well,
it depends
ICP community.
what layer 0
People
you're
that
using.
own all the neurons.
So
people that the 52% that own all those neurons.
It can.
Dude, we
DAO,
forgot
they
to tell
control
Daniel
the whole
about that shit.
entire
Oh,
ICP
man, about
ecosystem.
that, bro.
You guys keep asking me
The
questions.
52% that
Yeah, and then
control
20% for the
all of that
investors,
shit.
and then only 1% and
Dude, you gotta realize we have got y'all fucking hook, line, sinker wrecked. We hate it. We want y'all to win, but bro.
Hey, somebody invite Daniel up
is-
again.
It can take the canisters can take HTTP requests from anywhere on the internet.
Oh, the canisters.
Yes, exactly. See,
Yeah.
the one guy here who has a technical background, he gets it.
Yeah, so it can take that. It can take an API straight into a canister, basically. So you could actually have a Coinbase feed going into it if you
But
wanted
they
to.
still a Coinbase feed.
You
So
could
we're
have
gonna
anything
want
going into it from anywhere.
Run. Okay,
So it doesn't need a separate. It doesn't need an
That's
Oracle.
one Oracle. We got
Laramie,
one.
He gets so it's kind of hard explaining this to, and I'm not the most
All right,
technical person.
so that tells me right there that this shit is so centralized that we don't need a fucking.
No, it's more like traditional. It's like when Coinbase, not Coinbase, it's like CoinMarketCap getting its
Coinbase, yeah.
No, it's like CoinMarketCap getting feeds from everywhere.
So all of your applications are built on Amazon Web Services. So I'd say that's pretty centralized myself. But
No.
yes. Like when you go to whatever DEX that you're using to trade your coins on, that's not hosted from PulseChain. That's on.
Yeah, he's using AWS.
Yeah. So
correct.
Personally, I'd say that's pretty centralized when, Jeff Bezos
Yeah,
can come along and
Jeff
say,
Bezos.
hey, you're not allowed on here anymore. I'm kicking you off. And then your whole application is just fucking gone into the ether. So
Dude, Jeff Bezos is living on the moon right now. You think he can even see anything? He doesn't give a shit.
So if one guy can
They haven't updated
decision,
Alexa
I
in
would
like
call that
10 years.
centralized by, my definition of one guy.
Richard Hart is Vince Neil. All right, Richard
Dude,
Hart
I would
is
take
Vince
Jeff
Neil,
Bezos
so
over
think
Richard
about
Hart
that.
right now. Not gonna lie.
I'd take Vince Neil over either of those fuckers.
But yeah, I don't know. I'd have to look into it.
Let the bands play.
See the contracts and whatnot, but I don't know what's going on. Are we trying to make a deal here?
Oh, what kind of deal?
Do an OTC. Give you some pulse for some ICP.
Personally, I don't
No,
want
I'm
to
just-
sell any ICP, but I appreciate the offer.
No,
I would.
Building.
Hey, Kyle, don't take the deal. Don't take the deal. Make them buy Hex or Pulse.
So, anyways, Trap, if you understood that,
I'd buy Hex.
ICP doesn't need an Oracle because it can retrieve data directly from.
So it can retrieve price functions from every fucking chain instantaneously.
Well, more than just price.
Without no help whatsoever.
Anything. Yes, exactly. Like so.
Oh well, then my God, why doesn't ICP might be worth more if it just became a goddamn Oracle at this point? Like we would literally, people on PulseChain would pay for that shit. Do you know that? People on PulseChain would pay for that because we got some fucked up Oracles.
Well, yeah,
over here.
I mean, if you want to, you can.
We got
you can
some
build it, but
fucked up
you're going to need
Oracles.
a developer to build that on.
But what if we wanted to pay you? What if we just wanted to pay you? What if we said, fuck this? We got an Oracle here with ICP. We're going to use ICP as our Oracle.
If you asked around, there are probably plenty of people who would be very willing to build that for you. Like I said, I'm not a developer.
But I thought you already have it.
Well,
you made
so you would need one.
You already have it. We don't got to build it. I mean, there might be some integration needed.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying.
But you already got it.
To build specifically what you need. The technology is already there. But say
price feeds, Oracle price feed.
Okay, so
on every chain.
Yeah, but you're gonna need like to tell it grab this data and send it here. So
okay, but you already got that. You already got that. So
nobody's built
We don't
it.
need it to be
Nobody's
built.
built an Oracle.
You just said that y'all had
Okay,
it.
you're obviously not getting this. So
did he not? Am I wrong? Hey, did anyone else not hear that they got price feeds? They got their Oracle already
It's
built.
not an Oracle as such.
So I think there's a
Yeah,
lot that
it's different than an Oracle.
you're not really
just an
getting
Oracle.
here. Like I said, it's hard to have this
Like
discussion.
it's an Oracle plus a lot. I mean, there's a lot you can do with it. From what I remember, like they've tried. It was legit.
You can set.
It's a possibility. It could be the internet itself, right?
Yeah, it can host web and all that. It's actually really
You can
cool.
set.
You
You can set your application up in a canister, and that canister could do. You could have HTTPS an API request from the likes of CoinMarketCap, CoinGecko, access their APIs and send that into your canister, aggregate the prices, and then send that out.
Yes, exactly.
There's your price feed.
That's pretty cool.
No,
all right.
It is. And then Kyle, so you're building on Pulse. Here's the cool thing, like I was saying too, you can put your whole front end on ICP. So that way, it's more secure, it's more decentralized. And then here's another really cool thing that you can do is you can run on ICP, you can run your whole application as a DAO. So like a lot of other DAOs on other chains, basically, I mean, I'm guessing all you guys know what a DAO is. So like the token holders vote on proposals, right? But normally how that works on a lot of other chains is you vote and then the developer will push the update, right? But on ICP,
we have no DAOs over here. You know
what's that?
We have no DAOs. We have 0 DAOs over here on PulseChain.
Well, maybe that's a good thing to get into. But anyways,
0.
So,
damn it, Trap, you're making us look bad, bro. Literally, the number one coin right now has a DAO built.
So check this out, Kyle. You can
PulseChain itself doesn't have a.
You can build your
DAO.
whole application as a DAO.
So Kyle, what the fuck?
Like, let's say
PTGC.
Fuck PTGC. It's a fucking copy of TGC. It's a fucking.
This guy drank
it was a
Caper Case
fork
Kool-Aid
copy.
already.
It was a fork copy.
My
it
God.
was a fork copy from goddamn Ethereum.
From what? Well, I don't. Yeah, dude. I mean, I own some, but
there was TGC that's a fork copy. Their Grace currency was on ETH. They're pushing this shit, and they're a bunch of wreck plebs. If you promote that shit, bitch, I will fucking murk your ass right now. Do you know that? I will. Oh my God.
You should see.
Don't make me start.
No.
Don't make
Trust
me start. You want me to go at your shit now?
I don't.
I'm trying to give you.
I'm
trying to give you the benefit of the doubt. That is a fork copy. It is a fork copy. The Grace currency was on Ethereum.
Yeah, I know.
It was a fork copy. So what are you fucking trying to say? Like,
oh, okay. I get what you're saying. So
shit.
no DAO has been built on PulseChain specifically. That's what you're saying?
PulseChain, exactly.
PulseChain. Okay. Yeah, no,
PulseChain.
Yeah, I agree.
We don't need it. All
I don't
these
like
other
DAOs,
little
honestly.
fucking gay ass copies with these gay ass fucking communities that come around, think they're some big shit, little midgets running around in the fucking ecosphere. We're tired of it.
Yeah. Hey, Rogue.
Call me out. I don't care. I'll fucking fight anybody. Literally.
Apologize.
I want to lock away a bunch of HEX. That's all I care about. Like connecting to other stuff, bridging and all of that shit. It's cool. But all I want to do is just lock away as much HEX as possible. And try and fix HEX. Like that's all I think about. As opposed like how people build on
HEX needs
Titan X.
fixing.
Huh?
HEX needs fixing? You said you want to fix HEX.
Yeah.
it needs fixing.
And not fixing. I shouldn't say that. It needs supply management. It needs better supply management and distribution. Because right now it's too uneven. There's only 10% people staking. We gotta get that number up. But at the end of the day, Hex is still the greatest, has the greatest tokenomics of any crypto project. And I've been in crypto for a long time. And it's just everything you want to see, for the most part. You don't have to worry about losing anything. You hold your coins. As long as you're smart, you'll keep them. So regardless, it's, who knows what it's going to turn into at the end of the day. But if I were to hold anything long term, it's going to be Hex, without a doubt.
So, anyways, Kyle, like I was saying, there's some really cool things that you can do with ICP. So let's say if you're building a DEX or whatever you're building, you can host your front end on ICP and then have all the back end on Pulse, right? So, and then you can do really cool things like I was talking about. The way that DAOs work on ICP, the community actually controls the code of the whatever application.
Hey, the community. Hey, real quick, the community doesn't control it because 52% of people own most ICP and they run the
Okay.
DAOs. Do you
Okay, listen to
understand
me,
that?
you
Do
fucking
you
dipshit. You keep
fucking
fucking interrupting
that?
me. Holy shit, you were dumb as fuck.
I don't care, and I'll
Holy shit,
continue. I'll
motherfucker.
continue interrupting you with
Look,
facts.
dipshit. No, motherfucker.
52% of the community.
You're wrong. You were
Whoever that
fucking
52%.
wrong. Holy shit.
No, I'm not.
Motherfucker, go and look.
No, I'm
you
not.
Can, okay, go to the fucking dashboard. You can look up how much fucking voting power Definity has right now. It's like 21% or something. So first off, you have
Okay,
no
that's
fucking
Definity,
idea what
but
you're
we're
talking about.
okay.
You
track
keep
the wallets
interrupting me
outside
on
of
some
that.
fucking like numbskull shit, dude. You have no fucking technical knowledge of any of it.
Dude, y'all,
Which
y'all,
probably fucking
oh my
explains to
God.
me why you're so into Hex and Pulse. Holy fucking shit. You know, the only real thing that I'm trying to figure out right now,
All right.
why is Lamb here? Because he seems pretty fucking smart. So I don't understand why he likes Pulse. I fucking get it. Not him.
No, because we're all in the same.
Can I interrupt and just say that this space has been going for like hours and hours? I came back and I'm like, damn, this space is still going. And here I am, but again, here I am.
I'm just trying to have a conversation here, and this motherfucker keeps interrupting me on some stupid ass fucking.
It's all good. Everybody just take a chill pill. It's all good, bro.
Anything you want to
Because
say,
he
Lammy?
doesn't realize that 52% of the DAO is controlled by the ICP top holders. The DAO is not controlled. The DAO is not, they're not going to give y'all little plebs control of the DAO. Do you not understand
Are you talking
that?
about
That's
the
why DAOs are
NNS?
created.
What DAO are you talking about?
Whatever DAO
Yeah,
you're
let's
talking
hear.
about.
No,
Any
I'm
DAO.
not even talking
Any
about.
DAO. Any DAO. Any DAO you're
Holy
talking
fucking
about.
good lord, you have
Any
no
DAO.
fucking idea what you're talking about, dude.
Dude, because all the DAOs that you're a part of are wrecked. You don't get it. You don't get it. You're still in that little infancy phase. You're in the L0 phase, according to Daniel, because we got L0s now. All of a sudden, we got L0s. ICP is a L0, Bitcoin's a L1. That's the delusion of the ICP community.
It's really hard having a conversation with somebody who fucking has no idea what they're talking about.
Good. Get wrecked, bitch.
Bro, get Daniel in here also.
HEX.com.
Maybe he'll like,
bro. That's it. I can make it real simple for you, real quick. HEX.com. That's it.
Lamb.
Be real simple for your ass.
Lammy, can I ask you what brought you to Pulse? Because you seem a little bit more intelligent than some of the other people here. So I'm just wondering.
I love this community, mate. Got some cracking mates in it.
Just because you like the community?
No, I believe in Richard Hart. Richard Hart's never fudged me, or whatever you want to say. I
All right.
believe it.
So
Yeah.
it's not like a tech basis is the reason why.
So what are you're trying to compare apples to oranges?
That's the thing.
Well, I
this is
wasn't
the
even trying to compare anything. I was just trying to explain how some of the things work, and I keep getting cut off. I'm sorry, Lammy, I just cut you off. But
No, really. I mean, listen, I've been an OG Hexagon.
Hold up, it's between Lammy.
What?
He has a question for the Rogue. Stop interrupting, guys.
No, that's fine.
Yeah, go ahead.
oh, are you guys talking to me? No, I was just asking. So I guess Lammy kind of answered my question. Is he's here for the community and because you like Richard Hart. So I guess that answers my question.
Listen, it's not about all Richard Hart. Like, dude, okay, so Hex is a great product. Okay. Pulse is a good product. It's not the best. Okay. You don't have to be a Richard Hart fan, but the products are good. And you know what? They haven't been scammed, or nobody's like duped the Pulse the blockchain. So it's like, okay, that's something that could be had, right? I'm actually here and listening to the space because I kind of like ICP, and I'm liking the things that I hear. When I came onto the space originally and I started hearing some of the things that the ICP people were saying, I kind of liked it. I was like, shit, well, this stuff is good stuff. I want to hear about it. I'm not a freaking, Richard Hart maxi. I know the guy. He's a good
Because
friend of mine, but
Richard
I
fucked your girl.
no, but yeah, right.
He fucked your
Yeah,
girl.
he wishes he did. He knows my girl. But no, he's a good friend of mine. And he's a gentleman. But yeah, no, but I want to know about
You're full
ICP.
of shit.
I want to know about ICP. I want to know about like more things. Like, dude, collaborations would be amazing in our space.
We should be doing more of this. We should be doing more on this and working with other chains. I
Nah,
like this whole.
Daniel
I do
can
like.
handle the heat.
I like all this. I like this canister. I like
He
this
can talk
canister idea.
hours and hours, but when it comes to like questions, he's not. He would just like leave.
Stop with the insults, though. Like, dude, seriously, the insults don't get anywhere, and like fighting doesn't get anywhere. Keyboard warring, keyboard warring doesn't get anywhere.
You know Richard, but yet you built some bullshit ass token on his fucking platform.
Oh.
Your wife knows Richard. Get the fuck out of here, Rob. Like literally, Rob D. Like you're fucking gay. Like you are lying. I guarantee you, 100%, you are full of fucking shit, brother.
Can we boot this guy? Is there any way we can?
It's really
No,
hard
you
to have
can't.
a
I can't
conversation
be
with
booed.
him here.
I can boot
Rob,
you.
I appreciate the energy that Rob came in here with, but Trap, it's very hard to have a conversation with anybody in here when he has the mic.
Bro, you got to realize. No, you got to realize there's a different level of Mexicans here.
Did you put Rob down as a listener, bro?
Fuck yeah, I did. Bro, he says he knows Richard. His wife knows Richard. When anybody comes in saying that shit, come on. Eco can fucking contest.
Isn't
this.
Richard
like, come
missing
on.
right now? He's like on the run from the U.S. government or something right now. I'm pretty sure. Does anybody know where Richard Hart is right now?
Locked up in a court case, and on
His lawyers know.
October 31st, he'll be in New York.
So what does anybody know the actual location of Richard Hart right now? Like for sure, has he been doing his streams or anything? Or?
Eastern Europe.
I don't need to know where he is. It's decentralized.
Yeah, right.
So he's hiding out. You know what, guys?
Yeah, this is what.
If we did, we would not tell
He
you.
can go to jail.
Where's
he can
the
die
tower?
tomorrow. The code is law. Like we don't need Richard. Like you know what I mean? Like yes, if he dies or whatever, the price might go even lower. But fuck it, dude. I'll just buy some more. I'll buy some more, pack up my bags, and we don't need them. To be honest.
He has tweeted 10 times in the last few days.
Hey, who developed Solana? Or Avalanche?
I can't say.
Or, huh?
Who developed Solana?
Yeah.
A load of VCs in an office.
Yeah. Do we know where they're at?
Yeah, we do. They all fit in one office.
Where's the office?
I know a bloke with all their telephone numbers.
Yeah, it's kind of like Zcash. They have like a skyscraper in San Francisco. They have a whole floor in San Francisco downtown. The Zcash
What
level.
about Aave? What about Aave?
We've got all their telephone numbers as well.
where Trump's launching his world finance shit on.
Hey, Trap.
We should get Daniel up here. Is that an L2 or L1? I don't know.
Hey, any ICP guys, come up as speakers. Don't be shy. Ask us any questions, and if we have any questions for you guys, it'll be awesome.
I like the canister. I really like these canisters ideas. If you can store there and not use IFP.
Yeah, Crypto,
IPFS.
he says something on the comments below.
What core coin do we think is gonna moon the highest?
Hold on, Trap. In the first like 5 minutes of this space before you came in, they mentioned, they brushed over that they had a DAO on their whatever you call it as a part of their architecture.
Neuron.
But I don't think that it's supposed to like peg to anything though. I think it's just supposed to be a part of the ecosystem and funding.
No, but they get Neuron. You got to have so much ICP to get Neuron.
No, you
and then
still
once you have,
you're incorrect. You still don't know what you're talking about. I can explain this if you guys are interested.
Explain it to me. Explain it to me then.
Okay.
Teach me.
So basically, you can build a DAO on top of ICP, which is a separate thing, right? But the whole network is basically a DAO. So no one person can just push an update to the network. It needs to be voted on, and how you vote. This is called the NNS DAO, right? So how you vote on an update to the network is you stake your ICP, and it can be any amount, literally any amount that you want to stake, and then that gets put, depending, how long you lock it for, depends on exactly how long you lock it for and how much you stake. Depends on how much voting power you get. But that, like, the process of when you stake, that's called making a neuron, and you can do that with any amount of ICP for 6 months is when you start getting voting power, and then it can be anywhere from 6 months to 8 years. So, and the longer you stake, the more voting power you get. There's like a 2 times multiplier. So if you stake 1 ICP for 8 years, you get basically 2 votes.
Okay. Well, with HEX, you can stake for a day or 15 years, and the same payout's coming to you no matter what. It doesn't matter any of that shit.
So there's no incentive to stake for longer. You don't get a higher yield out of.
No, you get absolutely a higher yield, but you don't own. You don't get a. There is no voting. There is no voting with.
I mean, yeah, that's
the thing.
because
Like
HEX isn't a network. It's just an ERC20 token.
Okay. Oh, so I forgot you're a L0. My bad. I forgot you're the first layer of blockchain ever created before Bitcoin.
That's not what I'm talking
My
about.
bad.
I mean, you do.
Did not mean to do that. Did not mean to do that. Put the phone down on the charger. Sorry about that. I don't block anybody or mute people. Sorry.
Yeah, you just.
So I'm just saying, you understand that HEX isn't like a network. HEX isn't a blockchain. PulseChain is. HEX is not.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Okay. So there's really
no, I get it. It's the whole argument should have been PulseChain versus ICP.
Yeah, I mean, HEX.
El Hexicano wanted it to be HEX versus
when
ICP.
you stake
So
HEX,
that's where we went.
I mean, all it is, obviously, you're not voting on anything. All HEX is like a financial instrument, basically. So.
Yep. Hell yeah.
So that, like.
Hell yeah.
If that explains the difference
Right.
in the staking models there.
Yeah, that's why it's so much better, right?
So
hey there, I got a quick question on PulseChain. Is there any staking on PulseChain?
I mean, you can validate. There's gonna be some bullshit protocols that are coming. I'm sure that allow you to stake your hex, earn more hex.
Yeah, be careful with
And
those.
stake your pulse to earn more pulse. I wouldn't really trust that shit.
They
Built
exist.
by fucking wreck plebs.
Yeah, just stick to the main coins: Hex, PulseX, PulseChain. Look, man, there's gonna be a whole bunch of shit that people are gonna build upon PulseChain. So be real careful, man.
Yeah, there's gonna be
real careful. This is like
Nobody's gonna want to build on PulseChain if all we keep telling people is
Kyle, dude.
don't build.
We don't need shit. What did Richard say? We don't need anybody to build shit on PulseChain. All the
So why do
tickers
we
are
even
already
need Pulse
here.
then? Why not just buy Hex? Because that was the only reason PulseChain was built, right?
The only
So
reason
why are we
PulseChain
buying
was
Pulse
built
and
was to
PulseX?
save Hex stakers from gas fees on Ethereum because
Okay.
Vitalik decided that he wanted to run up the S load function, the right to dysfunction for Hex staking.
Yeah, Drowny. The
Okay,
only
That's
thing
why
you can do on
fucking
PulseChain is
PulseChain
pretty
was
much
created.
farm.
Who farms? I wouldn't touch a farm on Pulse. I mean, that's what scares me is farms.
Yo, we should get Drowny up here. I see
What scares
he's
me
in
is
here now.
V2s. What scares me is V2s.
He's a pretty knowledgeable
Why?
guy. Drowny, if you can speak, you should get on the mic.
Add him to the speaker.
Yeah.
Already.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Drowny is the speaker.
Yeah, I always want to ask a question, if y'all can hear me, but I don't know. I know I was in the space for like a couple hours. Y'all have talked a lot of topics, so I don't know what else there is more y'all want to talk about. On we could go to deep, maybe I don't know tokenomics. Like, have y'all talked about tokenomics yet?
Probably, but you can go
No,
ahead.
I didn't.
Hey,
I didn't.
give
So
us
I
your
was actually
give us your
looking for the
thoughts.
holders. I'm on the dashboard right now, just looking at the stuff. But yeah. What are the tokenomics?
Okay, so yeah, ICP is technically infinite supply. There is an inflation schedule of about 3%. The real inflation is actually 6 to 7%, and that's based
Annually?
yeah, annually. Yep. Yeah. So the real inflation is actually 6 to 7%, and that's mainly based on what Rogue was explaining with the neurons and how voters gain maturity. Not all neuron holders will actually cash out and cash it into ICP. So the 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 real inflation is 6 to 7%, but the actual inflation is more like 3%, depending on how deflationary the network gets.
What did the supply start at?
Oh,
0.
I don't know exactly. I know.
Do you know what the supply is
Yeah,
at
yeah. The
currently?
supply, the current supply is at right around 500, right around the 500 billion mark. But the
Okay.
circulating supply is about hang on, I'm going to coin market cap just to fact check. Okay, so total supply 523 million, and circulating supply is 471 million.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So
I mean, I'm trying to find a holders list because I want to see. Because that's the thing with DAOs, man. Like, it doesn't matter if the top 10% hold, 40 to 50% of the token, and they can pass anything they want.
Yeah,
Um,
I'll say this. Back when ICP first launched, the tokenomics was pretty terrible. I believe Definity had 40% of the voting power 3 years ago, but since then it's improved quite a bit. Like now they have about 19% of voting power, and they're still working on, decreasing their voting power to decentralize the network more. So they've done a 20% improvement in the last 3 years. Yeah, I'll say that much.
yeah. All right.
Um,
Yeah, I think it's cool, man. I think layer zeros are. I don't know enough about ICP personally to ever recommend it, but it's definitely one of those things. I'll just end up going online, looking into it, probably get infatuated with trying to bring it over to PulseChain, and then stop halfway through because it's too complicated.
You can't. It's an L0. It's an L0. Can't come to PulseChain.
Well, it's built on top of. You guys work with EVMs, right?
Yeah.
It's L0. Remember that.
It's L0, but the point of an L0 is to bring together all the chains, so that they can do transactions on other chains, but it'll be represented as a pulse chain. Like you can do it from PulseX or whatever, or not PulseX, but you can build the DEX on Ethereum or Pulse Chain and interact with contracts on Ethereum, right? Or any EVM.
Yes, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know anything about it. Like if it has to support it natively, or you guys voted in or something. But
yeah, can I talk about why I'm personally invested in ICP?
Sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I'm a software engineer, and I think the main thing ICP is trying to solve is not really related to crypto. Like they're actually tackling the Web2 big cloud infrastructure industry, the cloud market, and basically current Web2 IT stack is very prone to cyber attacks like ransomware and things like SQL injections, and now that we have AI, there's this new type of attack called prompt injection. So with Web2, the code is it needs to be protected by a firewall, unfortunately, and not all firewalls are foolproof. So with ICP, you can deploy code into a smart contract in a virtual machine and that doesn't need a firewall. Essentially, it's tamper proof. So basically, you cannot modify the code to do a different type of logic because it has to go through consensus mechanism and needs it's all secure cryptography. So this is a $10 trillion industry. Cybersecurity is only going to keep growing larger and larger, and this has got nothing to do with crypto. Crypto is in my opinion its own type of vacuum, whereas cybersecurity is another vacuum. And that's really, to me, the value proposition of ICP. It's really the only blockchain that could really change the landscape of cybersecurity, in my opinion.
Can we donate Parkway to you? We have this guy in our community called Parkway. Can we donate him
Sure.
to y'all?
I don't know
Hell
what that
yeah.
means
We're
though, but like
it's a good thing. It's a good thing. He's passionate. He's passionate. We want to donate him.
yeah, I just don't support.
We want to donate
I
him.
don't support human trafficking, so I hope you don't mean that type of.
Yeah, none of us do. None of us do. Fuck human trafficking. I don't support human trafficking either. We want to donate Parkway to you. You know, this might be the best thing that happened with the PulseChain ICP spaces. We're gonna donate Parkway if it's possible.
Awesome.
Everyone here, ICP in your name, go follow Parkway. Christian, can we fucking pin this shit to the top right now? Let me go look. I'm gonna do it for y'all. Y'all should all go follow him. He
so who
loves
pays
this.
for the servers for ICP?
So ICP, like I was saying, we don't need to host anything on AWS or whatever. So I guess server in our instance would be a node, and that's the node providers get rewards just like they would, if you have a Pulse node.
Okay, so you guys have validators as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the cost of the cost of the server. So all the nodes are in tier 4 data centers or tier 3 data centers. So they have to pay for the rental costs to be in those data centers. You cannot put a node in your like mom's basement, for example. That won't cut it. And there's also electricity costs, I would imagine, as well, and along with maybe some maintenance costs.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. Sounds a lot like Bitcoin, but cool. Hey, I pinned y'all security advisor at the top.
Hey, Drowny, you've been here for how many hours? 2 hours now, right?
Yeah, on and off.
So let me ask you a question. Have we been toxic?
Uh,
Be
I
honest.
don't want to. Not everyone. Just a few bad actors.
I have been.
Yeah, but
Just
that was
call me
only
out.
for the last 30 minutes. But for the majority of the time, have we been toxic? Have we been
I would say y'all have been pretty open minded, honestly.
exactly? Hey, Sage, if you're listening, bro, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, I
Keep saying that we're toxic, that we keep, not letting you guys
Tell them to
speak,
come up and talk.
that we're
Tell them to come up and talk.
Yeah, yeah. If that securitized guy was kind of toxic. I will admit that. And he left a while ago. But I think I think y'all are just learning, and I'm also trying to learn. I don't know anything about
this was the whole reason for us to learn from each other, because we can't really compare the two. We can't really, it's two different things.
Yeah. Yeah,
But yeah,
ICP can be tribalistic, including myself. I sometimes like to play devil's advocate just to kind of entertain myself. But I am, I hold a lot of Bitcoin, and I play with other ecosystems, so I try to keep myself open minded, but for
you
the
know that
most
for the
part,
first 2 hours, look, he's messaging me right now. For the first 2 hours, it was mostly ICP people. It was only like 10 hexicans versus like 40 of you guys. Like,
tell him to come up.
And he's telling me, no,
Tell him to
now
come
it's
up
all
right now.
hexicans, and like, no wonder you guys have been toxic and this and that. Like, what are you talking about, dude?
Okay, well, tell him to compare the price charts
Now,
for the past fucking week.
has the ICP community been toxic to y'all? Would you say?
Yeah, like tagging me, saying, "Hey, you're toxic," and I'm like, "What the fuck?"
But we've
If it weren't for El Hexicano, I would
I'm
never
just
give a shit
heartbroken, man.
about the
Like, man,
ICP
I thought I was
community.
doing my
would you
best
say we've been
here and letting
asking
everybody
questions
speak.
about? Would you say we've been asking questions about PulseChain in a relatively balanced manner? Like, I mean, I'm
Yeah, it was mostly an ICP space, to be honest. I mean, the ironic of it, right? But nah, it's all good. Let's talk about something else. Whatever you guys want to talk about. That's all I wanted to say.
I've
So
got
stay-
one thing to bring up before I leave. I have to go to bed soon, so I've got stuff I got to do in the morning. But I don't, like I said, I showed up late here, so I don't know all it was talked about. Did anybody talk about the reverse gas that we have on ICP?
Ad
I don't think
nauseum.
so.
No, we covered it about
Ad na- no.
2 hours ago.
Yeah, ad nauseum.
All right, well, that answers my question.
Cool. I'll probably head off. I'm gonna spin off another space. Mike ICP, if you want to join me, we could just talk. We could just do a casual talk. Anyways, Hex community, thanks for hosting this debate. And yeah, hopefully we can chat more.
Hey, Drowny, follow me back, dude.
Oh
pretty
yeah,
cool.
Yeah, right on. Okay.
Yeah, guys, this was really cool space. I enjoyed listening. Wanted to
You
add a
haven't
little
said
bit.
a fucking word, Mike.
I mean,
Thank you, man.
shoot. Yeah, just sometimes silence is the best, just to kind of let everything settle. Y'all got a lot of info in a short period of time. This application is not a 1 week, 1 month, even like a year. In multiple years, there's still so much more to uncover with ICP. I'd recommend settling in and just trying to ease into it as comfortably as possible. We have spaces regularly, and you guys are welcome to join. So appreciate everybody, and have a great night.
Yeah,
I'm out.
likewise. We wish you guys the best, bro. Wouldn't wish nobody disgrace, like, get wrecked or whatever. Nah. Bad feeling.
Follow me, please.
Follow me back, please.
I don't know. I don't know. People are gonna get
Man,
wrecked
you're
no
roasted,
matter
Rob.
what. People are gonna get wrecked. People are gonna get
That's
wrecked.
pretty hilarious.
That's unfortunate. It's an unfortunate thing that we have in this ecosystem with crypto is people are going to get wrecked. You're going to have winners and you're going to have losers. You know, it's just the way it is.
Yeah.
There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You're going to have winners and losers. Who wants to be a winner? Who wants to be a loser? You know? Hey, if Hex loses, PulseChain loses, I'll fucking stand up on the fucking platform and say, we lost, bitches. We lost.
For real. That's real talk. Dude.
But man, everything I know in my, what, 2017, so I mean my 6 years experience, let's just even cut it short, let's even cut down my experience to 6 years, about 6 years here. Yeah, people about to get fucked.
I could have sworn I've heard about ICP since 2017, but I might be wrong.
Dude, ICP's been around fucking a while.
I know. That's why I've been surprised. Like,
BitBoy promote
sort of like
anything
the
that
XRP
BitBoy
people.
promote.
Like, it's still.
Oh my god, it's so comparable. It is a VC capital venturous type thing. I mean, you gotta realize 52%. You told me this, but I looked it up. Literally, 52% of that DAO is ran. Their DAO that they have, 52% is ran by these fucker VCs.
20% from the.
You know, and they claim, oh, y'all got an OA. Well, y'all got 52% for a DAO that dumps on y'all's head. They dump.
Hey, can I say something real quick?
Yes.
They dump just like XRP dumps. Our HEX OA, our algorithmic program that is known as the HEX OA, does not dump on our heads.
Okay, so
and that is facts. That's proven. That's almost 5 years proven. December 2nd. Let me finish real quick. 5 years.
10,
5 years, December 2nd.
9,
5 years, December
8,
2nd. This HEX algorithmic
7.
program, not HO, or whatever, AA, whatever. I'm done talking. I gotta stop.
Yes, Rogue.
Okay, so Hexcono, thank you for having the space. I had fun. This is a great idea. Hopefully we get to do it again. Thank you for letting me speak. And
Yes.
I'm gonna head out of here. Kyle,
Good night.
If you're looking to like integrate anything, there are plenty of devs if you come and ask around who will help you. So anyways, just thanks guys. I'm out here.
Later, buddy.
Hey, real fast.
I can't wait
fast.
for Daniel to fork Hex for us on Solana.
Hey, let's get Johnny Juan as a speaker.
There is somebody in this room called Hex Futures. They are recording this on YouTube. If you go to their profile and click on their YouTube channel, you can watch this replay. Thanks.
Thank you, Eco.
Never heard of it. I'll go and subscribe.
That's actually interesting. I've thought about that before. Hex on Solana. You think it would be worth it?
On Solana, that thing shuts down once a year, dude.
Yeah. But would it
Well,
mess
they
with,
tell me that we can't fork it.
Oh, well, Solana is. They're not Solidity. I don't believe they're Solidity. So. But no, I don't think it would.
I got into a huge argument one night with Proof of Dough Work about forking Hex. Famous has gotten into argument with Funding Jim over forking Hex. Like, we've talked about it. Can it be forked? You know, if it's open source, could it be forked? Proof of No Work says there's something in the code, in that first line of code, that says it can't be forked. Well, what's the governing body that would tell you that you can't fork code, right? You know, if this is DeFi, right? If it's DeFi, then how?
So Hex, I think Hex you should be able to fork.
I think Hex should be. Hex is forkable.
I don't know enough about code.
Hex is
there might be
forkable, but
something
here's the problem. Even if
you have to run it,
modeled
just like
even if you modeled Hex, You gotta have some money, and you gotta have people that support you,
Well, yeah, I mean
right?
that's a given.
Like Kyle, if I did it,
You would also have the adoption amplifier.
yeah.
You would have
All right,
big
let's say
payday.
Kyle. Let's say Kyle, I wanted to fork it, and I did
Yeah.
an adoption amplifier. How many people are going to participate? If you did it,
Well, yeah,
how many people are going to participate? You know, that's where
probably that many.
Richard is that polarizing figure that literally
Oh yeah.
changes.
No, I
You
agree.
know, it's a that's the thing.
Getting capital is a very it's a skill. It's
Yeah,
a very rare.
and we're not Richard. We're not. We're not. Neither of we could both.
Highway
We could
comes in
do it
the
together.
last minute, man.
We could do it together, bro. We could do it
Listen,
together.
bro. It would have been
And we're
interesting.
not.
Highway versus Daniel. Man, that would have
No,
been a nice debate.
Daniel's wrecked as fuck. Daniel, like smart dude.
Yeah,
No
pretty
shit on
smart.
Daniel. No shit on Daniel. But he's at the layer 0 point. Like he's trapped in the system, right? He doesn't understand DeFi yet. He's not there.
He said,
He'd rather work for Amazon. He'd rather
which is
work
weird.
for whatever. But that's what he knows. That's what he knows, and that's what he's good at. So I'm not shitting on him. That's why I laid off on him. I was going hard, so I laid off. He just don't get it. He don't get it. Daniel's not ready to take that next step up to say, I want to be decentralized. No, Daniel likes that centralized shit, and that's okay. Right? It's okay.
Chivo, anything you want to say, buddy?
Nah, brother, I'm just listening.
You sold all
So
your
what you thought about it, man? What you thought about this?
You sold all
Like
your
it or what?
ICP tonight?
Are you guys
Hey,
happy now?
I didn't even get to go
hold on,
Chivo
into
was
that
the one that told me,
XRD.
"Hey, man, make a space because the
Hey.
ICP guys feel like it was 10 versus
What about
1."
the X? What is it?
I'm like,
XRD,
all right.
XRT. They got so many different things built on that. I
That was
didn't
a good
even
space
hit
though.
that shit.
Yeah, it's pretty fun.
What
That was a
about
good
their?
space though, brother.
Thank you, Chivo,
No.
for getting these guys to come over here, man. Without you, it would not be possible. But I
I'm just
did
glad
this
they
for
came
you guys,
organized,
man.
Yeah, I'm glad y'all stood y'all ground. Cause look, I went to their pregame.
Hello?
Hey, what? I want to know about the XRD or XRC,
Hey, Chivo, I think your mic's wrecked.
XRD,
Hey,
XRT, whatever.
shut up, Trap. Shut up, Trap, for a second.
And then that's
He
when
was
Hex can start this. So that's the only thing I got to say in. I was like, bro, I'm up. How the fuck did they dump their backs on me? Like,
Chivo. Restart that. Restart that. We didn't hear what you said right after you went to the pregame.
oh, when I went to the pregame spaces, dog, some guy pretty much said that like, I'm sorry that they dumped their hex bags on you. And I told him like, but I'm up. Like, how did they dump on me, bro? Like, I'm in profit. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? And then that's when Hex can start the spaces, and that shit got ended, But yeah, they said some little slick shit to me before it started, but whatever.
Yeah, Chivo's up pretty big. He bought the dip before it pumped, like 2 days before.
I
It
know.
was like a tenth of a penny.
I know. I was there.
Yeah.
Yeah, Trap was there. Yeah.
Okay, crazy.
How you love that, bro?
Bro, that shit is crazy. I showed my girl. I was like, cause my girl works at Wells Fargo, so I'll be asking like, do you know about like DeFi? Do you know what that is? And she's like, not really. So lately, I've been like putting her into like Richard Hart and shit like that, trying to see if she can get like educated about Bitcoin and Ethereum and blockchain. Cause I want her to cause she's a 9 life path, so she's supposed to be good with crypto. 9 like Richard Hart is a double 9. Like 9s tend to like really they dominate crypto, brother.
Yeah, follow Chivo, guys. He's a Gary student. He's a top ranking Gary the numbers guy student.
Yeah, shout out to Gary. Shout out to GG33.
Yeah.
Fuck Gary.
That's the main reason
Gary
why I
can
like
suck
Hex,
my
bro.
dick.
I like the energy behind X. I like the energy behind all the projects. PLS, PulseX, Hex, Richard's energy. Like I fuck with all that.
Yeah.
The only thing that worries me, Hex, is that his enemy year is coming up.
Yeah, 2026. That's what I told Eco. I told Eco, man, Eco, 2025, late 2025, we might go all-time high. And then 2026, man, we gotta sell to rebuy the bottom again. Not all,
Yeah.
not
Well,
all.
fuck it. Who
Like
cares?
go 20% of your bag.
Right there.
If
Like
you're
for
greedy,
me, when
go
I
half
hear
of it.
that trap,
You're up in profit, you know, and then rebuy it again in 2026.
right? Like for me, trap. When I hear enemy year for like Hex as it being like launched on a pig, under pig energy, I just hear like a dip coming my way. Like I kind of get excited. You feel me? Like okay, there might be a dip or some shit. Like
Yeah, Chivo, please elaborate more on the enemy years, like for Hex, and like what animal sign is Hex for it to be
I know it's
effective?
the 8-2 pig because I remember Miguel asking the birthday on that little clip on
Ah,
YouTube.
yeah,
I
pig.
know Hex is it, and then I think PulseChain is a 7-4 cat, and I know Richard is a 9-9 goat, and then
So they're friends, right? He launched Pulse.
like they're all in the trine. Yeah, pig, goat, cat. That's all one
Yeah,
trine.
cool.
And then Richard just has a lot of 9 energy, bro. Like that's just good for crypto. Like crypto and 9 go hand
Yeah,
in
what a
hand.
coincidence!
A lot of
What
9.
a coincidence that RH created everything that he created under his friendly years, right? That's pretty bad.
And
There's people that open up businesses or whatever in their enemy year, but this guy had it right. Like it's just destiny.
I'm just glad
What about
Chivo
11s?
fucking made some money, bro. I'm glad Chivo made money.
Like
What about 11s in crypto? Are they good?
Normally, like 11, them go ways in both directions. That's what I always interpret in the market. You don't really ball out.
All right.
But I like the fact that PulseChain is a 7-4 cat because 7 is tech. A lot of people get worried when they hear 7 with like money, but when it comes to technology, 7s make money. So I like that about it too. And I like how Hexagon said like they're all part of the trine goat, cat, pig. And then Richard being a goat too, that's like the wealthiest sign, brother. And that dude is fucking wealthy. Beyond fucking belief.
Hey,
Smart.
Chivo.
Goat starts with G. Yo.
Chivo, I'm on like a 7-year cycle. Like every 7 years, it just gets better for me. Like literally, I can go back 3 cycles now.
Mm-hmm.
Like, well, this is predicting my upcoming cycle, but go back 7. Everything continuously gets better for me on 7s every 7 years.
Could be your white blood cells regenerating. Because I'm the same way. Every 7 years was always, yeah, I'd say better, different.
Yeah, I mean, you should be resting in 7 cycles,
Yeah, definitely.
You should be using the brain more. You should be learning more,
Mm-hmm.
things like that, or even teaching, because 7 is teacher. But yeah, that's why I'm attracted to this point so much, brother. I just love the energy when I saw it, and I just like the way Richard talks and how he breaks shit down, and like when he debates people, he fucking steps on them, bro. It's kind of fucking amazing to see somebody do that shit. Never seen nothing like it.
But yeah, Chivo, Hex this year hits.
Bro, he has a savage when he fucking goes at people. I want black t-shirt Richard. Like, imagine
And
black
on top hat
t-shirt Richard. We don't even need the top hat. We just need black t-shirt Richard coming back live streaming. Oh my god. Dude, he's literally he could say 5 words.
No rest.
Tang Gang will be decimated. He's literally gonna decimate the Tang Gang in 5 words. Y'all know that.
Hey Chivo, do you ever make like illustration boards, sort of like explaining your analyses? It would be kind of cool if the things that you just said were all on one piece of paper. Just so that like it would kind of help out in the small niche of people who do understand
the occult. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I should do that. I've never done it, but yeah, you're right. Maybe I should do that. Maybe I should make some kind of diagram or something like that. Like,
I
for
hate to
visual
put
learners.
I hate to put things on other people's plates, though.
Nah, you're good, brother. That's a good idea though. I kind of like that. I'm gonna let that marinate for a while, bro. I like that.
Cool. But yeah, back to what Trap was saying. Right when Richard comes back, the hyenas are gonna go running.
You fly too close to the sun, you're gonna get burned. And there's so many out there that have flown too close to the sun, thinking that they've done such great things for this community, and then Richard is gonna literally murk them in one live stream. It's gonna take us one live stream, and Richard is gonna take that shit to zero. Then you're gonna all of a sudden see an increase in the price of PulseX instantly, because they're going to be diving out of these coins because they're like, holy shit, the god's back. The man is back.
Proud.
I'm serious. Watch. Y'all think I'm fucking playing, but y'all, let's just see it. Let's just see it. And when y'all see it, y'all say, hell yeah, we were foretold. We were foretold. Don't give me no credit. I don't know shit. It's simple. Like this thing. It's not like I'm giving y'all some fucking secret alpha. It's fucking common knowledge, guys. It's common knowledge. Like this is out there, right? It's nothing to do with me. It has to do with just this is how it is. We saw it. And if anybody wants to disagree and argue with that, please come up and tell me. Because they better have a shit ton of money to pump into that shit. They better have a shit ton of money to pump into these fucking shit coins to try to hold that price up. They can't.
Yeah, K4K sold a house for PTGC.
K4K is a fucking faggot bitch that fucks dudes in the ass or trans Van Dyke girls or whatever you want to call it. K4K is a faggot motherfucker. If you listen to K4K, you deserve to get right. If you follow K4K and you listen to his financial advice, you deserve to get fucked in the ass. That is facts. You deserve to get raped. I hope you get that shit. You should get P. Diddy right now. Just bam, slamming that ass. Slamming that ass. Fuck that bitch. And hey, K4K, if you're listening, come at me, bro. I know this shit's recorded, but I have no fucks, and I give no fucks. K4K, you little faggot ass bitch. Come at me. What you gonna say?
We have a new speaker.
What are you gonna say, K4K? You little faggot bitch.
We have a new speaker.
PTGC. PT, I sold
Good thing this is being recorded.
I don't give a fuck.
My HEX.
Did I ever give a fuck if anything's recorded? I will punch anyone in their motherfucking mouth in the face, any fucking space, ever. People fear me.
Trap,
I
this
might
is
pull
going
out
good.
a gun and shoot them. Who knows? You never know. I always have a gun with me. I got guns everywhere. Y'all want me to shoot a gun right now?
Yeah.
You want guns? All right, fuck it.
What's
Hope y'all heard that.
USA.
Rack the slide. Just rack the slide right there. Fucking plebs.
Hey, good spaces tonight.
Yep. It's about to be even better.
What did you put over there on? What'd you put over there on YouTube that you wanted to say in the space?
Fired off 3 rounds for y'all.
Thank you, Trap. And it wasn't very loud though.
I got headphones on. I can't tell you why it wasn't so loud. I could go to jail for that.
22. Point 22.
With a cup on the end or a potato on the end.
What was it, like one of those guns with the flag that pops out?
I can't talk about it.
Johnny, give us your summation of tonight.
What, like what I've heard so far with you guys and the ICP dudes, or what?
Yeah, what you even cared for this evening?
The thing that interested me was listening to you guys explain what Hex and PulseChain was. I think you guys did a good job. I'm not interested in anything like ICP, but everything else was cool. And Trap was pretty funny. He was vocally whooping their ass.
That's what I do. That's what I'm here for.
You know what the problem is? Hexicans love to debate like they're Richard Hart. They think they can debate just like Richard Hart, and they can't. But they try. When really, start inviting people into the community. If you call everyone a cocksucker or whatever, they're not going to come.
Well, what are you doing? You're trying to debate just like Richard right now. So what makes you any different? Huh?
I was showing interest because you guys are already in. I was showing interest in their project, even though I wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole.
Yeah.
Just because
everyone else did too.
What's your shit?
Kyle, you always come in, man. Whether they be here or not.
Everybody was on their best behavior until they started talking weird. You know, the ICP guys, they started talking weird, and Trap had to slap them. What's wrong with that?
Okay, I that might have been after
Daniel
I
was saying
I joined,
layer
or before I
zero.
joined. So.
That Bitcoin is a layer 0, and then Lammy kind of called him out, saying, "No, man, you're wrong."
What the fuck is a layer 0?
And then Daniel will say, "Okay, yes, it's a layer 1." Like, what the fuck?
Richard found us. He found the right people. He found the people who have heart. He found the people who are loyal. I mean, what's wrong with that? We're not trying to be like Richard. We're all different. And every single one of us is different. We're not like acting like Richard at all. I don't want to be Richard. Like everyone's like, why are you in Hex?
I wasn't saying all of you guys. I was making kind of a blanket statement of a majority. Because it is true that a lot of people start to get angry. And it's just like,
have you noticed the comments, Kyle? Look at the comments below, dude. Not a single Hexican talking shit, bro. All of them are all ICP guys. Read the comments.
No, that was getting back to that point of
the same way
Hex
was
and
right here
PulseChain,
over
but-
spaces. You know, this space, I should have just named the space ICP space, because now you guys never just came up to speak. It was just me and Lammy and Hexen in the beginning for the first 3 hours. And like with 10 people that were ICP guys versus me and Lammy and Hexen.
No, I was here, but Parkway was running his goddamn mouth.
Yeah, he was
stupid shit.
Yeah, what was up with that?
I was
bro?
here.
Yeah, it's pretty
Dude,
weird.
Parkway just
I kicked his ass out and I
every goddamn space, period. He is faking it till he makes it. And until y'all fucking realize Parkway is just running his fucking mouth, destroying every fucking space we ever have with his stupid shit. Oh, well, let's talk security. Papa Boner was in here as a listener, and he's just gonna hammer more on security. You know, hey, go to your security spaces, bro. Like, he's like, oh, give me 15 minutes. Let me research this. Like, get the fuck out. Stop. I told Christian. I was telling Christian.
Nah, dude, you read
during
my mind,
the
dude. I was
fucking
like,
space. I said,
read my mind.
I am not joining until that motherfucker gets the fuck out.
Yeah, I blocked
Because
him.
it's just trash. It's trash. It's continuous trash. I appreciate him promoting the DeFi puzzle, but he proved that everything that he's doing is fake as fuck, because the fucking seed phrase that I gave his ass that he spent days
Hey, yeah, did he
on.
solve that or no?
Somebody did.
No, hey, somebody did in the Hex fucking postcard telegram in 3 fucking minutes. In 3 minutes.
Trap, did he end up solving that?
No, he didn't.
seed phrase?
No,
Oh,
he
geez.
couldn't. But someone in the Hex postcard telegram solved it in 3 minutes. Facts.
No shit. Really?
Ask Eco. Eco, I'm not lying. Eco's
Nice.
here.
True. Eco got his
True.
feathers rattled.
Yeah, dude. Look, they Parkway is faking it till he makes it, guys. Y'all, you need to understand that. You know, he always talks about security and B9 and security. B9 security. Get your seed phrase. What does Parkway say every fucking space? We could be talking about the most
Yeah,
intellectual
Big D was
shit
talking
ever.
some real talk, and then he just kills the vibe with like, no, like just starts.
He's like, well, what's your security?
Like, bro,
What's
stop
your
killing
security?
the vibe.
Do you have a 24-word seed phrase? You got a 20. Are you using a hardware wallet?
Like in the condescending.
Are you using a hardware wallet? What's your security level at? This is
And if you're
dude,
not
y'all know.
using a hardware wallet, you have to wait 3 days for one to
Yeah,
arrive.
like get the dude. I'm telling y'all, he is destroyed. I'm glad that El Hexicano understands that this dude has been murdering spaces.
Parkway came in and acted like he was running the chat
told
and
me about
everything.
And I was like, nah, bro, Parkway's pretty cool, man. Until today, bro, I realized that he's not cool. But Hexen was calling him out also.
Hexy what?
Hexen,
Oh my god.
Hexen.
Hexen
I was like, bro, I don't like
dude.
Parkway. Just listen to what he says. I'm like, okay. And I just keep listening. I'm like, oh yeah.
And then you got me in your DM saying, bro.
Now I was like, okay.
That's why I didn't join. Hey, I mean, you realize that was the whole reason I didn't join. Because I got his ass.
You, Hexicano, as I told you in DMs, I think Parkway's manageable.
He is.
I think you need to prompt him in order to just like keep him kind of in line.
But no, we got to get him out this security level. Here's the thing, Eco. We got to get him out of this security level. He thinks he's a security expert.
Yeah, that's so 20.
He don't know
Papa Boner.
shit. He don't know shit, bro. He can't build shit. His Python shit sucks. It's been proven. Can he be moldable? Yeah. But his shit ain't worth, like, we can't deal with it. He's got to fucking go back to the drawing board.
I heard Papa Boner was a tyrant in the PulseChain chat on Telegram. What's up with that?
Papa Boner. Who would fuck with Papa Boner? Who would take security advice from someone named Papa Boner that has no real life experience with anything in their life? I wouldn't take shit. I don't think a fucking hardware wallet's needed. You know, some people say, yeah, oh, it's needed. Okay, but I definitely wouldn't take advice from them. You know, if hardware.
Was he showing liquid loans?
He showed everything. Liquid loans, Power City. Oh my God. Look, he's part of that whole group. Part of that whole fucking group. He's part of Discourse Syndicate. He's part of Discourse Syndicate. What else?
How the mighty have fallen.
Yeah, the mighty, the weak. The weak.
Oh, Fabe.
The weak midget plebs. The weak midget plebs. God, I wish I could run around with a goddamn fucking machine gun and just nuke motherfuckers. I would just. We'd be having a good account so much. We would be having a good account so many hex stakes.
What was
It'd
that?
be unreal.
That fool Ledger got mad because I called Ledger a French piece of shit, and I guess he's French. I didn't know that.
Oh yeah,
it was real upset at me. It was on it was on some spaces recently, bro, because he was like pressing me about getting a wallet, and I was like, yeah, bro.
Yeah, don't get the Nano X. Get the cheap one, the regular one, the first one.
No, fuck a hardware wallet. I wouldn't touch any of that. You're adding another fucking.
Get the Trezor.
Don't.
So both of them. Give me your case. You're the first person that's ever said that I've ever heard say that. Tell me your case as to like why not get a hardware.
Okay,
wallet.
because there's a million hex. There is 1 million hex sitting on fucking chain right now with a picture that has 12 words, and no one's been able to hack that motherfucker. So, do you think that 20?
Well, who's been attempt? How many people have been attempting?
Oh my God,
that should be the real question.
A shit ton.
Just buy the
Well,
cheapest computer, Chivo, a Chromebook, download Rabbi or whatever, get the 12-word seed phrase or whatever it is.
See, I don't even fuck with
Put
Rabbi.
that shit
I don't
into
even
a
fuck with Rabbi.
or
Richard,
MetaMask or whatever, and engrave
what
that
did
into a
Richard
piece of
say?
metal. Engrave those words into a piece of metal, stainless steel. Get some washers or whatever, and just engrave every single word on those washers and put it in a PCP pipe, you know, like in a time
And then
cap,
bury
and just
the
bury that shit.
concrete, take
You
it to the
bury that
desert,
shit.
take it to the far out
You bury
desert,
that shit.
and then bury it in the
That's
desert.
like some Breaking Bad
And that
shit.
computer,
no,
bro,
it's retarded.
you clean that computer off, dude. You know, the one where you downloaded the MetaMask or Rabbi, you clean that computer off, like make it brand new, like clean everything off, and then just forget about it, bro. 10 years from now, 5 years
I'm actually
from now,
gonna do
whenever
that
your
today,
stakes
bro.
end, go back, undig that shit from outside and get those words, bro. And from any computer, dude, in the future, dude, like put those words in it, and you'll get your seed phrase back. Your coins will be back in the blockchain. Like they're in the
So
blockchain.
he's gonna
They
have
don't-
to enter his seed phrases on a computer or something, right?
Yeah, in the future, and then from there, just transfer it immediately to a different MetaMask or whatever, because you've already.
You
I
gotta
don't know.
realize you got a second party with MetaMask, Rabbi, whatever wallet you want to use. You already got. There's another party within you and your fucking keys.
Right.
So whenever
no,
you
that's
get
not
a
true.
treasure or a ledger, you're introducing a third party, right? You're introducing a
Right.
third party. You say, "Oh no, treasure
Well,
doesn't keep this. Ledger doesn't keep this." Bullshit. Bullshit.
Okay, so Trap, Optimal
Bullshit.
actually did say something like what you're saying right now. Optimal actually did say the exact thing you're saying right now, that he doesn't trust Trezor or Ledger. So he told me about something called Keystone.
No, I don't trust any of it. I trust the 12 words.
Yeah.
Fuck that. Fuck that. I've never
Gotcha.
heard of Keystone in my life. I trust the
Or you could
12 words. I would
or whatever.
never. And when I say I trust, hold on, let me finish. When I trust the 12 words, you don't enter it. You're not typing that into a computer. You know, you generate those 12 words that first time. You handle those words. The second you have to type that shit into a computer or a phone or whatever, that's where you're going to put yourself at another risk. You really are. You're going to put yourself
But that's
at
what's great about hardware
another.
wallets is that you enter in the words
But
directly
that's
from
a
the hardware
third
wallet.
party. That's a third party. Do you trust Ledger or
Sure.
Treasure? Okay? So you trust Ledger or Treasure? How many times has Richard talked about
I don't trust anybody.
Ledger or Treasure? The only time Richard
I
ever talked
literally have
about those
a
fuckers,
spread out.
the only time he ever talked about them was how they were spoofing people, sending them shit in the mail. It's facts.
So the
Go
best
back and
thing
look.
is just get a phone.
Saying, hey, don't use that shit.
Hey, do it out like with my HEX. Hey, my PulseChain sacrifice, my PulseX sacrifice. I bought brand new fucking phones.
Right.
I bought a brand new phone, generated that shit. I'm on that second phone right now. I'm on the PulseX phone. Like this phone currently is my PulseX phone that I sacrificed.
Look up AirSwap. That's a type of wallet technology as well, where you use a second phone.
Kyle, you're on V2 of your shit, right?
Yeah.
Okay, shut up.
Hey, what have you built that's locked away?
I'm just being honest.
What have you built that's locked away, HEX?
Kyle,
Anything?
You know I'm not shitting on you, bro, but you're on V2 of what you built, right?
Right.
Okay. So should we listen to anything that you advise? I'm not on V2 of anything.
I listen to everyone because otherwise
I'm
what we're
not on
doing right now
V2
is
of
just a
nothing.
complete waste of time.
I'm not on
And that's
V2
the
of
thing.
anything. I haven't built anything here to rob people. And
I know.
I'm not saying you rob people. I'm not saying you rob people, but you're on V2. So you already fucked up with code once.
Rob people. Dude, look how much money we've locked up and just given back in HEX.
But
literally bought in HEX.
But do you realize that
you
y'all are
kidding me?
restaking? Hey, do you realize that y'all are gonna be restaking for a less T-share rate every single time?
Every single time. You're right. That's why the only way to keep up is through bigger pays better.
But it's you
And
are gonna get.
that's where you need more volume.
But that's where people could do it themselves. Why would people participate with Super Stake when they could stake it their own?
Because people are degenerates, and
they could
at the end
stake
of the
it
day
on their own for longer.
Yeah, you could. Why
Right?
would you not? Why would people be against a community project?
I'm not against it. I'm not against it, bro.
Okay, but let me ask you this, because this is just a general question I'm trying to fathom. Why wouldn't people want like a community project or several community projects?
Because
to
I
be the
want
biggest
people
stakers of HEX, and it was like
because I want people to take
that.
their own financial future in their own hands and
But this
stake
is
it for themselves.
this is just to evolve HEX and to try
Let-
and deplete supply.
Man, okay.
But doing it like economically, where you can still give it back to like people, and it's not you giving it back, like it's behind a contract.
So y'all
Okay.
That's all it is.
Y'all are going
Have
after
you
the
guys
DJ.
Tell me how it works.
Have y'all
Going
seen
after the
Battlestar
DJ.
Galactica? Have y'all seen Battlestar Galactica?
Way
Okay,
before
I'll
my day.
explain it. Okay, so in the new Battlestar Galactica, right? It's in the future, but Battlestar Galactica was an older ship, right? All the newer ships got hacked because they were all networked on the same network. And once the Cylons came in, they put a virus into the computer system, hacked all the ships, except for the Galactica, because it wasn't networked. The Galactica is HEX. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Certainly.
Love it.
But
So,
we,
hey,
we're not,
in the
we don't do anything with
I love
HEX.
it.
I mean, we use, so HEX it's immutable. It's renounced. There's nothing that we could do to affect HEX itself. I mean, it's at the end of the
Kyle.
day. What?
Thank you. Can you explain how your thing works? Is it that you take everybody's HEX and then you stake it all together
So
and
that's
then
what
give
I
it back
didn't
to
want.
them?
Nope.
Okay.
That's what I didn't want. We don't
Can you
take
explain
anyone's
it?
HEX. So
Can you explain it
basically-
to me so that I can analyze it myself?
Yeah. So essentially, on every transaction, there's a tax of 5.5. 2.5% goes to buying HEX, and it distributes it back to holders. 2% goes to 1% goes to buying and burning PSSH Super Stake, and then 2% goes towards buying HEX off the open market, and then it sends it to a staking address. And basically, every 60 days, forever, it's going to keep restaking whatever HEX goes into that address. So, and the big thing is it pays back 1% every 60 days. So at every end stake, it pays back 1% of all HEX that's in there. So like we started at about 600,000. Now we're at 3.5, 3.6 million in under a year. Well, in a year, basically. But the whole
there's
point
a
of it is
token
a
issued,
reflection
right?
token. Reflection tokens, they all fail because of volume. Once they don't have volume anymore, that's it. And it's very hard to bring them back. So by us using HEX and staking and paying out 1% forever, and with HEX's native yield, it's just you're always going to be able to make HEX. Now, right, it pays out 1%, so we're paying out 35,000 right now. So as long as the yield is above 1%, that pool is still growing, regardless. So that means your payouts are getting bigger every 60 days, and that pool is still growing, even if we had zero volume or anything. Zero liquidity.
Is this only on PulseChain?
So we actually have a version on Ethereum as well, and that's a taxless yield token. So or taxless reflection token. So we actually do. It's kind of complicated, but we just use liquidity pools, minting and burning. But it's the same concept where it stakes away HEX. On there, we only have like 300K EHEX right now, 300 or 400. It didn't take off as good as the Super Stake on PulseChain did, just because it's a lot simpler at the end of the day. But like, dude, you know, this is what I envision Hex to be built on top of, where people, but not just giving it to stakers, like build stuff that burns away the supply, burns it away, or stake it. I'd rather see people stake it, because literally your investors are gonna get paid forever in Hex, no matter what happens with their project. They just have to be smart enough to look over the contract and make sure everything's locked, completely renounced. And outside that, I think it's innovative as hell. But of course, I'm biased. Now think of it this way too. If we get to 100 million, okay, and say we didn't do, you know, like I said, this address can receive Hex from anywhere. So, hey, Godwale, if you're listening, you know, you want to throw a quick 100 mil over there, not even a full billion, no bank X. But if other protocols were to build on top of Superstake too, and start sending Hex to to that address, we get to 100 million. Hex is at 50 cents. 1% distribution at that end stake could be around $50,000, just like that. You know, and so it's paying out 1 million, and it's only going to keep going up as long as the native yield is above 1%. But more than likely, there's going to be people trading, because if you're handing out $50,000 in a single day, you're going to draw some attention, and it's going to create volume, right? And then people are going to buy in just to get. So you don't have to hold either. Well, you have to hold PSSH, but only at the time of distribution, so end stake. So you can literally buy, 5 minutes before, a minute before, and as long as that transaction happens after you've bought 5,555 PSSH, that's the minimum you have to hold. But at that point, you earn your share of the Hex that gets distributed, and it all happens in a single transaction: end stake, distribution, restake. So it's very efficient. It's very clean. I think it's rug proof. Like literally, it's something that is actually rug proof, and something that actually is total value locked. Because you can see total value locked all you want, but there's always a way to remove that value.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it's
rug
with this.
It's rug proof, right?
It's rug proof, man.
But the first one wasn't.
And
the first one.
So
wasn't.
No, the first one. No, the first one was the mint burn system, the taxless system that we did.
But
it worked fine on testnet.
Yeah, but there's Hex locked
up. It worked fine on testnet, but it was PulseX, the auto router. The auto router on PulseX is mainnet. I think it's different. I think there's a couple things, couple bits and pieces, but it was an oversight on our part. That's it. Like we got to take full blame for it. But at the end of the day, we put every single dollar of liquidity. We actually put more than what was in there, and we made the coin. We had to make it simpler just because it wasn't. So with the taxless version, it's got to swap back between USDC and WPLS.
Yeah. Also, what's fair to the community, and I think they should know, is that KG is your cousin, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. I just want that to be known within the community. I mean, dude, Kyle, I'm not shitting on you. I'm just saying, like, I think that's
I know. I think
that's a fair
thing.
I
think me and KG have brought. We've got good hearts, man. Like we want to see
to know within the community that KG is your cousin.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay, but yeah, outside that, we got the project back up, and then everything's been good. We just celebrated 1 year. We're on our 7th stake now. You can go to Super Stake Win if you want to learn more. And yeah, I don't want to show anymore because this is a Hex space, But I appreciate you asking.
No, keep chilling. Whatever, you're good. I guess as long as it's
I don't know,
Hexagono's
man.
space, so whatever he
Yeah, it's up to him.
allows.
But I would love to see people building more on Hex, but products that actually have like I like Hedron. Don't get me wrong, but Hedron, Icosa, but all of these projects, they just take away from
Communists.
the things like Hedron. And I'm gonna get shit
Communists.
for this, I'm sure.
Communists.
Communists.
Same.
So Hedron though, let me tell you this, because people are they're gonna see it a little different. But HSIs, what does that do? That it allows you to cheat the rules. The rules used to be if you early end stake, there would be a
Exactly.
penalty.
Oh my god, I love it. Keep going.
And yeah, and but don't get me wrong, like I like Alex and everything. I talk to him, but that's just how I view it. And I've even told him that's how I view it. Same with Maxi. Maxi, you're locking up
They're all
your Hex to
scammers.
another.
They're all scammers. Just letting y'all know. Hey,
So I'm not going to
saying
say
it, but
anything
I'm
like that.
saying it. I'm saying it, Kyle.
But
They're
what
all
this is I could
scamming.
get.
Look at the liquidity. Look at the liquidity. They're all scamming on your ass.
I don't own any Maxi or any of that.
They're all
But at the end
scamming
of the
on
day,
you. Facts.
I feel like it's breaking the rules, and it's not breaking the rules, but
It is. It's not what Richard wanted. It is. They built something that Richard talked about, and they decided to build it, and they did it, and the liquidity is 1/1000th of the liquidity in Hex, right?
I don't know the liquidity on it right now.
Well,
I know
all
our
that
liquidity
matters.
is good.
That's all that matters. Is
Our liquidity is up to like 60, 70.
Yeah.
But there's some up with PulseChain right now where it's like it's not showing certain pairs. Like someone did a PTGC pair. Coach did actually in the very beginning. I didn't even know about it, but he put like $7,000 in there. Dude, that thing's turned into like.
Of course he did.
20 something.
PTGC. That's all part of your
And
KG.
I'm not a part of any of that.
Well, you're tied into a fucking dirty ass group. Do you know that?
I'm not tied in.
You are.
If I were tied in, my chart would look a little bit different than it would.
Guess what, bro? I don't care what you say. You're tied into a dirty ass group. And I will
look at my chart. Does my chart look like it's tied into the group?
Fuck yeah, I did.
The fuck are you talking about? You're just saying stuff to say.
Oh my god, you want me to fucking go deeper? You really want me
go
to
deep?
fucking
What do you got on me, bro?
Everything.
What do you got? Sorry.
Oh my god.
What do you got on me, bro?
Not you personally. It's not you personally, Kyle.
All right. Well, then don't tie me into those guys. I know exactly. I know who you're talking about.
Okay, if you know what I'm talking about.
I'm not partnered. Someone created a liquidity pair. I didn't even know. Literally, I just saw that our liquidity went up by $7,000 one day.
Yeah.
And Coach announced in chat it was him.
Coach K.
That was it.
PTGC.
It's literally the
Vibra Finance, Rags to Riches.
Go look at my last post, you jackass. My last post was talking shit about PTGC.
Dude, you want me to fucking go off on your ass tonight? You literally.
I don't care about going off. I want you to debate something.
Okay, you're
like what happened to debating? The good old debate. It was never just yelling at people.
Built a fucking scam ass fucking wallet on PulseChain.
How is it scam?
Because it's
where's
garbage.
The scam?
Because he raised
a lot of people use it.
$2.5 million to create that.
Who's lost money?
Everyone.
Who's complaining?
Everyone's lost money.
You got people stealing millions from the community.
Okay, KG
millions.
One. Let's at KG.
Is he?
Oh my god.
Is he? Because I talk to him all the time, and I know how he's living, and it ain't like a millionaire. That's for damn sure.
Because he's right.
So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
He's right. God, if I'd have fucking created a fucking project and scraped $2.5 million, ran 2 sacrifices off this community, I'd be fucking living big right now. I'd be living big.
Do you know how much it costs to? Like, dude, you guys
Nothing.
are.
It don't
See,
cost
that's the thing.
shit.
That's the hard
It
thing.
don't cost shit to fork code. It don't cost shit. I already know
What's
it.
forked? You can go look at the course, dude. They have like 15 security audits or
There
CERTIC
isn't
audits. And don't get me
15.
wrong, CERTIC. I don't.
He had 15 CERTIC
CERTIC.
audits.
I don't care.
Can you get 15
Huh?
audits from CERTIC? So he had 15 audits from CERTIC.
So every time you get an update on your wallet, yeah, you have to always like. Who do you think has to? Who they have to pay?
CERTIC is
Anytime to
wrecked.
update the app.
CERTIC is wrecked.
Guess who's an anonymous
They are.
listener
I
right
don't
now,
like.
guys?
Is it KG?
Nah, it's
Bring
Coach.
KG up.
Coach from PTGC.
Bring him up.
Bring him up.
Bring him up.
Why are we bringing? Yeah, why?
Hey,
I mean,
Coach,
him
we
stop
up.
wanna
being a
talk
bitch
shit.
and come up as
Look.
a speaker, dude. This guy just like
My dick
check
is
the
hard
comments
right
right
now.
Why
now.
is everyone
That's
against
him.
Coach? I don't get it.
I'm
He's
getting
one of
a
those
fucking
5
semi
anonymous
wood.
listeners.
I'm getting a semi wood right now.
Hey, let me ask one question. You guys don't have to answer it right now, but I just want to know, why is it so hard for some people in this community to call the actual scammers out? That's
Because they're
all I
plebs.
want to know.
Voters, bro.
Because they're plebs.
They
Because
all
get
go
a
up to the
fucking
meetup.
Do we
They
want
all
to? Do we
form a
want to
bond.
call out the real
They
scammers?
get
'Cause, let me look in the space.
allocations. Donations.
Like Rob earlier.
Allocations.
You know what Rob?
Allocations.
Grips.
There we go.
Donations. Well, make a beat. Look, I just fucking
They're
literally
eating the
dropped
cats.
a little track on y'all. I might
They're
just
eating the
fucking
dogs.
make that. They're eating their fucking pulse. They're eating our pulse. They're eating our hex. They're eating our pulse.
All right.
They're eating our hex. Yeah.
You know how much money you've probably
Murder.
driven out of this ecosystem, bro?
Not
you
as
fucking
much as
nuts?
you got locked up in your fucking
Yes.
forked ass shit from V1, right? Kyle, you want to go with me, bro? Like literally.
That's locked.
Literally.
That's locked away forever.
Okay, yeah.
And it's like
gone.
it's 18
gone.
grand.
And that's money that's stolen from the community.
You know how?
Kyle, if you
this is
want to
just-
fucking go with me, bro, I will literally show up.
I don't want to go with you. I want to go to bed, honestly.
Go to bed. It's time for you to go to bed.
No, Kyle, where's the proof?
Go to bed.
Kyle, you called him out. You provide proof now.
I didn't call him out.
Go to bed,
What?
Kyle. Go to bed, Kyle. It's their best move.
Can I ask you two simple things?
Yes, sir.
Like I've read in the CERTIC audits that the
No, God, we can't deal with
rate
this.
generation in internet money wallet wasn't secure. That was one of my biggest issues with that.
It's fucked.
See, it doesn't save this. It doesn't save C phrase.
But
What do you
it
mean?
generates them.
It's
initially.
just an interface, and it's the aggregator actually. So
You
I mean
know,
that's
if
what's
you
cool.
start
Like
a
it
new
was
wallet-
legit the first aggregator, and nobody gave it credit. But then
Kyle,
Petius.
Kyle, let him go.
Well, I'm sorry, Petius was the first aggregator.
But Petius
But yeah,
isn't
like, it's-
fucking internet money wallet. This isn't a wallet.
Dude, internet money. You realize it's a native too to PulseChain. Like
gives a
at the end of the day, I've onboarded. You know how easy it is when you can just give someone some Pulse and have them set up an address and be like, yeah,
Yeah.
now you're on PulseChain.
And
Go
I
have
tell
fun
them
with it.
MetaMask. I still bring everybody to MetaMask.
Okay.
MetaMask.
I mean, you must be able to trust the wallet that you trust, that it will generate
Yeah.
your seed phrase really like by coincidence. Totally.
So the blockchain is generating the seed phrase. It's just an interface. All wallets, they're all just interfaces for the most part. I mean, if you have like even Coinbase wallet, I believe it's just interface. But so there's, and don't get me wrong, like internet money wallet, I don't recommend anything to anyone because I just
say you don't recommend your
that's just
cousin's
me. I could
wallet.
say I could say
You don't
I could say
recommend your
MetaMask,
cousin's
go
wallet.
MetaMask, and then I could be a trucker in Canada and have my wallet basically fucking frozen or transactions frozen, whatever the hell happened.
What about your cousin's wallet? You don't recommend that?
What about it?
You don't recommend
What
that?
has he done? Huh?
He
If
raised
you're trying to
$2.5
onboard
million.
someone,
He raised $2.5 million to create this shit.
Whoa.
$2.5
Wow.
million.
$2.5 million?
$2.5 million on
Holy-
2 fucking seed round phrase, like 2 fucking funding options. Like it was 1 and 2.
Oh
Did
my
it
God.
twice.
That is-
Did it twice. Hey, I got all
What?
the facts, bro. That's the thing. KG,
Okay,
listen, I have
why?
everything.
See, you.
I got everything, bro. Y'all think
What
I
is everything?
I know.
What does
I
that
know
mean?
the dirty shit.
You already want to know.
I know the dirty
So
shit.
what do you know
that
about?
rags to
What do you know
riches.
about?
I know that rags to riches helped y'all fucking fix y'all's fucked up protocol after y'all fucking
Who?
got everybody robbed on the first thing. I know that
What
rags.
the hell are you talking about?
I'm talking about
Rags?
that.
What?
I'm talking about. You know I am.
What?
You know. Hey.
Are you, wait, no, I don't know. Are you talking about internet money or
No, I'm talking about
Superstake?
Superstake right now. Internet money.
Rags never.
Internet money wallets.
Rags
Fuck.
never got involved. I don't think I ever even met Rags until
Bullshit.
after it was launched.
Okay, you want to?
And then I
Hey,
reached out.
you want me to send you the fucking video where when y'all launched the first one where you did a live stream with him? You lying ass motherfucker. Whenever y'all launched the first fucking Super Steak, you did a live stream.
We weren't on live. We weren't on live stream when we launched it.
How much you want to bet?
What?
How much you want to bet right now? I'll bet you a fucking billion hex. Billion
But
hex.
wait, what? I don't. So
Billion
I'm
hex.
general.
I'll bet you a billion hex right now. You live streamed with Rags with y'all Super Steak the first time, and then it got murked. And then Rags, or was it the second time? Was it after y'all got fucking murked? You live streamed with Rags. You got to admit that. You got to admit that. You're gonna.
I've streamed with him, but it was just like a normal. It was like one of his normal interview things where he just
About
asked
Super
questions. And,
Steak, right? What?
so what? He's interviewed fucking dozens of projects.
He's fucking.
He's interviewed
we
liquid
got-
loans.
We got fucking scammed.
And you're fucking talking about Super Steak. Like what?
What were you on there
Like
for?
look at these
What
fucking.
were you on there for?
Dude, there's. On. What do you mean? To get the word out.
With, Dream? Like, what would you stream about him with?
To get the word out on Super Steak.
Okay.
What do you mean?
Which one? V1 or V2?
At that point, I don't know when I went on.
V1.
But why does that matter?
V1. It
I
doesn't. It
fixed
matters
it.
a lot, bro. It matters a lot to these.
What's
people
funny is
in
like
this
you
community.
guys only
No,
you guys
because we
grab the
fucking-
lowest hanging
we
fruit.
call y'all by y'all's bullshit, and we fucking point out the cabal non-fucking stop, Kyle. Kyle, I've
You
given
grab the lowest hanging fruit.
No, we don't.
And you're not gonna find any.
Well,
you're not
then
gonna find a
bring the
single
highest
person in
hanging
this
fruit.
community.
Bring the highest.
Dude, you will not find. Where's all the fun about me? Go find someone who can say something bad about me and actually mean like. There's a couple
V1,
guys that are fucking
V1
crazy.
that got wrecked. All right, y'all lost a lot of people's hex. Okay, there's the fun about you.
What do you mean we lost people? See, this is what
Oh,
you,
okay.
you,
Did y'all
you
not,
don't even
do
understand
y'all
the
not have a bunch of people's hex locked up in a contract that will never be touched again?
Yeah, no, it's not other people's.
Who? Okay,
it's the you.
No, it's other.
It's the contract.
Oh, it's the
That's
contract's fault now. Y'all got
What?
hex from other people that y'all launched, right? Y'all got hex from other people. Y'all launched a contract. Y'all fucked that contract up. It is locked up forever. Am I right or
Correct.
wrong?
Correct.
I'm done.
Kyle,
there you go.
Like
Rest.
2 times in a
What?
row.
My fucking case.
2 times in a row.
Okay,
What are you talking about?
My case.
Let me speak. So he straight up he asked you, do you
My protocol has bought
on, let me talk.
almost 6 million hex in 1 year.
Just a second, please.
How much hex have you bought in a year?
Wait.
And is it locked away forever? Is it given back to a bunch of people?
Suck my dick, Kyle.
Is
I just murdered your fucking bitch ass.
Exactly.
I
Kyle,
murdered
let
your
me
bitch
talk,
ass.
man.
I murdered your bitch ass.
Talk. I'm sorry.
Super
Go
fast.
ahead.
Go ahead, Ethan.
Kyle, he asked you. I mean, like he was trying to probe you for some information regarding.
I'll give him any information that he
hold on,
wants.
Kyle. Hold on. This is Eco talking. So he asked you about rags to riches, and then you kind of like denied, and then did some backstepping.
No, I've gone on
and
his
then
stream. We didn't launch
and then
on his
eventually,
stream.
like you're not offering the information. You're not interested in being like offering stuff and being
Because I know
transparent.
who I am, dude. I
And
know what
then
I've done. I know
and
what
then you go
I'm
and
not.
admit to exactly what it is that he's asking about.
What do you mean? He was asking about rags, and then he went on to ask. He was asking a million questions. He's bringing up a million
Yeah,
things.
but whenever
He's talking about internet money 1 second, and then rags.
if it is that Trap comes at you and says, "Hey, is there something blue on you?" and you're like, "Oh no,
Oh yeah,
there's
sure.
nothing blue on me. Oh, except for this." It's like, well,
Well,
why didn't
when
you
he
just
says
say
you
that?
lost people's HEX, because first off, security laws. Second off, you say you lost people's HEX. It's like, okay, yeah, bro, it was a sacrifice. Like, shit happens. It happened.
Oh, okay.
Am I happy about it? Am I sitting there like pushing it off like it wasn't my fault? Hell
So
no.
it was in that
Like,
format.
the thing
It
is,
was in the format of sacrifice. Therefore, it was no longer their hex. It was no longer tied to their wallet for them to receive anything in the end.
correct.
Okay, well then, that's.
But
a
at the
different
end of the day,
situation.
I felt for, like, dude, it's something like that. I don't go to sleep. Like, I don't sleep until I figure out, okay, I gotta make this
Well,
right. Like,
those are emotions.
listen, I'm the type of person. At the end of the day, I want to give back to the world more than I took. That's it. That's how I live my lifestyle.
The thing that you said,
Kyle.
auto runs,
it's always done well
sounds
for me.
good. It
Yeah.
sounds cool to me. The thing
Yeah,
that
it's
that
different.
auto runs, gobbles up more hex, pays back 1% to people. It seems cool. It seems like there's actually a reason to do it rather than like everyone stick together. Yay! It's a fun thing.
Fine,
and
yeah.
cheerleading every time, or having to always attend. Like always keep your eye on it. Instead, we have these seasons of people coming and going, or yeah. What were you gonna say, Johnny?
I was just going to give Kyle some advice. Bro, whenever a real Hexican asks you a question, it's in your best interest to just tell the truth because they already know
I wasn't
what the
being
truth
dishonest
is.
about anything. That's the thing. I wasn't being dishonest about a single thing. His form of questioning is idiotic.
It's called Socratic.
Okay. Whatever you want to say. I mean, at the end of the day, it's all over the place. He asked me about rags. I told him rags didn't launch. We didn't do a launch party with rags or whatever he was saying. Did I do an interview with him at one point? Yeah. It's a freaking 30-minute. You go on, tell him your name, what your project is. He asks a couple questions. You answer. Hey, nice to meet you.
Kyle,
Yeah,
what
fun.
you said was that
That's
you
it.
didn't know who Rax was until you were blocked by him, and then you went to go ask questions.
Blocked by him?
Isn't that what you said? Blocked?
No, until we launched. It wasn't until after we launched the first version. I believe that's when.
Okay, so you did not speak to Rax.
It might have
Bullshit.
even been after
Hey,
the second
bullshit.
version.
You got to realize. Hey,
I don't know,
You're
but
lying.
it's
You're
so
lying.
insignificant right now.
You're lying. Your
I'm
ass
not
off.
lying. I'm
You
saying I
know
don't
how
fucking
cool
know.
me and Rags are, bro. He told me when y'all fucked up that first
Then what
time.
is?
He told me when y'all fucked up that first time that he wanted to help your ass. Dude, you don't understand the connection that me and Rags have had for over 3.5 years. You lying ass motherfucker.
What am I lying about? I clearly just said.
You just said the first time y'all launched it, you went on with Rags. Bullshit. You're lying.
So what is your argument here? What are you upset about? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
You're a scammer. You're a scammer.
Am I?
Fuck yeah.
Am I a scammer?
Okay, you got people's hex locked up. Do you really have it locked up, or do you have the keys yourself?
Go look at the contract. And
Be honest.
Yeah, he's got it.
What do you mean,
He's got it. He got fucking 3 million hex from all the community. Good job, guys. Good job.
You have people in this space right now that legit haven't even renounced their contract.
Who cares?
Or
I'm not
burned
worried
all their
about them.
liquidity.
I'm not worried about.
Exactly. You're not worried about the people where there's actual risk. With the contract works. At
Deflection.
the end of the
Hey,
day,
he's more worried about people we have
What
in
are
this
you?
space with
What
their
are you
contracts.
threatening? What are you
I'm not
threatening?
threatening, bro. All right. So if you got, yeah, I see what this turned into. Well,
Get,
I don't know.
bro, you're
No,
gonna get
no, no,
murdered.
no.
I don't know what
You're
to
gonna
tell you. I don't
get
know what
What
you
you
want.
just
murdered
said was
every day.
leaning. What you just said was
Yeah,
leaning.
there's
Please
people in
explain
here
that.
who don't even have their contracts renounced, and it's not decentralized by any means.
Well, we're not talking about other
But
people's contracts right now. We're talking about
okay.
you.
Well, what is the argument here?
We'll get to them after we get through with you. We can bring them up, and then we can talk about their contracts. If that's cool
Okay.
with you. Or
Do you know
could
who
be a
them
part
is?
of it. You want to be a part of it? You want to be a part of the auditing system that we have going on? You could be a part of it. So you tell us who.
So you have an auditing system.
Yeah. So tell us who down here has contracts that need to be audited, and we can bring them up. Please.
Audited?
Well, that's whatever you're talking about. You tell us who we should bring up with their contracts that have not been audited, and we will bring them up, and we will let you be a part of it.
Sonny's contracts aren't renounced.
All right, Sonny
holds ownership.
Sonny, do you have anything to say?
I'm
So,
also actively
and I'm not
building
trying to
an
put this on
ecosystem.
Sonny. Sonny has his own. Like,
Here.
Sonny, I got nothing against you.
No.
I honestly, I've only listened to you a few times. I think it's cool. You're building something. At the end of the day, you're doing your thing. But I'm just saying, your contracts aren't renounced. And that, in my eyes, is the biggest risk of any. Because at the end of the day, anyone can say whatever they want, but the contract's not renounced. So,
Sonny, are your contracts on V2?
that's all I'm saying.
Are your contracts on V2? Did you lock Hex up and fuck it up to oblivion that you had to do V2?
Okay.
I see. Okay.
Hold on. Yeah. First off, my contracts aren't renounced because every time there's a new LP pair set, I set it in the contract so that it helps pay rewards and doesn't keep rewards. Second,
okay, that's fine. But
all
like
that liquidity
that's a way bigger.
And third, it doesn't matter because I'm asking anyone to ever buy it. It's just a mathematical anomaly that supports PulseChain, you know.
Okay, yeah. So at the end of the day, though, if you were to, okay, Trap.
Hey, y'all want to know how to
I just
fucking
think you're going after the wrong.
Okay, y'all want to know how to rate?
Do whatever,
Super
man. Because I know
you buy the super
thing
stake
is
2 days before the fucking Hex contract ends that they built. You buy it, you get the Hex rewards, and you dump that shit.
Which I wouldn't do right now.
I'm telling the other people. I'm not telling you what to do.
If what
I'm
liquidity?
telling other people what to do. You buy the shit a day or two before you get the Hex rewards, and then you dump that shit if the liquidity's there. But I doubt it will be there.
Yeah, it won't be there.
Okay.
No,
okay,
no way
well
at all. Why would it be?
Okay, well, that's okay. Well, then what are you
It's
doing?
locked. But what do you? So what
So
happens
we
when
can't
everyone
dump it?
sells?
We
Trap?
can't dump it. We can't dump it.
What
then.
happens when everyone sells and liquidity goes down to nothing?
So we can't dump your
Oh
shit.
no, there's only. Yeah, you can dump it. Dump it all you want.
But that's what I was just saying. You
Good.
said the,
They
you
should at
just
least
said
scoop
the
right back up.
You just said the liquidity won't be there for us.
Oh yeah.
You said that.
Sorry, bro. I'm tired.
You just said the liquidity won't be there. That's your words, not mine. You said liquidity won't be there.
And you know what's great about this contract is even if it wasn't there, say everyone dumped it, people are still getting Hex every 60 days.
Well, I'm gonna tell y'all
forever.
a great ass contract. It's called HEX.com. You can go there and you can stake your own Hex, and you can fucking in stake anytime you fucking want. You ain't gotta rely on fucking Kyle over his shit. You know,
yeah,
with his
it
V2
was about
version.
mitigating counterparty risk all the time. That's why I never chose to participate in any group staking project.
Yeah.
So it's not group stake. See, that's the thing, man. It's
Dude,
like I said,
KG wrecked you, bro. Your
600,000
cousin
Hex.
wrecked you. Your cousin wrecked
You
you.
don't-
Your cousin is a pleb. You're not.
I understood your project is different. but to me, it's still a counterparty risk that I wouldn't want to take.
To what?
I mean, I could just
so
keep.
it's a non-Richard Hart.
Dude, we gotta
It's a
trust
non-Richard
you
Hart
after you
project. That's
fucked
it.
it up one time. Like, I mean, how many times would we have to trust you?
It's a completely different contract.
Okay, but you fucked it up the first time, right? Right? You fucked
Yeah,
it up
it was the first taxless reflection token. It was.
Oh, the first taxless reflection token? It was the first one ever?
Yeah. To my knowledge, yeah.
Oh my god.
It uses minting and burning of
This
liquidity,
never
but that's
happened
besides
before,
the
huh?
point.
This never happened before.
Not that I know of, and I searched because there's nothing else like HEX that's fully decentralized staking. Is there? I mean, nowadays there's some protocols out there, but they're still.
Dude, you didn't build a protocol.
You know,
you literally built a Pulse Lorian reflection token. That's all you did. You could have hit up.
No.
You could hit up Pulse
Pulse
Lorian.
Lorians can go to zero.
You could have hit up Pulse Lorian.
And the value,
and
there could be no value whatsoever with Pulse Lorian.
But you could have hit up.
There can be absolutely no value with Pulse Lorian tokens.
You could have hit up Pulse Lorian and probably done better.
Any other reflection token, there could be no value at some point in time.
All right.
And if based off of
I told you
Super
I would
State,
never let V2 go.
there will always be HEX.
All right, I already told you I'd never let V2 go. Right?
Who?
I already told you I'd never let V2 go. You know that. I told you. I wouldn't let it go.
Yeah. Like, you wouldn't sell it?
No, I wouldn't let it go that y'all are on V2.
Wait, say it
I
one more
would
time.
not
I'm
let
sorry.
it go that y'all fucked it up the first time and have HEX locked up in a contract that y'all can't sell, supposedly. And y'all are on V2 now. I told you I would never let it go. And you know that. I've been telling you this for months, many months. I didn't lie. I didn't lie to you.
Okay.
So be mad at me. Be mad at me all you want.
I'm not mad at you at all. I think you're a diehard Hexican, and I love that. We need guys like you in the community. You're what make the community fun. But at the same point, it's like you're being a dead horse with me when there's fucking people. Like I said, millions.
Point them out then.
There's, like,
Point
dude,
them out.
all of our
Bring them to
influencers
me.
are trash.
Point them out. Bring them to me. Bring me some more fucking victims.
He won't. That's the point.
What do you mean I won't?
More
Who
victims.
Do you think I have allegiance to? I could give a fuck about anyone in this
Bring
community.
them. Bring them. Tell
Who?
me.
How? How am I supposed to bring them?
Just give me
I don't
names.
talk to these people.
Just give me names.
Why am I not on
Hey,
streams anymore?
give me
KDP, fucking
we already
Gibson,
know.
all soda people.
Gibson
Like,
is
dude,
Buck, by the way. Everybody that thinks that Gibson is some mythical character, Gibson is Buck.
What?
There you go. You want some alpha tonight?
What are you talking about?
Gibson is Buck. It's not Gibson Salu. It's not some bitch that lives in fucking Washington, D.C. that supposedly lives in fucking Sacramento. No, Gibson is Buck. Buck runs Gibson's account. That is facts. Boom. There you go. There's some fucking deep alpha for y'all bitch ass motherfuckers.
Like, what was I doing when Paul Latino came into the community?
If anybody participated in Pulse
I
Latina,
wasn't
you're
feeling
a
her.
faggot.
I wasn't.
Yeah, but we don't care.
Okay,
we
whatever.
already knew. Like, we don't. You think any of us were affected by Pulse Latino? Nope.
Well, $1 million is gone.
Well, we weren't affected by it. Anybody
Probably were.
that ever fucked around in
who
our
cares
community.
about yourself?
No, I'm talking about anybody that fucked
Me,
around
I don't
with
care.
us.
If I get wrecked,
Pulse Latina, I'm real.
Nobody in our community, nobody that fucked around with us got hurt by Pulse Latino. And that's a fact.
100%.
No one
100%.
got hurt. No one got hurt by
someone.
Yeah,
well, where'd they
the
get
wreck
all the
was.
money from?
Not us. It wasn't us.
Okay, so
facts. Dude, this is
when I hear us,
bro.
Yeah, I saw that from
only
a
got
mile
away
away,
with
man.
54,000.
That was so obvious.
so you gotta teach. You gotta teach. Like, you're calling guys out like me.
But we teach
who
all the time.
can-
You don't come around that much.
What are you teaching? You just talk shit about everyone.
Okay, well that's what it has to happen. What do you
But
do? Okay, well tell me the good. Okay, Richard Hart is God. Richard Hart is the king of crypto. Nothing else is better. You fuck with Richard Hart, you're safe. Everything else that's built on Richard Hart is a fucking scam. There you go. I just taught all y'all motherfuckers right there. Richard Hart.
I appreciate.
Hex.com. Hex.
Hex.com.
PulseX. EHEX. PHEX. It don't matter.
100%.
Don't deal with any of this other shit. I don't care if it's a reflection.
Yeah,
Look,
Chivo,
I
be
don't
careful,
care what
Chivo.
what the fuck it
Stick
is.
to the hardcore
There is
products.
nothing else out
Yeah.
there fucking
I mean,
better. There is nothing there.
I appreciate it
Hey, Chivo.
when Trap sweats me, dude.
I'm gonna be real with you.
You should welcome it. You should welcome it
Whenever
that
me
the
and
Eye of
Johnny are
Sauron is looking down on
when
you.
me and Johnny are fucking on the same fucking page, bitch, y'all better fucking recognize. Like, y'all, it's getting dangerous out here.
The Eye of Horon? What?
It is literally, we're fucking the world up. We're gonna continue fucking them up. There's nothing better.
It's like being audited. Being audited.
Don't buy any of these
You know,
fucking
it is
fake ass
worthless.
tickers. Oh, we're gonna earn you more hex. You stake your hex. Oh, we'll fuck it up on V1. But hey, we're gonna get it corrected. Rags to Riches is gonna help us with
Who
V2.
staked?
Well, let me finish. We're gonna get Rags to Riches to help us
Yeah,
out
yeah,
to
no,
build
you go
V2.
ahead, man.
And then we're gonna get it right. And we're gonna be like, oh, y'all, come on. Y'all stake this with us. We've got 3 million hex locked up. We got 3. Guess what? Y'all could lock your own hex up. It's called hex.com.
Hey, Trap, how much hex did Tangang lock up?
Nothing. They hate hex. They hate Richard. Don't even.
Oh yeah, so you were cool. You were with them for.
We ain't got no
You were with them
speaking
for
of
a while.
Tangan, we got Sexy
No,
Diamond
I was
down
not
there.
with her.
What's his name?
No, I was.
You were with Tangang, bro.
No,
What are you talking about?
Cena.
You were legit in every single Tangang space.
Hey,
and your boy Stylo. What's up with your boy Stylo? He wants like 50 coins, didn't he?
You can't say that me and Stylo are boys.
Oh,
That
snap.
just shows that you
That
don't
guy,
know-
man, he can't make up his mind. One day he's a Tank
Hey,
Gang.
that just
One day he's
shows
a Pulse
that
Chainer. Another day he's a
Kyle-
Hexican. Like he has.
Kyle, Stylos
He doesn't
hated
know
me
what he
forever. Stylos hated me forever, bro. So when you say that Stylo's my boy, that just shows how.
Well, you guys sound pretty chummy with each other. You're willing to give him the time of day.
Oh my
Look,
god.
having your character audited is a good thing.
I agree.
You know what I'm saying?
It's just comical.
Everyone's got to check themselves every once in a while.
Like, we're
That's-
talking about money here. We're talking about people's lives.
Yeah,
Their whole
100%.
lives are at risk.
Yeah.
So this shit's got to work. You know
People
what I mean?
are fucked.
Hex has no admin keys, bro. It's immutable. You can't change it. You can't get into it. You
so
can't
you have
do
to understand
nothing.
the money that was lost.
Supercomputer can't get in
It
that
went
shit.
all back. It went all back to inside the protocol. We literally bought Hex with our own money and we put it into V2, and we fucking refilled the liquidity. Like that. That's the thing. You guys just you don't want to hear shit. You just want to keep fucking yelling. But at the end of the day,
Nobody's yelling.
I did everything
Nobody's
I could
yelling.
to make things right.
But you propose like option besides Hex, so people could put their money into Hex or into your project where they get reflections in Hex.
Oh, I always say Hex. If it's between just my product and Hex, I say buy Hex. Because
I'm a dick. But I'm not a scammer. You know what I'm saying? I'm a consistent asshole, but I'm not a scammer.
Good.
That's
I'm not a scammer.
You know what I'm
either.
saying? So like, I welcome my character being audited.
Me too.
Okay.
I don't believe this is part of my character necessarily. I believe it actually shows a good part of my character. The fact that I didn't just walk away like the other 100 projects that I've done on Pulse. Like, where's Mintra? Does anyone talk about Mintra?
Why you keep deflecting to these other projects? We know about them.
I'm not
We
because
know
I don't know
about
what
'em.
else.
Hey, we know about them.
What other
and they're
questions
on
are
the
you?
List. Hey, but they're not here.
It's not really that he's deflecting.
Well, how much do you?
Yeah,
how
what's
much
up with
more do you
that?
wanna know?
Yeah,
I'm willing to
What's up
answer
with that?
any-
Why do you do that?
Hey, if Gerardo was
What?
here, I'd be murdering his ass, and Kyle, you'd be stepped down.
Yeah,
Or-
Gerardo won't fucking
You
stay on
have
the phone
no
with you.
idea.
None of these guys have balls to stay on the phone. They don't give a fuck.
Yeah,
They would just be like,
exactly.
"Oh, I gotta go."
Exactly. That's why they
Well,
don't
not
ever
me.
come to spaces.
Yeah.
We know that. We
So,
know
I
that.
like-
We understand that. Kyle. Why do you think I always liked your ass? Is because you had the balls to stand up to us. No one else did. But you still got to take the heat, bro. Like we can't just. If we're gonna give it to everybody, We got to give it to you too, right?
Hey, Kyle.
Let's
Agreed.
be fair.
I agree.
We have to be fair.
I agree.
We're obsessed with it. We're not in this for clout.
Oh,
Like that's the difference.
and I like that.
We're obsessed with it. This is
I
our
dig that.
lives.
What do you?
There's a lot of people here that are literally just for the clout, the followers, and they are wrecking people. Some of our top fucking influencers keep making bad call after bad call. Like, like Hex Scout.
Oh yeah.
Why the fuck is Hex Scout? Why are
Wrecked.
they tweeting? And I don't mean to keep
No,
deflecting.
fuck Hex Scout. Fuck Hex Scout. Mini meal.
Like,
Sun
but
mini
honestly, what the
meals,
fuck is that?
stable shit, dude. We know, dude. Trust me. Every nothing gets.
KDP was
Hey,
showing a
I will
fucking a
show.
sniper bot
Hey,
the other day.
for 1 million pulse,
Like,
I will
what?
post KDP's tits at the top. 1 million pulse. That's
Look,
cheap.
we're the
I don't
farm
wanna-
team.
Man, she's
We're the
been
farm
around,
team
dude.
out here,
Who
busting our
Spooky hit
asses,
that?
collecting, dude.
Who else hit that?
Collecting the
Everybody
load.
hit that.
I'm willing.
Like, are you kidding me, dude?
$40
The
for
PulseChain
the
Foundation?
pulse. $40 for the pulse. I'm willing to post KDP's tits at the top for y'all fucking plebs.
Where's your donation address, Trap?
I get.
Nah.
There you go. We'll hit that shit so fast. He'll literally send a million.
That's
I need
not
to follow
why
that up.
Nah, man, that
100
stick has a
million.
lot of miles, bro.
100 million.
Don't kiss and
I'm
tell.
just
many
making
Don't
miles.
kiss and
sure
tell,
everything's
Trap.
lined
Fuck
up.
Katie. Fuck Katie.
High mileage.
Bro, you should put the picture in like
Yeah,
a
but
404.
that's illegal.
The thing is, she's from Australia. What's she gonna do to me? I'm gonna do it for free one day for y'all. I'm gonna do it for free.
Bro,
I'm gonna do it.
Put the
for
photo in
free.
a 404 and put it in a wallet and have
Bro,
someone
I think
solve
it's
a
like
puzzle to get
everything's
like,
worse
Bro,
in
let's
Louisiana.
do an NFT. You gotta buy a 404. Hey, there we go.
No. You gotta solve the puzzle.
No, I just want people to pay me for it, because I put in the work with that bitch back in the day, 2022. I made a beat over her moaning.
I told you guys, you don't be looking at the breasts so much.
Mammary glands.
Don't
The
let it
mammary-
hypnotize
the
you,
mammary
man.
glands will wreck you.
The mammary glands, man.
The
Exactly.
mammary
Crypto Wonder.
glands. Hell
Hey
yeah.
Trap, you remember
Love Wonder.
Tangang, your old buddies? Hey, you know what's funny is KDP, she shilled Tangang for like 4 days. You remember
That's because
Yeah.
she fucked
Yeah.
Spooky, dude.
You know what's
Did not know
funny
that?
is the last day.
Spooky's heart.
The last day was March 17th, and she shilled it, and literally it was the top of the day, and it's the top. It was the highest set, HOA, Dick with Butt, any of those. Look it up. Go to her tweets and just type in DWB, and her last tweet coincides with the very top.
Yes, we
Those
know
were
that.
your.
See,
Okay.
she's saying
But
it's
you
my
smashed. But did
people.
you know that she smashed too Spooky?
That's some real shit.
Do you realize
Huh?
that I went to Tangang?
Like, it's been confirmed.
Like, y'all don't know a lot
But no one
more.
talks
What do you
about
mean
it, bro.
confirmed? He paid.
Ego has hand up.
Eco Builder,
We
what's
got a hand
up,
up.
brother?
We got a hand up.
Okay.
I think I got clout.
So Kyle,
Yes.
you have noted that Trap goes after low hanging fruit. I also have that critique of him, where it's sort of like a hurricane. How do you like that word, Trap? Hurricane.
Love it.
Hurricane Cash.
He's kind of like a hurricane going around and hitting up all the people who he's able to get the ears of, I guess. And he's calling a lot of people scammers for what they've been doing, because everybody's gotten quite loose, in my opinion. So I wonder.
You kidding me? Look at 9. I mean, yeah.
You've pointed out a lot of the same things that I've heard Trap talk about, often.
Dude,
and then
so Trap,
you've
you know
also,
how there's
hold
a
on,
builders?
Kyle, please.
Sorry, I apologize.
You've named quite a few of the culprits, and a lot of the different cliques as well. You've named the cliques.
Oh, that's all I do, bro. Like I for the longest time, I haven't done it as much, but I'm in. So
So
Trap,
wait, no,
you ever heard the
I'm
Builders
not
Guild?
done.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I apologize, man. When I get worked up, I just.
So I like it that you noticed that Trap ran with one of these clicks lately. That's, you can throw that back on him. And then he's going to tell you that he was digging. It was all a part of becoming wiser and smarter. And so
Yeah.
one of the things that I've butt heads with Trap about is Rob, Richard's only brother,
Oh, he loves it.
Shane
He loves
Schuler, who used
And
to
he
be
doesn't shower, bro.
who used to be Remorph. So whenever we talk about him, we don't give him the
Serious too.
honor of Richard's brother. Instead, we still call him Remorph. But
He
I
sounds so much like Richard. I thought it was
I
him.
wonder what Kyle, because the reason why Trap and I butt heads is because I think that Rob is a creative way to draw eyes back to Richard, because then it's like, well, who the fuck is Richard if this guy claims to be Richard's brother, like all of his identity? So I thought it was a creative way for this guy to do some expressions in the blockchain crypto world, whatever, on the financial side, of course, since we're coming out of the IPC space. So I wonder, what do you think about this guy who has the identity Shane Schuler?
So I'll say first, when I saw that interview, I forgot who did that, but after like 15 minutes, I was like, damn, maybe this guy is legit. Like I bought it, and I honestly recently just learned that it's like 100% false or whatever. But I always thought it was just a guy that's living in his van, trying to fucking do whatever he can to make it work. And I don't think he's bad by any means. I think he's just a dude. Like I don't think he's some organized criminal like many of the people get a lot more attention. You know, I don't think anyone even knows, like from outside the ecosystem, who already know who Richard Hart is. I don't think anyone's gonna, you know, people aren't coming from ETH and Soul and to buy Rob. You know, but it's fun. It's whatever. It's like a kooky little thing.
Organized criminal. That's a pretty strong. That's strong language.
Oh,
Organized crime.
you don't think people are organized?
Well, I wanted to get like more specific on who these people could be, but I didn't want to put you in danger.
Oh, dude. Like, no. Here's the thing. I never care about bringing anything up. Like Trap, I was saying, you might know the Builders Guild. That's where a lot of builders are. I've driven so many builders out of there because
They
as
hate
soon as the new
Richard.
guy comes in and he brings up his fucking project, I just dig. I start digging.
They
Like the
hate the
PulseChain
Builders
Foundation.
Guild
That
hates
fucking guy.
Richard.
Huh?
The Builders Guild hates Richard.
What are you talking, dude? The PulseChain devs are in there.
Which
Like
that?
the Builders Guild is not some evil thing.
No,
It's
it
like
is. It is.
fucking just
Hey, Richard, don't let us have his
Builders Guild.
devs. Richard has 14 devs. How many devs? How many of Richard's devs are in there?
How do
One.
you think
Bree-Tep?
projects are able to get assistance with PulseChain? How do you think they get updates on
Bree-Tep. That's
what's
it.
happening?
Bree-Tep's the only one. Name one other builder in that group. Name one other dev that Richard has that's in there.
So like
Bree-Tep.
the other
That's
day,
it. That's it.
I
Bree-Tep.
the
That's
other
it.
day, let me tell you something funny because you're incorrect. But
Okay, well,
the
tell
other
me the
day,
other. Tell me the other builders.
I went on.
Tell me the other
So
dev names,
that's what I'm doing.
please.
So that's what I'm doing. So the other day I was on Hex's website and I went to frequently asked questions.
Here,
And
hey
they're
Kyle,
saying, "Are you a
Kyle, I
dev?"
have your back right here. I've been in connections with PulseX devs in regards to PGGC, so that question.
TG,
Yeah.
tell us about TGC.
Wait, back to what Kyle was saying about visiting the website.
Yeah, so on the website, under FAQs, Richard has one at the very bottom that says, "Are you a dev? I'm paying this amount of money. I think it was like 175K a year." And he said, "DM me," and he had his Telegram. Now I remember he did put that in there, when I think he was developing Pulse. But the thing is, he deleted his account. So what happened? Someone made a new Telegram. They were scamming on it, making like selling NFTs, and I noticed that, and I was like, "Holy shit! How long has this been up here?" I
Bro,
went into the
Richard
Builders Guild,
has not.
and I brought it up, and it was fixed the next day by Poseidon. So you just gotta learn how this stuff works, man.
No,
That's the
y'all
interesting
think
part to
y'all
me.
are so tied into Richard. Y'all aren't.
No, not at all. Dude, I have no idea where that fucking guy is. I don't know how. I don't even know who talks to him, how they talk to him. I don't know any of that. I'm not in like that. But I'm just saying, like, you can get in touch with PulseChain devs. Not all of them. I don't know. I don't even know how many PulseChain devs
Richard
there are.
is not letting us get access to the PulseChain devs. The only one he gave us access to is Breedtip. That's it.
That is false statement, Trav.
Yeah.
How
Okay.
does the Grays currency have a logo on PulseX?
Yeah. Like,
Okay, how did
we're all
okay,
working in
let's
tandem, man.
Let's go
It's
back
great.
to hex.com whenever half of the people in hex.com that said it was influencers,
Trav,
Richard had half those fuckers blocked.
All right, you're going back in time.
No, I'm being honest. I'm being honest though.
So answer me this: how did the Grays currency get onto PulseX?
I mean, he put a lot of shit on PulseX.
So
there's a lot of shit.
Was there a communication
Yeah, there is a lot
with
of
specific devs
logo in there.
of PulseX?
That's what
There's
y'all are
been
trying
many
to use.
communications.
Richard abandoned y'all a long time ago. You realize that?
Trav, you don't really understand blockchain.
I don't understand blockchain because I said Richard abandoned y'all a long time ago. That has nothing to do with blockchain. I'm telling y'all the social aspect of it. I don't claim to know blockchain. I'm telling you the social aspect of it. Richard has veered away from the scammers for a long time. A long time. And I know this because of people hit me up saying, "Hey, check to see if Richard follows this person. Richard's got me blocked. He's got this person blocked. Why does Richard have us blocked?" You don't get it. You don't get
It
it.
matters who Richard talks to, you dipshit.
Okay, who's he talk to then? Rob D. Like, okay, so he's fucking your wife? Rob D, shut the fuck up. Literally. Shut the fuck up with your bullshit ass token that you're trying to bring to our community. You fucking pleb.
I didn't bring
Shut
nothing
the
to the community.
fuck up. Okay, let's go look at your fucking Twitter
Did you buy
profile
it?
right
Did you
now.
buy it? Did I ask
no,
you to
I'm
buy
not
it?
a
Did I ask
fucking
anybody to buy it?
retard.
No.
I'm not
That
a
shit went up.
fucking retard.
It went up and
bitch.
stayed up.
I bet it did.
Trav,
I haven't.
let me
I haven't
ask you a
sold
question,
one of
Trav.
my tokens. One. I sold one. So, dude,
Don't
what do you
give
got
a
to say,
fuck.
bro?
Don't give a
Trav,
fuck.
are
Don't
we
give a
on a
fuck.
layer one?
What? PulseChain is a layer one for sure.
Okay.
All right, what?
So what are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do on layer ones?
Richard, go back to Richard's words. We need nothing built on here. Everything's already been built. All the copies are forked over. We don't need shit. We don't need shit. We already have it. Hex, Pulse, PulseX.
It's actually a video of him saying that he doesn't care for it, like he doesn't want it.
So how do we onboard people?
This whole
So you
idea
have
of
a video
onboarding people
just
and
saying
doing
he
this
doesn't
and
want
that
people
for an
to build on it?
excuse. Nah.
It's
You got a
100%.
video of Richard Hart saying he doesn't want to build on He doesn't want people to build on PulseChain?
Nope.
Okay. Then, well, you just said you had a video, so.
Yeah, it's a fucking. You haven't seen that video? What is
No.
he, fucking under a rock or something?
It's a Twitter
What's,
space.
dude, I go
Rags
to
to riches.
watch
Hey,
He made a
because
fucking
that's
video.
destroying
hey,
people.
Kyle,
Long
me?
ass
Kyle,
time ago.
Kyle.
I
They
watched
asked
the
him,
Eric
"Hey, do you
McCormick
want people
fucking
to
thing
build on
probably
PulseChain?"
once
He
a
fucking
month.
said no.
Hey, Kyle.
He doesn't give. He
Hey,
doesn't.
El Lexicana.
Does
Yeah,
Vitalik
does he
give a
care?
fuck? He
No,
said
no,
no. He doesn't
that's
give a
different.
fuck.
It's different. Does he care if people build?
El
No.
Hexicana. Let me
But
go.
did he say he
Kyle.
doesn't want people to build?
Kyle. He told Rags to
Trap.
riches
Trap.
straight up.
Trap.
Listen,
Trap.
no, you shut up.
Trap.
Kyle,
Trap.
shut up.
Trap.
Kyle, just
Kyle.
let Trav talk real quick.
He told Rags to
Go ahead,
riches that he doesn't need anything built on PulseChain.
Okay, so let me
Nothing. All
that's
the
the
tickets
second
are
time
right
he
here.
said
can I
that
speak?
shit.
So
Can I
you
speak real
tell
quick?
us why.
I had no idea.
You tell us, Coach K, how you're smarter than Richard, please. I can't wait.
Bro, you know what? Trap
smarter.
sounds to me like the
Uh,
new GUI and needs to shut the hell up. If you talk so much shit on freaking Richard Hart in this space, why are you still here?
The new
Why are
GUI.
you still here,
Eric,
dude?
How can you
Leave.
compare Trap to
If
GUI?
you talk so much shit on freaking Richard Hart,
Eric, look,
get out of this. Why are you still here, bro? I don't get it.
Shit about
Get the
Richard.
fuck out, bro. Get out of here.
all right, hold on. Can I speak real quick?
Remove this faggot. Remove this faggot. Like,
Dude, what?
I'm not talking shit about Richard. I'm telling people what Richard said. And he's saying, Trap talks so much shit about Richard. It's a fucking
Hey,
idiot.
Trap. Hey, Trap.
Yeah,
Can I
but
speak?
once
Go
in a
ahead, bro.
while, come on, man.
Can I?
Yeah, go
Thanks.
ahead.
You can't compare GUI to Trap ever.
So
Yes, you can. They almost sound the same.
Okay, Rob, zip it for a second. Coach, go ahead.
thanks, appreciate it. So Rags to Riches, everybody knows it's Brandon, right? Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. So basically, Brandon actually has a like Web3 building company, and
We're
basically
not
I
talking about
partnered
that.
with.
We're not talking about that. We're talking about what
We're,
Richard
well,
said.
well, okay. Well, he just
We
brought up
know he's
like
got
he
build
just
the
talked,
tech. I
and
know.
he
I
wants
talked to
people to
Brandon.
build here on
Ave does.
PulseChain, and
Hey,
he
guess
has
what?
to
You
to
realize me
actually
and
do that
Brandon
shit.
talk damn near every day. Do you know that? You know, me and Brandon talk damn near every fucking day.
Well, that's why I'm talking to you respectfully and everything.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, Richard told Brandon that.
I understand that.
Oh yeah, it was during Spaces, huh?
I
That was back in
actually
22,
I
right? During
remember the
Spaces?
space actually too, but like that's the like we're here to like we're in a city. Okay, actually we're not even a city. We're in a country. If you really think about like PulseChain of itself, and we have every single thing that we need, but the other avenues and buildings that need to be built here on PulseChain, if you like it or not, like oracles and just like benevolent like individuals, like it needs to happen because the foundation is set with Pulse and PulseX and EHEX and PHEX and Inc. But if there are builders that actually understand the value of the ecosystem that is already set up, anything could be possible for the forever future because we're all in here for one thing, for freedom. Period. We're all here for freedom.
I won't
and
disagree with
understand
that.
that point. You know, like
I'm
but
not going to
like
disagree with that.
like Trap, like I understand like Richard Hart has said, like, I don't need anybody to build. But like the people that understand the value that he provides that could have a substantial value in the future for individuals, that's where like I come in and like that's where
Okay, well,
like
tell me what oracles have been built that are worth a fuck.
well Brandon's actually building out Oracle as we speak, so
Well, that might be the best Oracle. That might be his fucking game
You know what's
changer.
funny? Sigme, Tetra, Stu.
Oh,
He's
Tetra's
launched.
wrecked. Tetra is fucking trash. Don't even.
Yeah. Anyway, so he just launched Signum, and get this.
Gay.
A
Gay.
week later, what's
Gay.
Liquid Loans? What was the one?
Gay.
Flitch or
Fletch.
Fetch.
Fetch. Yeah, the Fetch Oracle. Gay.
Is that what it's called? Well, whatever. So
Fetch
it was
Oracle.
a week after
Gay.
fucking Stu said that he was up on testnet, that they came out and said, "Oh, hey guys, we're coming back with Fetch." Is that what it's called? Fetch. We're coming back
Fetch
with
Oracle.
Fetch. We're going to be in testing by the end of the month. We're at yada yada, and it's like, oh,
They've
really?
been in
So you
testing
pull it
forever.
out right after someone.
They've been in testing forever. They launched it. It was fucked. It was centralized. They were able to fucking liquidate people through liquid loans. People got murdered because they used the what was it? What was that function that they used?
They used a risky ass protocol.
Yeah,
and Richard always talked about that. And
Fetch
for
was
some
gay
reason,
as fuck from the beginning.
Hexagon sent them $50 million for the exact thing that Richard always said
gay.
He was against.
Gay
One
shit.
of the main things he was against.
People were gay. Thank you, RG3. Thank you, Crypto Kool-Aid. Thank you, fucking Crypto Coffee. And whoever else sacrificed for it. Legion VC. Good job, Motley. Wendy's for Tendies. We love you for that. Thank y'all. That was your biggest sack.
It's about adopting, man. And Green right now
we're
we don't
not
have.
Gonna get adopted with that bullshit.
That was a lot of name dropping. That was pretty good, man. Do you have a list?
Oh, I've got a massive list. Massive list. It's all a cabal. Who's the Godwill? I would love to know if somebody could tell me who the Godwill is.
Like Godwales, I mean, or BankX. Come on, dude. What is that? Like, and nobody asks questions. People still are just like, oh, Godwell. Like
I ask questions. I've been screaming about it forever, but nobody cares.
Why'd you give some random guy named Lance a billion hex? Like what?
So we compare fucking hex to silver. Hex to silver.
Which never happened, right? I never hear about it. I don't think I don't know if they got a white paper. I know that. I grilled that dude.
I use white papers to wipe my ass.
There was a lot of people in the top 10 that are VC firms that they are beholden to their clients and they have to do what their clients want. And so, like, even if they don't want to sell, they had to sell.
Who?
Well, I brought a huge VC firm onto the PulseX sacrifice. They, I think, were number 11. I want to say number 11. I don't know for sure, but I think they were number 11 on the list. And
I wouldn't say that's huge.
They came in big. They came in big. It was the biggest VC firm in Italy.
Big. No, there was a bigger one because the number one overall firm was the big one, the number one. So your firm was not big.
Azimut.
It wasn't.
Azimut is pretty freaking big, bro. They're the number one VC firm in Italy.
Okay, well, look at the number one big firm from Saudi Arabia.
There were a lot of big ones, so I think they sold though. They dumped.
Richell. No,
yeah,
they've
he
been
dumped.
dumping. They've been dumping. But they still got a shit ton.
He dumped.
Still got a shit ton. Go look at the wallet.
But you know what? Listen, do you fault them? Do you fault them? In hindsight, like, would you be down 90% for like the next 2 years and hoping that it's going to come back?
If I was a Saudi Arabian prince and I had billions of dollars, I would have just probably held. I could have sold.
You would just let it ride. Just let it ride.
Why not? I've already got so much goddamn money.
The protocol for what it was built for, which is staking, and just not care.
Listen, a lot of people sold. A lot of people sold. I was one of them. I sold. So I'm not gonna fault anybody, and I'm glad I didn't ride it all the way down. And it is what it is, man.
I'm glad you admitted this on live stream tonight. Thank you.
Y'all can look at my freaking address, bro. It's public. You said I got a shit coin.
What did you sell? And when
Look,
did
just
you sell?
come clean, bro. Just don't fight it.
You sold your sacrifice or you sold your hex?
I sold my PulseX sack in July. Yes, after what is that? What was that? 2 months? Yeah, May, June, July. Yep.
Well, you just sold your future. Good job.
You don't know when you sold it, May, June. You don't know what date it was that you sold this.
No, guys,
Massive
because
amount of
he's,
money.
If you want,
he's
you can
still
look at my
around.
address and go back and see it.
Pin your address to the top so we can dig.
He's still around, therefore he's willing to take another ride.
You're drilling the Baja.
Dude, I sacrificed for PulseChain 200 days after the, like after the acceptance date. I think it was, or maybe it was 200 days in. It's like, I think $1,200, and it got me like 100 and something thousand pulse. And I don't give a shit. Like at the end of the day, it is what it is. So like at this very moment, it's not about the money. Like,
who?
Huh? PulseChain, the PulseChain sacrifice.
Oh, okay.
Because I wasn't around the early days of HEX. I came in towards the top, like a lot of people. I staked I staked $1,000, which was 1,000 HEX, which is $500. And yeah, that shit was worth like $1, like less than it was probably worth $1, $2 when I went to go unstake it. But you know what I said? I don't care. Like at the end of the day, nobody has built a better one yet. Like I've gone to Titan X. I've been trying to learn about. At the end of the day, Titan X is robbing Peter to pay Paul. You're literally having people pay to mine. They pay ETH to mine Titan X, and then they stake Titan X to earn ETH. So it's like it makes absolutely no sense. And they've actually
it
gone.
had to been day one. It had to been day one or day 10.
Yeah.
Day 1 or 10.
Now with HEX, of course, there was that favorable for day one, and that's something that I wish was done a little bit different because it would make onboarding a lot easier. But at the end of the day, you could build stuff around HEX where no matter what, it's not a Ponzi. Like it does what it says it does. You don't need the early people to put. You don't need people to keep putting in money after the fact.
With HEX,
when are you going to build your reflection on Titan X?
I'm not.
So why you choose
I wouldn't.
HEX?
It's not worth it. Huh? Why did I choose HEX? Because it's completely decentralized. I looked at the code. I looked at everything. It just made sense.
Well, dude, you could go V2. Look, you could lock up the Titan X on V1 and you say fuck it, and then you can go.
If I were to do anything, I would go
V2 after that.
I would go over there and I would just do a coin where all the taxes go to just buy. It would be like a 5% tax, and just buy HEX, and then it would just send it to the staking address.
At the end of the day, the shit that I get from Trap and everybody else here on Twitter is nothing compared to my wife that sold her car, my family that put a bunch of money into freaking all the sacrifices, all my friends. Dude, I've got so much egg on my face that I get shit every day for the sacrifice. So there's nothing that Trap can say or anybody can say on Twitter Spaces. Dude, I get it from my wife every freaking day, bro. She's like, I sold my car for you, bitch. You owe me a car.
Bro, we're different. You can hear it in our voice. Why would we be in here night after night?
Yeah, bro. The woman's wrath, bro.
Fucked.
Nothing like a woman's wrath.
Well, I could say if you've been following me for the last year, you would be up many, many, many X's. Just saying.
Yeah, in hindsight, there's a lot of things that I could have done differently. and talking with my devs in the last 3 months with my coin. Yeah, staking and liquidity providing and just all the farms. I could have done a lot of shit much better, and I think that that's what we should actually be doing right now instead of freaking jibber jabbering and backbiting each other. Is learning about and seeing what's working and just getting the yield every day because it's there. I mean,
Look,
It's about
like
coming up
Wonder
with a narrative.
says, do
We
you
have
want to
folks
be
that
right
are
or do you want to make money? Seriously, think about that. Do you want to be right or do you want to make money? There's a million cryptos out there. They all suck. Why wouldn't you be here? Like, it's ridiculous. Like, the mindset. Look at all the dumbasses still stuck to Bitcoin. That ain't going anywhere. Like, look what Hex did with, like, not that many people. Because we know a lot of people weren't staking. I don't know if you guys want to get into that.
Hey Kyle, so you bought 1,000 hex for $500 and you staked it. How long did you stake that for?
So that stake I did for 2 years, I think. I want to say 2 years. I don't know. I think it was last year that I went to unstake it.
Okay, so it's already unstaked.
And it was
okay.
Yeah, that's the funny thing. I still unstaked it just for the principle of it because I was just like, and the gas was, the gas was stupid high, but just for the principle, it's like fuck that. This is my hex. I don't care. Like, this is mine. This belongs to me. I'm not just gonna leave it.
As bad as that sounds, my boy put 100 grand into Hex at 19 cents. He called me a couple months ago. He's like, yo, man, this was the worst investment I ever did in my life. I didn't know what to say to him, man. I was like, it's gonna turn around. Just wait.
Did he keep it liquid or
Yeah,
did he
wait until the government freaking takes control of every aspect of crypto. You're gonna be thankful.
Trump's
That's
coin.
not gonna
Kyle's
happen.
He's gonna
situation
save
is
it.
actually
That's not gonna
worse.
happen.
I mean, he got in at what
That can't
50?
happen.
Kyle got in at 50
You don't
cents,
think?
which is even worse.
I don't know, man.
But like, what's up?
You guys don't think the Trump coin is gonna save us? Like, it's gonna be safe, right?
What?
What do I tell my
I don't know,
friend?
man.
I'm like, hey man, this guy Kyle, he's not down 99%. He's down 99.5.
Yeah. I mean,
I
as
feel
far
like
as Hex goes
everyone
now,
that's
I
been
own
around
shit
crypto
like
since 2017 sort of knew not to buy anything in 2021, 2022. Like, I don't know. Like, there's a
everyone
reason why
knows
RH
everything.
said 11 came prey. Like, he warned everybody, and not just that, but RH
Amen.
said on that Hex meetup shit, those live streams that they do, that Hex could go to a penny, and it did. Like, he warned everybody whenever Hex was at what, 2 pennies, 3 pennies. Someone asked, I forgot who it was, but
Bro,
somebody asked him,
we blew
"Hey Richard, do
their
you
mind
believe
when
that
we
Hex
took
can
them
go
to
below a
50
penny or to
cents.
a penny?" He said, "Yes, it could possibly go to a penny."
They didn't expect 50. And then us plebs came in at the last minute and pumped it to 50.
Look, man,
It was so easy. We can do it
I
again.
bought 20 grand worth of crypto in
100%. What you
2017.
just said. We could do
And
it again.
2018, I got fucking wrecked. But had I been DCAing in 2019, 2018, 2019, 2020, just DCAing 10 grand every year, 10 grand, 10 grand, 10 grand, I would have been fucking good by now, dude. But I got discouraged because I was like, man, fuck, dude, I put $20,000 in 2017. My shit is worth now $3,000.
Yep,
Fuck
you lose
crypto. This shit's a
sight.
fucking
You lose
scam.
sight.
Fuck this shit. And time passed, 2021, the bull market happened. And like my 20 grand turned into $50,000, which is, pretty pathetic gains in crypto. But I was like pretty happy with it, I was like, oh, okay, I came off, winning a little bit. But had I kept DCAing 2019, 2020, 2018, I would have made maybe like 200 grand. instead of just 50. But you know,
You
it is
needed
what it
time to
is.
learn.
And that's what I've been doing
You had
now.
to
Like I'm not
educate
gonna
yourself.
risk it this time. I just keep DCAing ever since 2022, mid 2022. I put 40 grand into Hex, 2 pennies. When 7 cents, another 40 grand, like a fucking idiot. Fuck it. December, another 40 grand when it was at 2 cents. And then after the SEC news happened in 2023, you know, in September, it went to like half a penny. I was like, man, fuck this shit, man. Fuck it. Another 40 grand. I just keep DCAing, bro, and I don't give a fuck, dude. Like, I popped my cherry a long ass time ago in 2017. So I already know, like, you know, I already know
This is good
that I just
info. I
have to
love
keep
this. What you're
DCAing.
telling me, bro. I love what you're telling me.
You've been through
Yeah.
cycles. So you like know how it goes.
And most
And that's why you're trying to save the plebs.
Yeah, and most people they just put just 10 grand and then they go, oh man, my 10 grand turned into $1,000, and then they just tap out. Like you have to keep buying. The lower it goes, just look at it. Like don't focus on the dollar. Focus on the accumulation of the coins. Like the lower it goes, be happier. Don't be sad. Be like take it as like as a there's a reason why you know Miguel, he's you know dollar cost crypto, he says DCA. You don't want to go all at once, you know.
Also,
I don't
also
know, man.
don't
I think
sell
it's about
other
holding.
assets just to get crypto. Just use your hard-earned career money that you get every paycheck.
You got to control your emotions. Emotional control is one of the most important things in this. Like Christian said, like you have to be happy seeing red candles. And if you need to change the colors of the candles to like black and white or like something mundane, because the red and the green have a psychological effect just because of, you know, red and what they mean in our daily lives. But like, yeah, you have to have emotional control. That's number one. Absolutely. And if you're gonna leverage trade, which I don't recommend, but have a stop loss for Christ's sake.
Yeah, and for all the little
logically
guys,
thinking,
like you
though.
guys have to stake, man, for at least 10 years. Because if you stake 100,000 hex for 10 years, like if the T-share daily payout goes from 7, I think it was 10 today, surprisingly.
Yep, because of one guy.
Oh man. Well, thank you, guy, whoever you are. But
Which, by the way, that guy, he dumped, I think, at minimum 200K of his hex because it was a $500,000 hex stake that he ES'd, and the price barely dumped shit. So keep doing it.
Look, when I got into Hex, it was all about stacking T-shares. And this is like an amazing moment to stack T-shares. Do not let this pass you up because we are a fucking cult, and it's not a bad way. Sometimes in a bad way. I'm not talking about us. Like we're trying to like, you know, battle the creatures in the community. But anyways, yeah, good job to you guys. Salute.
yeah, so if you stake 100,000 hex, you don't need a lot, just 100,000 hex for 10 years. I guarantee you guys, 5 years from now, the T-share daily payout's not going to be 10. It's going to be like 15. And then another 5 years later, it's going to go to like 20, maybe 25. And those are realistic numbers. You know, some say 50.
And it won't even,
I don't believe 50, man.
and it
That's
won't
way off. But
Bro, all you guys are talking about is just putting your money in a savings account. Do you guys have
yeah,
a
so
savings account?
I guess,
Did you
well,
have
hold
a
up.
savings account
exactly. What's
before?
wrong with
Hold
that?
up.
Like
Just 1
before
minute.
Hex even
All right, 10
existed,
seconds.
did
Hold up.
you put money in
If you
savings?
stake 100,000 hex for 10 years, you'll get back 1,000,000 hex back. But if you
But
if you
there's
stake it
game
for
theory
15
added to
years,
that.
you'll
If
get
people
1.5
emergency end
million back,
stake,
which is 100,000 hex on both chains.
people are going to end stake early. And that's the secret no one's telling you. People are going to end
Also,
stake early.
savings
You're going to
accounts
have even more
don't
hex at
price
the end.
appreciate. And also, the rates are so fucking garbage nowadays on
Right.
saving accounts.
This is even better.
If you go to hex.com,
Tokenomics, the game theory.
hexcalculators.com or whatever, it'll if you stake 100,000 hex for 10 years, it's gonna give you some low ball figures because it's based off 7.5 hex a day, right? Per T share.
Can I
But
give
that's
you guys
just
some
like right
perspective?
now. Like in the future, we're gonna go up to 20, 25, maybe 30 hex per T share. So if you stake right
And
now,
bro,
get your
Let
T
me give you
shares
guys
right now
some
for 10 years,
perspective.
man.
What's
That's
the
the
price
best
of
thing.
Hex
We're
That's the
right
down
now?
best.
here
That's
because
the
of
best thing I
people.
What's
recommend for little
what's the
guys.
price of Hex? What's the price of Hex right now?
Look, we're down here because of people end staking early. They fuck their accounts.
Okay, I got into Hex at 0.0003. Okay, I like heavy.
How much you threw in it? 5
A
grand?
lot. Okay, I bought a freaking $250,000 Ferrari. Okay, I bought the Hex Ferrari at 34 cents. I bought my Ferrari for like 3 grand. It was like a $250,000 Ferrari. I only paid like 3 grand for it. Okay, so like the price right now, like you guys need to be jumping all over this. Like when I'm hearing like Hexacon like tell me like DCA, I'm like, yeah, dude, I need to be DCAing right now. Like I need to be putting my shit into freaking Hex right now. Are you
Oh,
kidding
and
me?
you know what else, guys? Don't be surprised if we pump to 20 cents this year by December, and if we make a newer low in 2025, because that could happen. We could
Listen,
see
the
zero
SEC
zero
pushed the
zero
date
one for
back
Hex
1
next
week.
year, guys.
Okay,
Like
listen,
I'm just trying to
prosecutors
be honest with you, man. Like I'm mentally
don't
prepared. If that shit happens, bro. Look,
listen.
man. I
Yes,
think we're gonna go 5 cents, 10 cents this year combined, right, Hex? And then next year we're gonna just the mother of all dips is gonna happen, dude. The mother of all dips.
you don't
People
push
say that,
back
oh, by
a
the
court
beginning of
date 1 week.
2025 we're gonna go to the moon. Nah, man.
They don't push
We're
back
gonna be
court
going to
dates
the
for a
moon
week,
by
dude.
December of
So where
October
are you getting this
Why
October of
would they
information from?
push it back?
2025.
Logically
October of
speaking, why would you
2025.
push back a
That's when
court
Hex is
date?
gonna make an all-time
Why
high.
would the
Maybe
SEC push back a court
2026.
date?
I'm calling $40.
I'm saying $2. Eco thinks the same way too.
$2,
$40.
$2 Hex. That's my top.
That would be absolutely
No, now
amazing.
you're
That would
talking.
mean I
You're
have
talking. You're
$7
talking out of
million
your ass.
in my.
You're talking out of
$2
your ass.
I
Hex.
mean, I could do
But
no volume on
before, but
Super Safe.
Kyle,
$7
but
million
before we hit
locked
$2
up.
Hex, Kyle, before we hit $2 Hex, man, the mother of all dips
Yo,
next year,
where are
man.
you guys gonna be
Mark
for
my words,
Halloween?
man.
It's
That's
all
what I
The
math.
want to know.
mother
Where's
of all
everybody gonna be
dips
for
Hex
Halloween?
next year.
Where's everybody gonna be for Halloween? That's the big question. And what are you guys gonna be dressed up as? I'm dressing up as Richard Hart.
You guys don't get it, man. These whales, they want to buy more PulseChain, but they're like, no. We gotta wait until it adds another zero. When
Well,
PulseChain has 5
nobody knows
zeros,
Pulse
that's
Chain.
when the
Are you
fucking
guys
whales are gonna
stop?
come in and they're gonna pump the price up for everything, bro.
Stop!
They want
Stop
to
drinking
buy
the
Hex
Kool Aid,
also,
bro.
but they're waiting.
Nobody
For the
knows
dip to
Pulse
happen.
Chain.
Don't
It's
sell
so
too
small.
early.
It's such a small chain. Like, dude, it's like we're like on the fly of an elephant's ass in the freaking market. Are you kidding me? Base is so huge. Why do you think Tangang was like so like freaking cock driven to freaking jump on base? Is because their freaking market is way bigger. Like, dude, Pulsechain is so small. Like, we need to stop with the freaking infighting
Yeah,
and just
but
like
they
try to
no
freaking
one
hit.
has made money. They tried to go on base and no one gave a shit though.
Well, okay, well, what doesn't matter?
Bro, this is a
I don't
bloodsport.
see
Point
Vegas
is,
making any spaces anymore.
the point is that the
There's no
community is
crying in
stronger here.
crypto.
Of
Staking
course, the
shit.
community is strong here. But as far as like chain and TVL, bro, there's like way bigger chains out there. Like we're the fly on the ass. So like, we need to do this. The space before with like ICP, like dude, amazing. Like that's the shit we need to be doing. Hexacona, dude, like, dude, amazing, freaking dude, kudos, bro. Because that's the shit that we need to be doing. We need to be like, we need to be doing buddies with people. We don't need to be fighting, dude. The fighting is like going to get you nowhere. Like we need to be freaking like seeing what avenues and like where we can go and what we can do and like how we can make more money. That's it.
The mother of
Where's
all dips
Trap?
next year, guys.
Where'd he go?
I wish people would stop talking about price so much. I remember when I came into Hex, all the videos were about game theory, and I miss that so much. Where it's just game theory. Everyone
Right.
excited about Hex and
Right. Price is too elementary.
It does, especially when the whole point of Hex is to stake and delay your gratification. So like one of my favorite things of Hex was that you could see when other people were end staking. So you can play around that and play with your stakes around that. Saying stake 10 years blindly, like if I'm from outside the community, I'm gonna come in here like, oh, they need 10 years from me. I can't commit that right now. Sorry. And then they just leave. Where it's like, no, if we start talking about game theory again, and
that's the thing. You don't need a lot of hex. You just need 100,000 hex on both chains for 10 years, and you're good. Just 100,000 hex. That's all you need.
You could buy you can get 1 million hex. Work your way to getting 1 million and stake that for 1 year. Stake it 1 year increments.
Yeah, I think $1 million for EHEX right now. I think it's like $2,200.
It's easy to say stake for 10 years, but you gotta think
PHEX,
from outside
I think it's like 7,000
for 1 million.
I think so.
Yeah. So you take part of your check every week. However much you can afford. You can only afford 20 bucks.
Hey, bro. I'm gonna step down or whatever, make a like eco co-host or whatever. I'm gonna go cook. But hey, it was good talking to you guys tonight.
Yeah, man, for real. Thank you for joining us, Johnny.
Yeah, thanks, brother.
Peace.
Good night.
A week ago, that $7,000 to get 1 million.
I'm listening, make it entertaining.
Was freaking $3,000 to $4,000. Don't forget.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
We
wild.
literally doubled our money, like our value, only with like a couple $1 million being used to buy Hex. Like, it's not like we had to use so much weight for just a little pump.
Dude, it wouldn't take much, man. It really wouldn't. But people just keep,
So yeah, so like even if PulseChain, yeah, it is super small compared to like Solana and shit, but it's like that doesn't mean we need Solana levels of money to get pumps like this. It's like not even. Anyway, and just with pumps, it's like that's just good marketing on its own for people to go, okay, I'm gonna check this thing out.
We're all gonna have a great freaking Thanksgiving dinner. I promise.
That's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping we go up through January, and then we come down. We see a flash crash in like April, and then boom.
Mark my words,
that's when
man.
we really start.
The mother of all dips next year for us.
Well, just okay. So he beats the
But we
SEC
will
thing on Halloween. What's the price
this year for sure?
if he beats the SEC after Halloween? What's the price?
10 cents.
I agree with that.
Wait.
Not 10 cents.
I mean,
10
immediately
cents.
after, or give it a month, because 10
Knee
cents after
jerk.
a week is crazy.
Knee jerk. Yes, 10 cents. I can do that.
Yeah, 10 cents, 20 cents, and then 2025, boom, drop all the way down to like 3 zeros for Hex. But that's good though. That's good. Because if you sell a little bit, like you sell 10% of your bag at 10 cents, 20 cents, you rebuy it next year. Like,
so you think we're going out to 2026?
I know it sounds stupid what I'm saying, but I don't know. I like it.
I mean, 20 is hard from here, but
I mean, it's not that dumb. People may see a dime and go, bro, I don't think we're ever going back up here again. So they may just sell all their shit, EES, et cetera, et cetera. Hell, EES is already coming because of
what's hard to like
10-year
price
stakes,
speculate is Pulse though. So like Pulse and PulseX, that's hard to price speculate after the SEC.
Yeah, because there's still so many Jeters of
Well,
those
no,
bags.
that, but we don't know because like the price discovery, right?
I love PulseX. That shit saved my ass big time. I bought 450 million PulseX for $9,000 last year in November. And I traded it this year because it was like the only gamble. I would never trade my Hex or whatever, but PulseX, I did it. I did one trade. I sold it when it went up to 4 zeros, a 5 and a 6. And I rebought the bottom when it was at 4 zeros, a 3 and a 2 in the beginning of the year. So I turned
I had
for 9
17
grand. I
billion.
got one for nine
I had
grand. I got
17.
like
I had
for
17
9
billion pulse
grand,
X. I
bro.
thought
I
I
got
thought I was gonna be a
1.6
billionaire.
billion for 9 grand, pretty much
I
doing
thought
that
I was
shit.
gonna
And
be
I
a
was gonna do it
billionaire with
one
that
more
shit.
time because PulseX hit stack price in March, right? Or when was it? May or March? I was gonna sell it one more time, dude. I was gonna gamble it one last time, but I was like, nah, man, this is it, man. We're gonna pump now, like a fucking dumbass. And it went all the way down again. I would have had like 3 billion PulseX for 9 grand, but I was too scared. I was like, nah, fuck this. I'm happy with the 1.6
No,
billion.
Hey
listen.
Rob, who is Godwell? I know
Um,
you know, bro.
I know a couple of people. I mean, I know a couple of people. I don't want to say no names. I already told you guys here on the
I'm just fucking
spaces.
with you, man. I'm not trying to put you on the
No,
spot.
no, I brought in Azimut, which is the number one VC firm in Italy. They do like I think they do like 18. I'm gonna say 18 billion or 4 billion. I can't remember. Anyways, a big ass number in money under management. We were on a call with like 10 people. I put Richard on a call with like guys in Singapore. They're like Chinese crypto guy. Like he was on the call, and yeah, bro, it was like it was a pretty amazing call, man. The thing is, like, what's cool, like, guys, like really just like being on a call with Richard Hart is so freaking amazing. Just because like just with like 10 people on the call with like their number one guys on the call, okay, and this Chinese guy that he was like, man, this guy was really super smart, right? Like, you can just tell. But Richard freaking just schooled all of them, bro. Like he was like so dope, and like just how he speaks and what his knowledge and everything. It's just like it's so cool. It's so cool to be around. So, anyways, yeah.
Damn, we sound like a cult.
You know what's funny is that last year I was using this AI thing called 11 Labs to translate the Richard Hart. God, who was it? I forget which debate it was, but to translate it to Chinese, and it works like really well. I need to upload it to. I didn't think anyone was honestly going to watch it, but now that I know he's meeting people, sounds like in Asia, then might be worth it. Stuff like that, man. Like, eco builders making postcards. I think it'd be great just to see people promoting it more overall.
Also, RH is not a cuck. I posted a jumbotron the fucking CEO of Uniswap sucking Kamala's dick for being quote pro crypto, even though he's getting sued to oblivion by her and her administration.
Oh, jeez.
It's just hard in these moments right now, Like
Literally
it's
suing
hard.
you.
Like you just like everybody kind of loses focus. Like what's important or what's making money. I was making some good money with 9mm for a while, but after all that debacle, I freaking jumped off that. But it's like, yeah, it's like what's making money now? Like what's working for everybody? Let's talk about some positive things.
It's just about not being greedy, man. Seeing the big picture. Seeing the things that crypto can solve. What was the original reason you got in? When I got in, it was just I kept thinking of two guys meeting in two black trench coats under a bridge, exchanging a briefcase. And I was like, yeah, fuck that. I want all money to be online where we can see everything. Naive as I was. But it's still working. Like it's a way just to have a little bit more control of your life.
Well, what LP is working right now? Because I've been out of it for a little bit. I was on 9mm doing Pulse Die with about 10 grand, and I was pulling about $100 a day. That's not bad.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. I just use PulseX. But it's been a good talk, guys. Honestly, it's been real good. I gotta get to bed. It's like 3 a.m. here. I'll catch you guys on the flip side. Good talk.
What amazing space, bro. All night, bro. You ran it. Good stuff.
Thank you.
So who's next, Alex? Akano to have spaces with? We've had the GG33 guys, ICP guys. Who's next?
I don't know. It wasn't my idea. Somebody was asking me to do it. I was like, all right, fine. And yeah. The Tang Gang.
Go get the Andrew Tate coin investors, bro.
I'm just kidding.
Get the real world investors.
Man, like who? I don't know no one, dude. I'm half Mexican Jew.
Oh, shout out to Briz.
Hey, what's up, Briz? Come up as a speaker and give us some chain analysis. Ah, there we go.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
Hello.
Just want to I just saw a post from Two Poopy about me, calling me the scammer.
Oh, the irony.
The irony. So, like, I'm the one that took all the 9mm coins or something, right? Anyways, there's not that much analysis for me to really do. All I'm looking is at the previous cycle history, and if the cycles continue, we're just gonna keep going up from here. Looks like Ethereum's doing pretty good, 2650. So yeah, I mean everything looks like it's kind of playing out pretty good.
What do you think it is? Are people just buying in, feeling more confident, or outside macroeconomic stuff?
I think a lot of it's just bonded liquidity. And so when like ETH goes up, we're gonna go up. But it did seem like PulseChain went up first. So every time I see something like extraordinary happen, it's always like, oh, this must be Richard Hart. But I mean, I also thought Richard Hart created the Uniswap when it first came out. Because I was like, there's no way these both came out at the exact same time. Just as everyone is cock blocking HEX, Uniswap comes out. That has to be Richard Hart. But obviously that wasn't. So I don't know. I'm just a moon boy. I'm ultra bullish, you know. I've just been in the space since, you know, late 2013. So I keep seeing this stuff playing out again and again. And I keep picking the freaking winners, like I picked up Bitcoin when it was like $200 each. I got Litecoin at like $1.35, and then it went up to $420. And then I got into Hex and now Pulse, and I got into Hex, and I saw the maddest of gains, which was just absolutely mind blowing. And now I'm in PulseChain because I believe in it, and I think we're gonna do great. Um, I've started picking up more PulseX coins lately. They just seem to be getting like a pretty good deal compared to the other coins.
Yeah, for sure. More bang for your buck.
Yeah.
Pulse.
So, I don't want to give up my ink position, but my farm, all my new ink is going into PulseX. And yeah, that's all. That's all I really got to say about that.
Feeling confident about Halloween?
I think mid-November is gonna be the real. I don't think it will happen, but it just wouldn't surprise me if we did like a 10x in like November into December, or from October to December, with mid-November being a real big spark because of the elections. So I think we could see a 10x by the end of the year.
Now, are you
And,
saying that with a Trump victory, or it doesn't matter who wins?
Yeah, mostly, yeah, with the Trump victory. Because what it would do is it would just inspire confidence in the markets, and all the markets would start going up because investors would come back. And with all that money going into Wall Street has the most crypto. They'll bleed into Bitcoin and Ethereum. Those will jump up a lot, and it'll make a PulseChain pump up like a lot, I think. And then I just expect us to just kind of slow walk up the rest of the year until November 2025, and then that's when we should have the real blow off top. And so that's the way it's done it in the past, and I don't see it not doing it again this time around. In fact, everything is just more bullish. You got all the presidential candidates talking about crypto. That never happened before in the 4-year cycles. If anything, during Obama's era, he was like, "Hey, that's like having a Swiss bank in your pocket. You can't
Yeah, I remember that.
we can't let you have money. We can't let you have control of your own money. That's bullshit." So I'm just bullish, man. I'm freaking bullish. I'm excited.
Mr. Eco, anything you want to say? But yeah, Briz, that was I also think the same like you, but there's a huge difference though. Sort of like, yes, I do believe that we can do a 10x to this year. I really think we can. I'm like 90% sure we will, right? Before the year ends. But I feel like next year the mother of all dips is gonna happen. And it's gonna be the last dip ever for us.
I can see that. I can see that happening.
And then by 2025, like late 2025, that's where the all-time high. Because we got to get these whales interested. Like, they're not gonna buy a hex at 2 pennies or 5 pennies. They want it cheap. Like they want to wait till PulseX, till PulseChain has like another zero. And I know it sounds scary. Like I know I get people pissed off when I say this, but I really wanted to go that like I wanted to do a 10x, and then next year I wanted to go lower so I can buy some more with the gains that I'm making this year if it does hit 10 cents. Cuz I'm thinking of selling like 20% or 10% of the bag. If we do a 10x from now, I might sell 10% of my entire bag, and then for next year I'll have like 50 grand or whatever to play with. So when the mother of all dips happens, put 50 grand and I'm out. And then I'll just wait. What do you think?
Um, yeah, I mean, I think it could dip a lot. Maybe around May or June. Just kind of depends on what the market does. The last time it did like this double spike. It always like just spikes up in November, but the last um bull cycle in 2021, it did like a double top. It topped up in May, then it came down in June, and then it blew off top in November, I think. Um, so I'm just wondering, if it's gonna do that double top again, or if it's just gonna do the one time blow off at the end of November. That's the only thing I don't know about. So I think if it goes like really high in April, you might want to shave off a little bit of profits on the top of there, and then it might tank down again in like June, July, and then it starts going back up in Q4. That's a possibility, but I don't know if I even want to take that risk of trying to sell the top and buy in a little bit lower. But
Yeah.
what I have been noticing the last couple days is like I'm just watching my portfolio, which has all the main, coins in it, instead of watching all the other coins individually. And I'm just watching my portfolio, and it kind of just feels like, well, it feels like Richard is kind of buying out all the big whales right now. Everyone that kind of wants to get out, he's like giving them a reason. Like, here's a 25% rise, and then I keep seeing my portfolio go down a little bit, and then it just goes up a little bit, and then it's like it's going down, and now it's going up. Then like we saw some big drops in the last day or two, but now it's almost completely recovered those drops again. Almost like Richard is just saying like, here, this is the level that we're going to keep this at, and you can sell here, and in a 12 more hours or in a day from now, we're gonna just take off again. So if you want to buy the coins in, you have to buy back higher. It just kind of feels like these last couple days, Richard's kind of squeezing out a lot of the bag holders.
Yeah, let's see what happens, man. It's about time it pumps again. The last time we hit 12 cents was at what, like 14 months ago? 15 months ago?
Yeah, I still need like a 4x just to get where we were. Like, I don't know how long ago it was, but maybe like 6 to 12 months ago. Like, my bag was a 4x higher than it was today. So we're still pretty low. We're still pretty low, but um I'm super optimistic about everything. So,
Yeah.
and like I said, I made that one tweet where I pointed out this is where we're at in the 4-year cycle, and then it just kind of has a giant wall going up afterwards, and that's from 2021, or actually, no, that was 2020. So it just feels like we're about to start taking off. And these last couple of days is just like it's just the beginning of what's about to come. What we saw in the last couple of days will be like a daily occurrence during the bull run. It's gonna be great.
Mejia, anything you want to say? Mejia. This fucking guy. But yeah, Briz, it's pretty exciting now. Finally, I knew it wasn't gonna last for too long. This half, this like hex going super low. Um, Also PulseX going back down to 4 zeros, and then like 11 it went again, like a few weeks ago. So I knew it was not gonna last that long when I saw that. And now it's at PulseX is at what, 4 zeros and 23. So let's say 23.
4026.
Oh, nice. Nice. Yeah. I bought
And
some
dude,
PulseX.
if we could get like a 1000x from here, that becomes 2.6 cents.
Nah, man. Let's get to a penny first, man. Even a penny is a lot.
That's only a 500x.
Man,
And
what more,
dude,
man?
honestly,
500x is more than enough for anyone.
here's the great thing. When I say 1000x, because I think all of his new coins can do 1000x. And I think Hex could get to maybe $1 to $2. And
Yeah.
so $1 from here is well, it was a little bit lower, but it's basically a 200x for Hex to hit $1. So if Hex hits $2, was that a 400x? And that's that's probably my most bearish uh, price for Hex, because I think all the other coins can hit a 1000x. And when I say that, I'm actually being conservative, because Richard has always said Hex was designed to do a 10,000x within 2 years, and he just based that off of Ethereum doing a 14,000x. So if Ethereum can do a 14,000x, why can't his thing do a 10,000x? And that's the way he thinks about all his coins. And so I tamped that down by 10 times. And so I'm just saying 1,000x. 1,000x is, is nothing compared to a 10,000x, right? Bitcoin did like a 7 million x. So that's what's gotten me all excited. Just kind of thinking like, and the way I kind of do the calculations on my ballpark for like what the coins can get to is that I just look at the very, very low of each coin, and then I multiply that by 1,000. And so I don't know. Let me see if I can find
Yeah, the lowest for PulseX was 11.
quadruple 011.
Yes.
Nice. Then that would be 1.1 cents.
$1.1.
Yeah, and I would love that.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, man. Yeah, let's get to a penny first. Man.
And here's something really funny I found out was ink. I think the lowest it went was like 36 cents. I think that's the lowest it went. It dropped to was 36 cents. You do that by 1,000, that becomes $369.
Oh.
Yeah, I was like,
Recent.
oh shit. That's
I
what I
get it.
said. Oh shit. I'm all it's baked in, dude. Like like watch it go to
The synchronized is pretty
369
good.
and then chill out for a minute and then probably drop back down. So that's basically my price predictions for everything is you get to the bottom, multiply it by 1,000, except for Hex. Hex, I just see it going to between $1 and $2.
Yeah, that's what Eco's saying also. $2.
It's a good 4x from the last all-time high. $2. But Richard just might get pissed off and just say, you know what? F it. I'm buying up the rest of the supply and just send it to like $10 for half, for an hour while everyone sells it down.
How long was it at 50 cents for?
Oh man. It couldn't have been long, probably like less than 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's enough time.
Let me check. I got it up. All right. So it looks like it was up there for about less than a week.
That's cool though. still a good time. Because the thing is that if you start selling huge amounts, the slippage and all that shit, the fees and all that.
So it looks like we
You gotta
hit
sell little by little.
we hit 45 cents September 8th of 21, and then it hit 45 cents again on October 2nd, and it just went down from there. So it was up there, going up and down from September 9th until basically the beginning of October. And then it just started. And then on October 10th, it started going down big time. The bull run of 21 started around August 26th, or maybe even August 9th, I guess you could say. Actually, I would count it here. No, July 13th. These are all like the points where it's kind of like ramping up but also kind of coming down. But yeah, I would say about August 10th was the very beginning of the epic bull run. And then it just really ran out of gusto on October 10th. So that was a good run. August to October. 2 whole months.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Man, I just hope Kamala doesn't win, bro. I feel like they're gonna just steal it again. Like, hey guys, anyone that's in the US, we have to go vote, guys. Like, even if we know that, like, voting like saw like a scam or whatever, like it's not real. Like, we need to try, try. That way, we look back and be like, well, at least I tried, I don't know.
I think. Hold on, excuse me. I think everyone was so pissed off about the 2020 elections that everyone is for sure going to go out this time around.
Oh yeah, it's because everybody thought we had it in the pocket. Like, oh, we got this in the pocket now. And nope. Like, bro, in my neighborhood, nothing but Trump flags everywhere. Like Trump, Trump, Trump. Like people were having some huge Trump flags outside of their homes, hanging outside. And we thought that we had it in the bag. We just thought that we were gonna win. And then out of nowhere, it's like, oh, we lost. And I'm like, whoa, what the fuck? Man, I should have voted. I thought we had this, I don't know. Everybody just felt comfortable. Cause like usually we always have 2 terms. It's like with Obama 2 terms, Bush 2 terms. It's always been 2 terms, except with Clinton. But
I heard like they rig every election, and they even rigged it for Hillary, except for so many people came out and voted for Trump. It just totally
yeah, because everybody was scared. Like this is like a Kamala deja vu all over again. Like if you thought, bro, Briz, if you thought that people were out voting because they were scared of Hillary, just imagine how much more they'll vote this year. especially when Trump got shot. So I don't know, man. It's like a 90% chance that Trump's gonna win, but that 10% chance, bro, they're just gonna just be a scumbag and just like steal the election. I don't know.
They're trying to kill him for a reason, right?
Yeah, somebody came after him with the AK, but he never shot the AK. But still,
Did you hear about the chemical attack at his rally?
no.
Really?
What?
Dude,
When?
it was just like a few days ago. There was a chemical attack at his rally. It was probably meant for Trump, but a bunch of people um, behind him, I guess, or off to the side, they started like this one chick. She went basically blind. She couldn't see nothing. Their skin was all fucked up, and yeah, they couldn't multiple people couldn't see for like multiple days and stuff. And so it was bad, you know.
You know what I've noticed is that uh well, that chemical one, that's one, and also the AK-47 one. Like there was not a lot of news on Twitter on those two.
Yeah, right.
But on the shooting of the ear, oh man, that shit was everywhere. Twitter, everywhere. But like the last two attacks, the one that you're saying, the chemical attack, and also the AK attack, like it was nowhere, dude. Not even on YouTube, Twitter, nothing, dude. And I think I don't know, like they're suppressing that shit hard with the media. I think the elite are getting on Elon's ass or whatever. Like, hey, like stop fucking keep it low key, man, or we're gonna like not invest in your shit anymore. No more rockets for you. We'll deny
Well,
your licenses to have
the
rockets.
the problem with this last guy was that he was like a literal CIA asset, where like the CIA trained him to like help fight in the Ukraine war or something like that. Like they helped him get into Ukraine, and so he was just a literal CIA asset, and now he's fucking taking shots at Trump. It's like they got to keep that real quiet, especially Operation Mockingbird. I still don't I still don't think Trump has the balls to do what really needs to be done and just get rid of like 70% of the politicians, have emergency elections for every position.
He will, but at the very end, kind of like how Mexico did. Like the Mexican president, like he's about to leave now. Like he's in his last months, and he did something radical. Like he pretty much fired all the judges. Like there can't be no judges like that have unlimited terms. Now it's only one term or two terms, I think, for all judges in Mexico. Because in Mexico, you can have a judge forever. You can keep voting and voting and voting and voting for the same guy, and he always will be there, pretty much. But the Mexican president, he pretty much switched it up in his last few months because he knew like it'll be sketchy for him for his life. So he just rather just do it at the very end and then just escape.
Here's my fan fiction that I wrote in my head was well, this part's true, was that I heard like when Obama left the White House, you know, all of his like spy guys left spy equipment all over the White House so they could spy on Trump's presidency, I guess. Because I remember seeing like articles about how they have to like redo all of the stuff inside the Oval Office, like just everything. The carpets, the wallpapers, like everything. So I'm like, yeah, they probably like left spying devices behind, right? So my fan fiction is that now that Biden has been president for 4 years, I want Trump to get back in the office, and he just holds up like a giant stack of papers. I have all the evidence of all the fresh crimes from the last 4 years. Everyone's going down. That would be awesome.
You know that Obama is the first president ever in history of the US to stay in Washington? Like that's where he lives.
He lives
And
in Washington,
yeah, in the capital.
D.C.
He's never left it, bro. I mean, of course, he has different houses everywhere, right? But his primary location is in Washington, D.C. He never left the capital. The first president ever in history. So I thought that was pretty strange. I think he wants to be close to politics. Like he's the man behind the scenes right now, bro. Like for Biden.
Yeah, for sure.
Like he wanted Hillary to lose so that he wanted Trump to win so that Hillary can lose so that he can have like access, complete control of the Democratic Party. Because if Hillary would have won, she would have had control.
Oh, I
But
see.
yeah, and so he was like, "All right, we'll give it to Trump this term, let him win." And then next time he runs again, we will just steal it. Yeah,
Maybe.
that's another fan fiction or whatever conspiracy that's been going around.
But yeah, when Trump gets elected, and I know they're gonna try and rig it, but I just think we're gonna be able to outvote the rigging. Um, Otherwise, it's just gonna look so. They're gonna have to rig it so ludicrously hard that it's gonna be like 250 million Americans came out and voted, type of deal.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Even though there's like not even that many like adults, like it's like a lot of it's like children or something or dead people. But I think Trump's gonna win. I mean, that's to me. I think if they could rig it and win, I don't think they would try to kill him. At least not this so obvious like how they're doing. Um, it just feels like even like I saw like CNN or something like they're making like pro Trump articles. They're just like
Really?
it was something. It was some of the news, like some of the big news. I was like, what? These people are coming out like against Kamala
Yeah, I think Megan or whatever her name is, some
Kelly.
yeah, her. I thought she was like brainwashed, like Illuminati
It
puppet.
was.
But turns out that she agrees with a lot of what Tucker's saying or whatever, and she's against the singer. What's her name?
I think Megan Kelly. I think she's actually pretty
I think she's
based,
waking up, dude.
but I think she's
About
fucking
time.
corrupt. I think she's based, but I think she's corrupt at the same time.
Yeah, maybe she's just playing the audience to win followers, and then just farming followers and just giving them what they want to hear.
Yeah. But when Trump wins, I'm telling you, dude, crypto is gonna go crazy. everyone's gonna just go absolutely crazy. And
$10,000 ETH.
hell yeah. And then when and then the Trump boys are making the Liberty Financial thing. Uh and so dad's gonna make positive policies for crypto. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great for all of us. Especially since we're here now, we're already in, and all the normies will start piling in.
Hey, yeah. Our X liquidity.
Exactly. Hey, if you want other people to be your exit liquidity, you got to get in and do your time.
Shit, I done my time for sure, man. I remember 2017. My ass got wrecked in 2018. I put 20 grand into crypto, and in 2018, it went all the way down to $3,000, $3,000,
Wow.
and I got pretty wrecked. But had I kept buying in 2018 more, 2019 more, 2020 more, I would have made a lot of money, dude. But I was just like dismotivated, I was like, man, fuck this shit. I'll just put it in a paper wallet, just forget about it.
Nice.
And
20
paper wallets were pretty hot back in the day.
Yeah, they were. I remember I printed out some. I'm like, oh, this is so cool.
I know, man. I kept fucking scanning it with my phone and sending it to another paper wallet over and over again.
The bull run of 2017 was that was
I felt
the
smart.
that was the year I became a millionaire. And
I
then
bet because I saw the chart. I remember when I discovered Bitcoin at $3,000 in August. It was like $600 in the beginning of 2017. Now,
yeah,
like
yeah.
yeah.
And
And
then
Ethereum in the beginning of 2017, it was like what, like $2, and then it went all the way up to $800 in December.
And then I just want to say, and then in 2018, 2019, I lost like 80% of it.
Oh, for real? Oh,
Yeah,
man.
I round tripped that bitch. I didn't know about the cycles back then.
Yeah.
And but you know what? It works out, Every time there's a bull cycle, like I make an extraordinary amount of money, and then I round trip most of it. But I'm always up a lot higher than I was before. So, it's just kind of saying like, yeah, you're gonna go up like 1,000%, then you're gonna lose like 80% of it, but you're still up like hundreds of percent.
Yeah, I put $50 in Cardano. See, my idea was to put $500 on like different coins, and then just use $5,000 for Bitcoin. That was my idea. But I went on YouTube like an idiot, and everybody was talking crap about everything, dude. Like even Ethereum. Like, no, don't buy Ethereum. Get Bitcoin. You want to be your own bank.
I was
You
like
want to you want to stay away from Ethereum. And like everybody was just talking shit about Ethereum. Everything that wasn't Bitcoin, bro.
a
Don't
lot of
buy it.
us thought Ethereum
You
was like
remember?
a scam, though. We're just like, because they're like,
Yeah, they were just looking out for us, I guess.
they're
Play
like,
it safe.
we're gonna do smart contracts,
What
and
is
like
that?
no one could figure out what the heck a smart contract was. I'm like, a smart contract. I'm like, okay, so I want to pay someone to mow my lawn. We do a digital smart contract, but what happens if they don't mow my lawn? You know, like it goes back to like, all right, now I need to go to a judge. Like, how does this smart contract gonna, like, who's doing what with these smart contracts? Like, how do they even work? Like,
Yeah.
no one, like, I couldn't figure it out at first. And a lot of people were feeling the same exact way. And so, you know, everyone just thought it was just like a money grab so they could get your Bitcoin. Because the way that you ICO'd for Ethereum was they're like, hey, give us the Bitcoin and then we're going to burn it. And that's going to basically be our value. That's where we get our initial value for Ethereum. I was just like,
oh, no wonder a lot of people were pissed off at Ethereum.
yeah. But I mean, I guess in the end, they kind of did us a solid. They burnt all that Bitcoin.
You remember Ant Shares?
Oh, dude, I got into Neo.
Yeah, Neo Ant Shares.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
I
supposed
did
to be the
really good on
They're
Neo too in 2017. I bought in at $30 Neo, and then it went up to $190, and then it came down to like $8. And then when Neo was at like $14, I sold it all at a 50% loss, and I put all that money into Hex.
nice.
And then I blew that one out of the water. So
Hell of a move.
yeah, that was like the greatest, like, cut your losses and move on.
The best comeback.
Yeah, it was the best
The
comeback.
history of crypto, literally. Literally. The
But it
best
took a
comeback.
while. It took a while, you know. It took Hex
Yeah,
one
like
and a
a year
half
and a half.
years. Yeah, a year and a half. And that's also my other theory about all this PulseChain stuff is that what if that's Richard's thing? He's like, I do the sacrifice, I wait a year and a half, and then I help pump it up. Because that's what happened to Hex. And that year and a half is this November for PulseChain.
PulseChain is 500 days old.
Is it?
I saw that on a tweet today.
Nice. Yeah, 1.5 years from
Whoa,
PulseChain's
time
launch.
flies. I got
is
drunk 500 days ago.
November.
You heard? I said time flies because I got drunk 500 days ago. I drank, bro. When PulseChain launched, bro, I fucking drank, dude.
Hell yeah.
I opened up a space and I got fucking drunk. Remember, Eco?
I don't know if I remember specifically you. Maybe like later on. Something that I wanted to bring up earlier was, and I had completely forgotten, was whenever we were in the space with the ICP guys, somebody brought up the idea of, you know, the OA rugging and stuff like that, and then the idea of trusting Richard came up. Well, it was some idea of rugging and relating to what we were just talking about. I'm like half asleep, so excuse me. Just ignore me.
Yeah, I think Hexen was the one that responded. Yeah, it was Hexen. Man, bro, we should have just talked more about us rather than them.
Oh, this is what it was that remember how people doubted PulseChain even being released? Yeah, if Richard ever creates PulseChain, you guys all sacrifice to him, like you'll sacrifice for PulseChain and PulseX, and you haven't gotten anything yet if he actually comes through. Remember those?
Yeah, and he did, and people had the opportunity 2 times to just cash out and get the fuck out. Because they had the chance this year when PulseX hit sack price. PulseChain hit sack price also, right? This year. And so we had the chance to just get the fuck out. Like Corey Costa, like he should have, like, instead of just spreading FUD, why not just leave? You know, I don't get it.
I know. Could you imagine all of us being over on the Neo
Oh my
forums?
god, I don't even want to think about it. If RH wasn't alive, like imagine us, bro. Where the fuck? I would have been with Bitcoin Cash, personally.
I probably think I would have just stuck with Bitcoin and probably Litecoin.
Yeah, those are also pretty good, but Bitcoin's too expensive, so Bitcoin Cash for me. It runs under the same servers, bro. It's the same thing, just different. I don't know.
I'm just glad I didn't get involved in BitConnect.
I know. I dodged that one too. I never even.
Yeah, I remember that in 2017. What was it? How was it like? Bitconnect, or
The point is that you didn't have places to get a yield on your holdings. So, because my answer to what you just said was I'd have my money in any place where I could earn an interest on it. But yeah, BitConnect was before the time of Richard's stuff.
Yeah, Eco. It's my son making noise. What's up, Big G?
What up?
How was that typhoon?
Yeah, I don't know if it was the typhoon, but that thunder was real. It was like shaking the whole resort, and I was like, "Damn!" And the power kept going off and on, which means the internet kept going, and it's right on the water, so my cellular signal wasn't the best, so it kept like fading in and out. But I listened for quite a while after the beginning, and then I fell asleep listening, and then woke up.
Yeah, nah, it's all
That
good.
space went on for a while. But,
I'm a victim of falling asleep a lot.
yeah, it's sunny out now. It's sunny out, and I was just thinking about going down and get some kind of snack.
What time is it over there?
It's 4:00 in the afternoon.
Wow.
Yeah,
It's 3 a.m. over here.
yeah, I know. I got
That's
the
crazy,
time
man.
clock.
23-hour difference, man.
I'm
Holy
surprised
crap.
to see you. Yeah. Well, no, it's 15 hours. Well, yeah, 15 hours from Seattle for me. So I guess it would be what 17 from where you are. Yeah, 17. Where you're on East Coast, right?
Nah, I'm in Central.
Ah, so Texas. That's right, Texas. Never mind. Yeah. So 2 hours from Seattle, and it says it's 1:00 in Seattle. So
Oh wait, yes, I'm tripping. What the fuck am I talking about? 23 hours.
yeah,
Duh. Yeah. Nah, you're right.
Still a grip. I'm like right on the edge there. This is like right before like after the dateline changes. So I'm actually ahead of So it's Monday here now. Well, I guess it's Monday there too, but so it's like
But you'll
Monday.
get Tuesday faster
Yeah,
than us or
yeah,
whatever.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll get Tuesday before you. So I'm in the future. So I could dump on you guys' heads before the dump.
Right?
Yeah.
Man, I
Front
feel like
running.
ever since I started staking, like I'm in a time machine. Like
Yeah.
my days just go by faster, the months go faster ever since I started staking like a year and a half ago.
Yeah. I hadn't even looked at my stakes in a while, and I just finally logged on because I got kind of pumped, about my HEX stakes. I'm like going
Yeah,
through my.
me too. It's been months.
Yeah,
Last time
dude,
I checked was
oh
March.
my god, it's been like over a year for me. I just haven't looked at it.
Whoa.
I know my next stake doesn't come out for like another 2 years. So in 2 years,
Yeah, so there's no
starts
need.
my 1T share every month that I
You
did.
know what?
Like,
You know what,
start-
Big G? The least you do it, the better, man. Better security.
yeah, yeah. Well,
The
there's no
least you do it,
reason.
man, the better.
Yeah, there's no
As
reason
long
for
as
me
you
to check.
kind of have an idea when
That's
is
the
the
thing
next
about
stake.
Hex, right? It just runs. You're getting your stuff every day. You don't got to check
Exactly.
it. If you know you ain't got stakes coming out for, whatever, it's just like,
Why
yeah,
check it?
it's why check it. Yeah, it's doing its thing. We know it's doing its thing. So on both chains.
And I fucking love Hex, bro. Man, dude. I think the Hex technologies, I think it's better than the farms on PulseX.
Yeah,
Because that's still yet to be seen, bro.
yeah,
Know
yeah,
what I
yeah.
mean? But with Hex,
Well,
man, that's just like proven. Like it's like
well,
it
now that
works, bro.
RH has, PulseChain and all that, he's yet to show what he's going to do. But rest assured, he's going to do something. So it's going to be, and I'm fairly certain it's going to be hard, fast, and then over like probably a year. It's people are going to be, oh, I always believed in him.
Thank
You
you,
know, you know how
PulseChain.
people do. Oh, I was just here. I was, da, 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 da. I never doubted Richard. Da 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 da. And people will jump on him.
Watch. Corey Costa's gonna say that.
Yeah,
Also, who's his name?
yeah,
Big
yeah.
Boy.
Individuals, I'm not naming names, but we all
Man,
know.
that guy, he made a post like a few days ago recommending ICP, all these different coins, and then he was recommending like 12 different cryptos with the hashtag,
Not Nagabo gonna come out and make some
but
memes
not
about
Hex.
X again.
No PulseChain. And
Oh yeah.
bro, we supported his ass during like his dark days, bro. Like he went to
The community
jail, he got
supported a
fucking kicked
few
out.
people like that, man. Honestly.
He was like the
So
black sheep of crypto for a few months. Like
yeah.
nobody wanted to be with him.
Yeah, I can think of a few names. I'm not going to name them, but people that we kind of stuck by, and it's all good. We'll see what happens, but yeah, it'd be nice for the price to level out at like at least a good solid 5-10 cents or something like that. But
Yeah,
it'll
that'd
take
be
time to
amazing,
get
dude.
there. Yeah,
Shit.
it'll take time to get there.
5 cents, bro. Man, dude, that's like 700 grand for me.
Bro, I remember the early days
Five
when we
cents,
were
man.
like, I remember in the early Hex days, I was there. It was like, man, if we could hit a penny, you think we could get to a penny? Like, really? Like, we were pumped at the thought of a penny, bro. And then it hit a penny and then 2 cents. And we were like, oh my God. It like wicked. I remember one wick
A
where
lot of people sold, huh?
yeah, it went from a wick from 1 cent to 2 cent, like bam, just like that. And we were like, holy crap. I think that was Godwell. Somebody like put in a big stack and sent it to like 2 cents from a penny, like 2x. And it was crazy. That was right around big payday days, or right before or right after. I think it was right after. Yeah, I think it was after big payday, after that big dump where it went to the price it is now. And that's when I put in my whole big stack at that point. when they got that big payday dump. I was already in, but I was like, oh, I'm not letting this opportunity pass. And I just threw my whole stack in there. And it kind of worked out. So, not kind of, it did. And yeah, few people took profits, but that's the thing about Richard, right? How many tweets has he made saying, I'm not going to be happy until I make a million millionaires? And he's
Yeah, we'll
genuine
be the
with
next
that.
1%.
Yeah, he's genuine with that. He made me a millionaire. This whole fucking ex-convict, fucking poor schlub, fucking who would have never done, whose family never did anything like that. There's no kind of success story in my family like that or anything. So, like I said, after this house gets sold, I'm in a different mind frame now. I'm gonna help out my family, and
Nobody wants to buy it.
it's tough, bro. I'm in so my house is like the nicest house in the county. First of all, second of all, it's in one of
Oh,
those places where, like, 5 minutes this way, it would probably sell good, or 5 minutes that way. It's in the Hood Canal area, right across from Seattle, but it's like 45 minutes to the ferry to Seattle, and then 45 minutes to the ferry to North Seattle, Everett, which is like North Seattle. So it's just in one of those little quiet communities that you have to, like, want to retire. And like I said, it's the nicest house in the area. So it's a tough sell, bro. It's one that where it's like it's almost too big. It's like it really is. It's like too big where people are scared of the upkeep and all that, I think.
how
So
much you bought that house for, if you don't mind me asking?
2.4.
All right, so yeah, you can't sell it less than that.
Yeah, so it's I bought it for 2.4 million, and then it's listed
You're
right
asking
now for
2.8.
2.8.
Yeah.
So
Fuck
we'll
it, bro.
see.
Break even, man. Sell it for 2.4, man, and
Well,
just.
that's what I'm saying. It just got listed. Like, literally, it just hit the market like a week ago.
Oh,
Yeah,
never mind.
yeah. So it just hit the market like a week ago. So it's early. There's been a couple open houses. My boy's doing I know some really good real estate agents, but I let my boy run with it. He just got his license. So I'm like, here you go, man. Take my house as your first listing, kind of put him on the map. And yeah,
Yeah.
so I don't know, man. We'll see what happens. I hope it don't drag out to like Christmas, around there, because the only thing is I got enough money to survive right now, especially out here in the Philippines and in this area. But the thing is I want to buy that bug.
I would just hold that all that cash liquid, man, because that's provable income.
Well, that's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, I'm just gonna rip off some deals.
When it
I'm gonna
comes down to the HEX or whatever, when it goes to the moon again,
listen,
you're
man.
good at that end. You don't need to buy anymore.
I was just that's why I keep telling my story. I'm like, most people wouldn't dox themselves like that. But I'm
Because with the house, bro, imagine having, a couple million in the bank. That's provable income. That's
bro,
like gold.
imagine having a couple million in
And
Pulse. Like,
these days, bro, having $2 million that's provable
yeah.
is gold.
No, yeah, that's
Like,
what I'm
you will
saying.
have zero problems with the IRS. Zero problems.
Yeah. But
Like they
that's
won't like if
one.
you buy a expensive ass car, cash or whatever, like wire transfer, the IRS is not gonna bat an eye. They're
No.
gonna be cool with it, because well he sold a house for $2 million.
Well, what I'm gonna do is
I don't know. That's how I think.
my plan is to put it in fucking something.
Yeah,
and,
somewhere
and
over there in the
bro,
Philippines or
my
something.
plan is to shoot that money right over the bridge. That money's going into Coinbase. I've already got it set up where they said they will wire the money. The real estate company is going to wire it into my Coinbase account, the money. So it'll
Yeah.
get wired into Coinbase. It'll be automatically
be able to be just sent right off of Coinbase, and then it's coming over the bridge. You'll see it. So it's coming over the bridge, and I'm just gonna do like a stable swap thing or something like that, and just live off the yield. To be honest, and just buy more tokens, obviously. So when they 5x, 10x, and I can just chill off the passive income and just wait for it to all, because I'm just confident. And plus I'll throw it in something legit, like a stable, probably like $1 million in stable swap or something, and just live off of the 10% fees. I mean, that's $100,000 a year. APY, I mean, it'll probably go down a little bit once it starts getting more over there, but it's easy to make 10% yield now. You mean back then, like you guys were talking about BitConnect, I got caught up in that, but I got lucky. I got in BitConnect real early. I put 10 grand in there and I got all my money back. In fact, I think I made a couple grand on that one. But before it shut down, because it took about 5 months for BitConnect to shut down, six months, something like that. So if you were one of the first ones in and you were just taking it, not like compounding it, which I was doing, I was taking it because I'm like, no, I want my money back first.
Yeah, Briz got wrecked with BitConnect.
Yeah, well, don't get me wrong. I got wrecked with USI Tech, buying those fucking mining packages. I got wrecked with T-Bar. I got wrecked big. And that's the thing with T-Bar, man. The SEC came in and they shut him down. They took all his money. We didn't see none of it.
Real quick. I just want to say I was not wrecked by BitConnect. I completely missed that one.
Sorry. Just kidding.
Yeah, well, and so I think Trayvon was the only one that made money on BitConnect, really. But yeah, I don't know, man.
Yeah, I think he popped into. I think he popped into one of my spaces.
Nice.
I think if it's the same, he's black dude, right?
Yeah. T-Bone now, or what was he called?
Kind of chubby.
No,
not too chubby.
Oh, I don't know. I haven't seen him these days. Nah, maybe if he got chubby, I don't know.
Never mind.
He was a good shill, that's for sure. Him and what was that dude? Craig something. Not Craig Wright. Something. They were both shilling BitConnect. I think Craig did better than him. But I remember Trayvon showing his BitConnect thing, and he was like, "I'm making more money than NFL players." It was saying he could cash out like $250K a day. It was crazy, bro. Off his fucking referrals, it was insane how much money he was making. But he showed where he was rolling it back in and got it that way. But I'm pretty sure. I mean, he took a lot of money out, of course.
Yeah, Moon Boy. Carl something.
I don't know.
Rudenfeld.
I don't know.
Yeah, he was promoting a whole bunch of different shit that they would offer him, like, "Hey man, shut our coin and we'll give you first dips on the coin, so that when it pumps, you make some gains."
Oh,
that's how he made his money, bro.
Superman was doing that shit. There was a lot of people doing that shit, man.
Yeah.
Talking about
Data Dash.
Yeah, Data Dash. All them guys.
I used to be one of his first subscribers, man. The first 100 subscribers in 2017.
I mean, I watched
Data Dash.
too. If you didn't watch him in that day, you weren't doing something right. So it's easy to get caught up in that. And we were all just chasing yield. That's why when HEX came, I'm like, oh my God, this is it. And I fell off. I got in early with a little bit, all I had, and then I was just buying ETH. I was buying ETH all the time out of the coin flip machine, and I was just stacking ETH. And I think
Yeah,
I
you
have
know what happened to me? I just got dismotivated.
Yeah,
because I
that's
got
what I did.
wrecked in
I did
2018, so I just forgot about crypto. And then in
Me too, bro.
2021,
And
that's
I
when I came
came
back
back.
again.
I came back and saw my hex that I had gotten into like day 2, and I was like, "Holy crap! I don't remember putting in this much. Like, what is going on?" And it was just, and I was like, "Crap! I missed it." It was like right before Big Payday, and I was watching it, and I started watching RG and Hexologist and Kareem and all them, and Briz, and I was just like, oh my god! And then fuck, man, that Big Payday dip hit, and I said, "Oh, that's my sign." And I just ached in like 220 ETH at like 001, 003, right in those range. And then, man, it just like, wow. And then I just timed it so good on a stake, and and then yeah, man. So it'll get back there again, no doubt. Richard's just
Man, I
he's a
want
bad.
this hex to go just 10 cents, man.
Yeah, 10 cents. 10 cents would be awesome.
And I want it to just stay there forever.
I was like 4
That
away
makes
from.
I'm just kidding.
I was like
I want
4
more, but
from a shark before
worst
I
case
sold my.
scenario, I'm happy with 10 cents forever.
Yeah, so I'm still a Dolphin. So believe me, I'd love to see it get back up there too. And I staked my son 10 million hex 555 back then, and
With the
so
big
I
payday or after it, big payday?
No, it was right around that time. I staked right. Oh, before it's got big payday bonus. Yeah, no, that one was
Ooh.
before. Yeah, so he's gonna get the big payday bonus on 10 million hex and
For 555, he'll probably be,
5555, bro.
be
Yeah,
getting back maybe like 400 million hex by 2040
bro.
something or
Oh my
2039.
god. I just start thinking it, even if it's like 10
That's
cents.
insane.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, for
Half
sure.
a billion hex.
Crazy. Yeah.
And who
So
knows? It might even go to 1 billion if the T-share daily payout goes higher.
it's insane, man, to think about, what's going to happen for the future. But it's happened. Look at these god whales that bought Ethereum at 30 cents. And there were a
Yeah.
few people, probably not many. I bet you the population is real small for people that had Bitcoin in that like dollar range or whatever, or even $5-10 range that stuck with it all the way to 70K. I mean, you know, it's probably very, very few people, and if any of them are, it's Richard, that did. But I'm sure very few people held on that long. But if you did, I mean, goodness. But you
Yeah, I
could,
think in our ecosystem, I think there's like 1,500 wallets that are like heavy.
yeah. Well,
So
for Bitcoin, I think the majority of it is all centralized people, or big people like Winklevi's, and people like
yeah, those
that have
guys.
the big wallets. But there's more Ethereum god whales than anything, versus Bitcoin. But even still, imagine getting ETH at 30 cents and having it still to this day. Like,
Yeah, that's why staking it's a must. You have to stake, bro.
yeah, bro, you
You
have
have
to,
to,
because
man,
it
because
keeps
like
selling, right? Like, that's what I'm
you don't
saying.
want to
Look,
just repent and say, "Man, I sold everything too fast
yeah, you
for
don't want
just
to
a few
sell.
million."
So, like, earning passive income is the way to go. It always is. Like, that's, you know, compound interest, all that. Like, that's what I say, the eighth wonder of the world or something. It's,
I've been
that's how the
staked through
rich
the
stay
whole
rich, bro. They compound interest.
I've been staked through the whole bear market, and
Mm.
dude, like I've just been collecting handfuls of hex left and right every month. I
Yeah.
love it.
Yeah. It's a good feeling. I started looking at mine. I'm like, nice. Like, you know, so like I said, I hadn't
Yeah, I'm
looked.
barely minting 50,000 hex a month for the past like 17 months.
Yeah. Well, I don't know where I'm
50,000
at
hex
scale
on both
anymore.
chains. So 50,000 on EHEX and 50,000 on
That's what I'm
PHEX.
saying. If you were in, you got it on both chains. Like I got it
Yeah.
on both chains with big payday bonuses on both chains. I'm like, man, you know, that's gonna be. It's almost interesting. You want to like fast forward 15
I
years
barely got 300 T-shares, like almost
and
getting
just
there.
see what's gonna happen. 15 years from now when all these start coming out, it's gonna be crazy. But
My goal
hopefully,
is to get 1,000 T-shares, man. If I get 1,000 T, like let's say if Hex hits 10 cents this year,
yeah, man.
I sell maybe 10% of my bag. Next year it dumps. Buy some more Hex with my 10% that I sold this year, and then from there I stake maybe 5 million Hex for 15 years. Fuck it. Then I'll reach 1,000, maybe.
Yeah, see, and the
Right?
good thing about that is when you sell, if you want to speculate on that and you do want to sell and wait for a dump, you can put your stable in things to actually earn. So you could still be earning while you're waiting for a dump. So you don't feel like you have to sell it or spend it. Because let's face it, most of this shit is emotional. I, bro, I went from like growing up in a double wide to just seven figures when thanks to Richard. And it's just like I didn't know how to act, bro. I was
Do you
just
sleep well the next few days?
oh no, bro. I didn't sleep at all. Like when you oh my god, can you imagine I'm opening up my staker app and it goes from like 40K to 500K to 1 million to 5 million. It got all the way up to like 26, 27 million dollars. Like, and I'm taking screenshots, sending people. I'm like, this is fucking unreal, bro. Like, no, it's just like a crazy fucking feeling. And then
Did you
I
put some
agonized,
NyQuil to sleep?
bro. I agonized for like 2 days over selling. I did on my stake, and it just came out. I got the bonus. It was like, I'm just like, oh my god, should I? ah, ah, what should I restake it? Should I restake it? Should I keep it? Should I keep it? I battled for like days, bro, over like re-putting it in. I'm so
You
glad
know,
I
that's
did,
gonna be our problems
obviously.
again. Like right now, we're fighting for the bear market, like man, but
Yeah, man.
but the actual real problem is gonna be that. What you
And
went
then like that's why I talk to people because I'm like, once you have it, you have to compose yourself. You have to
bro.
think.
People go crazy with money, bro.
Bro, I'm going buying the
Crazy.
Lambo.
Can you imagine Trap Gravity with like 27 million bucks?
Oh, bro, like
He'll
come
fucking
on.
die from an overdose in like 2 months.
Yeah, and then like I'm erasing my phone book. I'm too rich to talk to you now, or just like I didn't get like that though. That's the thing. I never went into an asshole mode with my money. I went into like complete the opposite. I bought my friend a 30K car. I bought him a brand new Chrysler 300, like because he was hurting. But I started doing a bunch of stupid shit. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
I bought a house that was way too fucking big, which I'm kind of glad I did now because I have that asset and it was able to secure it for the last 3 years. So if it all works out like I want to, it'll be like I was earning yield on my money that I bought for the house because it appreciated if I could get the extra money. And I was able to almost sell the complete top and buy the bottom back because best believe I'm going back in there. So this time, I mean, that's what I did with 40K worth of ETH at the time. Like, what can I do with 2 million in there? What, 20, 200? I mean, it's just crazy to think about, you know? But, anyways, it's just, be smart. Don't spend money like crazy, you know? Just watch what you buy, live humble, spend humble, live off a yield.
Be an eco. That's what everybody needs to do. Be an eco.
Yeah, just start looking for yield and don't spend over that yield. Because
Just
they say like with the S&P 500, I mean, years are going to vary, but they say you gain if you took an average since the inception, it's right around 10%. Obviously, that's going to vary year to year, but like they say, out of that 10%, if you have big money, live on like 6. Take 6, put 4 back in, and compound it. Can you imagine the years like the Trump years where the S&P went up like 36%? How much yield? Like, if you only still kept your composure, took 6% on 2 million, that's like, or 20 million, whatever you got, that's like you're adding millions every year to your stack. And you're setting up your whole generation. If you set it up right in the trust and all that, you're setting up like generation, a couple generation, 3 generation, whatever ahead, for non-failure. So, or to have money all off of just yield. So I don't know, man. I think about those things like that. Uh, but I also I don't have good luck picking women, so that was my main issue. I had a couple women that turned out to be nut jobs, and now I'm just solo, traveling the world. I plan on traveling to everywhere, man. I don't know. I want to travel. Once I sell my house, that's what I'm using my yield for: cruises, travel, different countries. Hex meetups, just visit different people. Uh, have people visit me, whatever. And I'm just so excited to own nothing. To be honest, I had 6 cars, including the Hex R8, uh, of Abbott's, and a big fucking house that I didn't need. Um, and I'm just excited to own nothing at this point. If I want a nice car, I'll just rent it. I'll go to Toro and rent a McLaren for a week or whatever and fucking smash it around like it's not mine because it's not. And, if I want a vacation in a mansion or a villa somewhere, I'll just rent it. That way it isn't my problem. It isn't mine to upkeep. It isn't mine to nothing. And that's where to go. You can still live really good. I mean, if you get your stack that high and you can dream. But just when you own things, it's a liability. So I just yeah, I don't know. If I got an itch, I'll just fucking scratch it. That's it with women. Philippines is good for that here. Real easy. It's not hard at all. Um, and just anywhere you travel. But yeah, man, that's my goal. Get it back in there and get back into position and see what happens. But like you said, just put it in there, keep the stable, wait for the blood. That's why I'm like, man, I keep seeing this Hex and Pulse and everything kind of making moves a little bit right now, but I'm just like, no, not yet, not yet. I need to sell my house.
Yeah, man, you should have been on it, bro, since like July of this year.
I planned on selling the house last year after my divorce, bro, and then I just I didn't. I was going to. I was going to travel.
And then it went 10 cents, and then now it went to like less than half a penny,
got
and then
involved
now
with
it's already back to a
another
penny.
I got involved with another girl that I shouldn't have, and now I'm kind of still paying for it right now. There's like legal shit going on where she's fucking just saying a bunch of bullshit, and that I have to fight and deal with, and but once I get past that, I'm like, yeah, it's time to sell. So it's just listed. I want to get out of it. I want to sell everything, and and just fucking rethink. But that's why I tell people: don't be in a hurry to go buy the big house. Don't fucking automatically be like, I'm gonna Lambo, I'm gonna McLaren, I'm gonna do this, that. Don't try to be super Hex and buy the Lambo, and fucking and go do all that shit in the jumbo private jets and just take a step back. I mean, I don't know his net worth and I don't care to, but I know I could have done that stuff too with that money, but I didn't. I I still did other things that I shouldn't have, but just, take a step back and just like, you know, put it on the sidelines, wait for the blood again or something. I don't know, but don't go crazy buying a bunch of things that just depreciate in value and stupid purchases. Where it's like just throw it in the bag. Buy watches or what. I bought watches, Louis Vuitton, Nikes, bro. Like, just fucking idiot. And then in the end, I woke up and I'm like, none of this shit makes me happy. This house doesn't make me happy. It was a milestone for me because it was an accomplishment that I could say I did that no one in my family did. They were all proud of me and everything, but like it didn't make me happy. None of it did. You know, I got shoes on a wall, 100 pairs of shoes. I got my shoe wall in my office, and just watches, jewelry.
DJ Cali style.
Bro, yeah, the Platinum
We the
600.
best.
Bro, I had the black on black on black, fucking Chrysler or fucking Platinum 600 Escalade, the fucking BMW that I just gave to my son, 65 Chevelle, and 82 C10. I mean, both of them were like cherried. Um, just, and I never really drove them all. You can't, like it's like Jay Leno owning all those cars. He doesn't drive them motherfuckers. Like he may drive a couple. He's probably got his favorite that he just drives as a daily or something, or two or three. Certainly not an airplane hangar full of fucking cars, you know. It's like you don't need it. It's like and then like I said, I woke up and none of the shit made me happy. I started realizing that even though I hadn't changed and I was the same guy, um, the people around me changed. The people that you're closest to, like they're vultures and they just do evil things trying to hold on to it. I mean, I had a woman call the police on me and say, "My husband just punched me and he's got a gun." She was there. The only thing you could want to do then, bro, was have cops come out and fucking kill you. Like, but when they came out, they realized that she was full of shit and she was a drunk, and they kicked her out, not me. But it's like, they're just trying to hold on to the stuff, man. And then she tried to sue me and she got nothing, but it was like, it doesn't stop them from trying. Even my last girlfriend tried that shit. Tried to have the judge throw me out of my own home and say, "Oh, feel sorry for me and let me drive the Cadillac because it's the only vehicle I have to it was my primary vehicle that I drove my children to appointments." And the judge is just like, "Yeah, but it's not yours. It's not in your name. He had it before you. You're not going to prevail in family court because you were a girlfriend for less than a year. Like, get your stuff and get out of his house." It's pretty much is what went down. But still, it's like she tried to have me arrested that night too because I told her I no longer wanted to be with her. So she like concocted this thing trying to call me a child abuser to get me arrested. And the only thing I can think of is she's trying to just like kick me out of my home, have access to my home, steal my shit that's in there. I don't know, jewelry, gold, silver, whatever, because she knew where it all was. So
Yeah.
yeah, that's the only thing I can think of. And when I didn't get arrested that night and she had to leave because it was my fucking house, uh, her plan kind of fell apart. And fast forward 2 months, and I'm just like, fuck this shit. I made a decision right then and there that I'm like, I'm selling everything. I don't want to own nothing. I just want to keep a fucking bank full of cash or a blockchain full of cash and and live my life, man, and travel. And I'm 48 years old, so I just want to travel and see the world and you know, um, yeah, man, and just live. I'm probably gonna head to that New York thing though, because I think I'll have my resident card by then here. It takes a month to get, and I just applied for it almost a week ago. So I should have it. It's going to be really close, but I should have it. So I'm going to head to New York and then back to Seattle for a couple
I want to go over there also.
weeks. Are you going to go?
I want to.
Yeah.
What day is it? Yeah, on October
It's the 31st now. It was the 24th, but it's been rescheduled to the 31st. There's a hotel that's like real close. It's like a couple $100 a night.
Thursday.
Yeah. If you want, like, I'm gonna get a room. I don't know what everybody else is doing, but you're welcome to it too to save on hotel. Because I think I'm gonna wind up going, and I'll book a room.
It's a 1 day event, right? It's a 1 day.
Yeah, it's just a 1 day thing, but I'm gonna be there for like 3 days because usually there's like get-togethers or something. I don't know if anybody's doing
That's true.
I figure I'll get with Caitlin or SJ. I'll give them a message and see if anybody's planning anything, and then because that's what a couple times I missed it down in Vegas, like a couple events because I left too early or came too late, So I need to find out. But yeah, it's a 1 day thing. But I've never been to New York, so I kind of want to see it and get some photographs anyway for the old TikTok, and Facebook and all that. Yeah, just to put it on my list, and then go see my kids for a couple weeks and head on back home to the Philippines, and then figure out where I'm gonna go from there to travel.
Yeah, bro, I'll hit you up for sure if I decide to go over there.
Yeah, if you decide to go, I mean, I don't know, but the offer's there. I'm going solo, so I'm gonna book a room that's like real close. They've got like the Hampton Inn or some. There's a couple rooms there that I was looking on Expedia earlier that are like $200 a night, but the best thing is they're only like a quarter mile from the venue. So yeah, so I don't want to be fucking around in New York all extra far from the thing.
Yeah, the subways or whatever.
Yeah. So fuck that.
A half a mile walk or whatever to the
through Migrant City or whatever. Yeah, no, thank you. I'll just I can't carry a gun. Well, I can, but I don't have no gun with me or whatever. Plus, I don't think my concealed carries work in New York. You have to have like special in New York. But so I'll be out of my element there. But yeah, man. So yeah, I haven't fully committed yet, but like I said, it's all about if I get this resident card in time because I need that to get a driver's license and to get verified for different things here, like a bank account, driver's license, just to make me a little more bona fide here in the Philippines. So most things you want to do here, that require the shit like that requires a middleman. You need an ACRI card if you're a foreigner, which is a alien resident number that's on file with Manila. So, but it's legit out here too, man. Once I get my thing, I'll upgrade my living a little bit, and I'll invite people out. You'll have to pay for your trip out here, but like a plane ticket, but I'll have a nice house and all that close to resort and everything.
Hell yeah, bro.
But yeah, so I'm just gonna base here, man, because my rent is like super cheap. It's so fucking cheap here, man. If you have any sort of passive income, if you got like $2,000 a month, you're living really good. If you got like $1,000 a month, you could live comfortably, and eat good. But $2,000, man, you're living real good here in a really good place, way bigger than what you need. Swimming pool, armed security. I pay $700 a month. I got a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 2-story house that was built in a brand new subdivision. It was built like 10 years ago, so it's brand new. It's nice. It's got armed security, and I pay $700 a month. So I just got my utilities, My power bill was like 3,000 pesos, which is like $50. My phone bill is 1,000 pesos, which is like $15.
Whoa.
Yeah, $15 for unlimited calls and all that shit with a local number. Yeah, man, it's super cheap. The gym that I have, I have a gym inside my subdivision. It only costs me like $8 a month. Like, it's so fucking cheap here, man. So rent, utilities, everything is running me less than $800 a month for a house way bigger than what I need. So you can get a maid out here for like $200 a month. She'll clean up after you, run your errands, pay your bills, you know, and live right there. They all these houses, most of them have little maids' quarters where they just stay and they have their own bathroom and shit like that, you know, and super cheap, you know. So most of these resorts that I stay at are like $60 a night. They include breakfast. They're like 5-star resorts, like most of them. So it's fucking cheap, man. I'm just like, fuck it. So I've been island hopping. You can take a flight from one island to the next with like for like $40, $50. So
Nothing.
nothing, man. Yeah, you can get a flight to Thailand for less than 100, and you can live in Thailand for about the same amount. So I'm figuring I'm gonna
Maybe
go over
cheaper
to. Yeah, maybe cheaper. It just
because
depends
it's
on
like
how.
connected to a continent or whatever.
Well, it just depends on what you want to do. You know, when I go, I plan on fucking paying for company and shit. So, I'll be buying 2 breakfasts, maybe 3. You know, if you get it.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, why not? You know, it's just part of the culture here. It's not, you know, it's just a regular cultural thing. I mean, even here in the Philippines, it's like that. So, like, people are just grateful. They're good people. They just, you know, it is what it is. And I'd rather do that. I mean, we're all paying for it one way or the other, right? But at least this way, I can be like, okay, nice meeting you, and just leave. You know?
Yeah, with nothing of like
Yeah,
consequence.
bro. And yeah, no fucking complications, no nothing. I mean, it is what it is. But it all depends on how you want to live too. You know? Um, But me, yeah, I figure that'll make me enough passive income to where I can travel. Once I sell the house, you know, I'll start doing shit like travel Europe, you know, because I want to go to Scotland. I want to go to I want to go everywhere, man. I'm looking at
And I
cost of.
want to go to Bavaria,
Oh, where's Bavaria?
Germany, South,
Germany, yes. I plan on going to
by
Germany.
Switzerland, by
Yeah.
North Italy.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro.
Morocco. I want to go to Morocco, Casablanca, Morocco. Uh, Turkey,
Too hot over there.
Egypt. I really want to go to Egypt. I don't know why. I just want to see the pyramids and all that. I want to see all these things that I like in movies that I grew up with, you know, Roman Colosseum. Like, I want to see all this shit, you know, and
Hey man,
document.
you let me know. I got some family in Rome,
Yeah, bro, for real. I'm
and
coming.
they'll show you Rome everywhere,
Yeah,
and
man.
they'll like instead of paying for a tourist guide, like you can
Yeah,
just
yeah.
go them and.
Nah, I'll hit you up. But for real, I just, you know, that's why
Got
I'm.
family in Spain also.
Yeah. I'm planning on
Spain and
hitting.
Rome, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah, it's just anywhere, man. Argentina.
Mexico, but nah, you don't want to go there.
Yeah, sure. I'll go to Mexico. It's, you know, Mexico. You can go file paperwork, and for about 10 grand, you can start
I
citizenship
want to
there.
avoid Mexico, man. No.
Yeah, well, you know, it's all right, man. All the criminals are
But
now
Rome, yeah, man, for sure, Rome, because it has antiquity. Mexico, bro, they ain't shit over there, bro. But you know, in Spain,
yeah.
Rome, there's like antiquity.
Well,
You know,
yeah.
like a
Well, you
different,
know, they're
like
losing a lot of
thousands of years of constructions.
their culture over there now, though, man, because all the migrants and shit. I'm being
Well,
told.
we got to take advantage of it now, man, before it's
Yeah,
2030. 2030
absolutely,
agenda.
for sure. Yeah. So
Agenda 2030.
yeah, man, that's my plan.
You
Oh
heard of
yeah.
that?
Oh yeah. Fuck, man. These fucking people. There's all like
Nah, we still got time. Maybe by
Freemasons have
2039,
till
be like the
2050.
last.
Yeah, it's crazy the what these fucking demons think, but but they're accomplishing it. That's the thing. They're doing a better job being demons than we are fucking battling them. So it is what it is. I mean, the common sense has just been thrown out the window. They say they protect children and all that, and they want to protect children from this, that, and the other, and you know, but yet you're saying you can mutilate a child and put them on puberty blockers and change their genders and all this, and not only say they can do it, but like threaten a parent and say if you don't allow your child to do this, we're just
Yeah,
gonna
the
we're
guy
just
that's
gonna
running
take
with
them.
Kamala, the guy that's running with Kamala,
Oh, Waltz,
he
yeah.
voted for
Oh,
that
yeah.
shit. You know that?
Oh,
He's
yeah.
the one that's pushing that shit.
No. It's not pushing it, bro. They're building the centers already. They're called angel buildings.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro. They're already been built. And there's gonna be like a massive thing where they're gonna like, okay, once they build it, they gotta fill it, right? So they're just gonna go on like a crusade to take your kid. It's crazy. So yeah.
Yeah.
But yet they want to have the audacity to say they're protecting children. And a lot of states right now they're talking about putting forth bills where it makes it okay to sleep with a 14-year-old now. They want to lower the age of consent from 16 to 14.
Yeah, they want to make it like in where is it at? I think Japan has that stupid law. There's
Yeah,
like
man.
16 or 15 or some shit.
Well, what they do is they're saying is because kids are having puberty, the age seems to be going down of people, and kids are going through puberty at like 11, 10, 11, 12, that they are healthy enough at 14 to have a baby. So it should be where the consenting age is 14. It's like, are you kidding me? They're just starting high school then. Like, really?
Not even.
No, that's what I'm saying, bro. It's like, are you fucking insane? But they're pushing for it and they'll get it because these guys, they're fucking sick, bro. So you can mutilate the kid, you can now have sex with them, younger. I mean, it's just sick, bro. Like, and then unrealized capital gains, just the whole thing is just basically trying to like make it so the world is just utter chaos, man, and Sodom and Gomorrah. It's just it's crazy, man. It's crazy, but all that'll be way after I'm gone. But still, it's just like you look at humanity right now, and it's like, fuck, really? When is enough gonna be enough? When are people gonna stand up and fucking start fighting again? Like when the Romans fucking ran the Crusades and all that shit. I mean, it sucks to say that, but maybe something like that needs to fucking happen, bro. It's just crazy. Or something. Maybe not bloody like that, but something, man. People need to start fucking opening up their mouth and fighting for common sense.
Yeah, I think this I've noticed that whenever I was like during the Obama years, like no one would talk about politics. Like if you speak to an American about politics, like they'll get mad. Like
Well, you
nobody
can't
used to
because
share
if
that shit back in the day.
you could
And now
because if you
everybody's open about it because everybody's had it.
well, the
Like you're
thing
saying,
is,
like now
you
it's time to
couldn't
open
back
your
then,
mouth.
bro. You couldn't because if you said anything other than the narrative, you were a racist because Obama was black. So you couldn't say you didn't like Obama or you didn't like his policies because
Nah, but
no,
I'm saying ever since Obama, all the way back, you know, all the way from Obama back, like Americans would never talk about politics. like like in public. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. I get
Yeah,
you.
in public from the Obama back.
Well, now there's a lot of people that
everybody's
are
like,
pro-Trump, but they can't say they're pro-Trump because if you do, you're gonna lose your job or your friends or I lost friends that's because I was a Trump supporter.
I don't know a single Mexican that doesn't love Trump, dude.
Yeah.
See, whenever he first came to office, a lot of Mexicans didn't like him, But ever
Well, because
since
they
ever
started
since we
believing
saw
in
the real Trump, that's like, oh, it was all propaganda and this and that, and he turned out to be good. Like, I don't know a
exactly.
single
People
Mexican.
started
And
waking
I'm
up.
talking about wetback motherfuckers, bro. They all love Trump, dude. All of
Well,
them.
here's the thing, man. Here's
I
the
never
thing.
met one that's for Kamala ever, dude.
Here's
Isn't that
the thing.
funny?
You want to back in the Trump days, motherfuckers know what their money paid for back in the Trump days. And they know now what their money doesn't pay for like it did in the Trump days. So you can say all you want about he's this, he's that, and all that. But like when you start fucking with motherfuckers' money and like, nah, man, I'm not stupid. I know it didn't cost me $89 to fill my goddamn tank for a full of gas. That shit used to be like $32. Like, don't try to tell me shit's good and you're doing good because we ain't doing good. You know what I'm saying? You go buy a few groceries in your cart and you're paying 150, $200. It's like, damn. Well, how the fuck really? Like it's what? How much? Like people, you start fucking with people's money, man, and they start fucking changing their tune, and they're like, yeah, we need to go back to him, man, because shit was good back then, or at least you could fucking survive.
But yeah, Big G, I'm gonna go to bed, and I do appreciate you coming into spaces. And Golden, is there anything you want to say, man?
What up, gents?
Any closing words?
Nah, I'm just listening to all the Hexicans here. I'm now based in Thailand, and yeah, Biggs, hit me up on the follow. Everybody's not there. Want to get to know everybody. I got a few followers here.
Done. Already got you.
But wicked. Touch me up on DMs and stuff. Yeah, I'm just excited for everybody. Richard, the big news on Halloween. Then December 5th, 2nd, we got the 5-year anniversary. Big things are coming up. So I'll let you go, Hexkin. I know you got to get some sleep back because I know it's late there. It's afternoon here over in Thailand and over here in Philippines and shit. So I'll come back up in another broadcast and I'll talk more. All right?
All right, buddy.
Peace, everybody. Take care.
Take care. Good night.
All right,
good
bro.
night for me, I guess.
Yeah, man.
Have a good day, guys.
Yep.